You are taking a live look out at the U.S. Capitol this morning as we get the day started. We always like to take a couple of looks at all the different shots that we do have really across the country this morning as we get the day started. It's Friday, September the 29th. Taking a live look out in New York City this morning, where it is a little bit of a soggy day there over in the Big Apple, as you do see a little bit of traffic starting to pop up over there. We'll certainly be dipping back and forth between that shot and take a look at that throughout the day. Meanwhile, as we head out back to the nation's capital this morning, it seems House Republicans are growing even further apart, at odds within their own party on how to avoid a government shutdown. In the other chamber, the Senate's working through a bipartisan proposal to try to avoid a shutdown, but Republicans, well, they likely won't accept that either. All of this arguing as that shutdown deadline of a Saturday at midnight looms larger. Fox News correspondent Carolyn Shively has more from Washington.
The clock is ticking. Congress has until midnight Saturday night to strike a deal to fund the federal government.
In a matter of hours, we're going to shut down the government.
Goldman Sachs already puts the chance of a shutdown at 90%. And so far, Congress can't even agree on a continuing resolution that would temporarily keep the government open.
What are we, 61 hours before the shutdown? And we haven't even had the first committee meeting. America doesn't work like that.
In the event of a shutdown, functions deemed essential will still get done. You'll get your mail and Social Security checks, and air traffic controllers and federal law enforcement officials will still go to work. But millions of federal employees won't receive paychecks, including 2 million members of the military. The Senate is working on a bipartisan bill to avoid a shutdown.
Make a proposal on border security, married up with the package we have. Hopefully that will keep the government open. Then we do a supplemental, provide more security.
We need to keep the government running. It is not going to help security at the border if the government shuts down and people are not getting paid in a timely manner.
But without border provisions, some House Republicans say they're a no vote.
If we give our funding package to the Senate and they return it without any border security measures, that is also dead on arrival.
The last government shutdown started right before Christmas in 2018 and lasted just over a month. In Washington, Caroline Shively, Fox News.
And meanwhile, even more American auto workers, well, they could go on strike later today, as the union president with the United Auto Workers Union is expected to make some sort of an announcement around 10 a.m. Eastern time later today. It comes as Republican hopefuls take aim at the Biden administration's green policies. Fox Business correspondent Jeff Flock has more from Center Line, Michigan.
Two weeks into the United Auto Workers strike and still no deal with Detroit's big three automakers. A driving force behind the walkout, a push by the White House to increase electric vehicles on American roads, which could mean a decrease in union jobs. During Wednesday night's Republican debate, President Biden's green policies were front and center.
Joe Biden should not be on the picket line. He should be on the southern border.
I would say go picket in front of the White House in Washington, D.C. That's really where the protest needs to be.
Let's focus on what it takes to get more cash in the pockets of workers. That's when we'll be able to deal with strikes like this.
Some union leaders remain concerned the Biden administration's promotion of electric vehicles could reduce the role of labor. Former President Donald Trump warning that even if the UAW secures a favorable deal, the auto industry could eventually suffer massive job losses.
By the time this battle is over, the rusted out factories will not be here in Michigan. They'll be in Beijing, Shanghai, and other parts of the world.
Meanwhile, the negotiations between the UAW and the big three automakers continue. But if no serious progress is made, United Auto Workers President Shawn Fain says he could announce additional strikes against Ford, General Motors, and Stellantis.
They want to be paid for their hard work, and it's a basic contract of fairness and equity.
If there is an expansion to the strike, new picket lines could start going up as early as noon Eastern time on Friday. In Centerline, Michigan, I'm Jeff Flock with the Fox Business Network.
All right, thanks so much there to Jeff Flock following the latest on that news out of the Michigan area. And as we continue to follow the United Auto Workers strike, again, we're expecting an update around 10 a.m. Eastern time this morning. All right, and now continuing over in Michigan today, a convicted high school shooter will learn if he'll face life in prison without the possibility of parole. Ethan Crumbley killed 4 students and wounded 7 others at Oxford High School back in November of 2021. Crumbley was 15 years old at the time, but was charged as an adult. Over the summer, the defense argued that he could have been rehabbed through proper intervention, but prosecutors disagreed. And meanwhile, let's go ahead and take another live look this morning out in Southfield, Michigan. Again, that's where the UAW president later this morning expected to be announcing those plans of whether or not they'll continue that strike as well as expand it. We also know that SAG-AFTRA, that's the union representing TV and movie studios, well, they announced plans to negotiate a new contract. It's seen as the first step to getting thousands of actors back to work. Fox's Ashley Dvorkin has that story.
Hollywood actors and studios are heading back to the bargaining table. SAG-AFTRA and the Alliance of Motion Picture and Television Producers will resume negotiations on Monday. Until then, the Actors Union asks members to, quote, continue coming out to the picket lines in strength and big numbers every day.
But hopefully, by the end of this year or at latest, January, things will be able to move back into production.
SAG-AFTRA's 160,000 members began striking in July. They're demanding better pay for work on streaming platforms and limits on the use of artificial intelligence.
When you can have your actors in the foreground and just put other actors in the background and not have to have real actors there, it's hard to go back and say, we want you to spend that money.
Meanwhile, late-night hosts Jimmy Fallon, Seth Meyers, Stephen Colbert, and Jimmy Kimmel will return to the small screen next week. It comes days after the Writers Guild of America reached a tentative deal with studios. That includes wage increases and new AI regulations. The agreement will likely guide SAG-AFTRA in its own negotiations.
Historically, whatever deal they give to one union, the next union kind of uses as a template for their own deal.
The WGA's 11,000 members will vote to ratify their contract early next month. In Hollywood, Ashley Dvorkin, Fox News.
And the governor of California announced that fast food workers will now be earning $20 an hour over in that state. Let's go ahead and pop up the audio, listen in raw and unfiltered to a press conference just yesterday from the governor's office.
And they've earned it. When we fight, we win. When we fight, we win. And today we celebrate. But tomorrow we get back to the work because there are a lot of workers who still need their dignity, their respect, and their fair wages. And with that, I want to bring up somebody who's really, really important to this process. He's a former majority leader himself of the State Assembly. He's a mentor of mine. He hails from Pasadena. Assemblymember Chris Holden.
Well, good morning. Good morning. I can tell you that in my 11 years in the legislature, there's not been one piece of legislation that I've had the privilege to author and to see signed into law that had more impact in terms of my feelings, my emotional, visceral feelings than this bill. Because I saw firsthand all of you who gave your blood, sweat, and tears, and quite frankly, you gave it before there was even a concept of a bill called 257 or 1228. You were in here organizing. You were recognizing the time that you were here and what you were up against, even at that time, recognizing the need 10 years ago for something to change in the workforce to create greater say at the table for all of you in the fast food working business. Let me just tell you, we're celebrating 1228, but there was once a time 257. And that bill was really history in and of itself. because what it did was it created the first time for the conversation to happen, for the workers to come together, to be able to come to Sacramento, take time off of a job that they were already being harassed on, to come to Sacramento to let their voices be heard for change. And when we had this opportunity to engage and to be able to advocate for you, to see so many of you here today who were there through the process, knocking on members' doors, sleeping out in the Capitol Park, waking up in the morning with bells and whistles to make sure that all of us were paying attention. It's a process. I say, to God be the glory. Because it took perseverance, pushing through, being able to sustain while you went through the process, to be able to let your voices be heard and to carry not just what was going to be set forth in what we have before us today in an impressive piece of legislation, if I must say so myself. But we have a governor who signed 257. That's right. We have a governor here to sign this bill today. It's not too often in history that you get to sign the same bill twice that does the same thing as the original. But the second one's better. But I also want to acknowledge that the fast food franchisees and franchisors, their willingness to come to the table, the willingness to sit down in the 11th hour and help be part of a solution. And at the end of the day, you want your government to work to where you are getting things done, solutions that work, that benefit the people, that benefit the workers. And today, we're here to stand in solidarity once again to say, God bless you. God bless you for your commitment, for your understanding that you were making history. History is sometimes hard to get a hold of. When you're in the middle of making it, you don't know you're making it, and it don't feel good, and it's hard. It is very hard. But what you have done is set in motion something that's going to reverberate around the entire country. And I'm so proud to be part of this impressive experiment in democracy, and legislating and fighting and hearing the needs of the people, those who are marginalized, whose voices are not always heard. Thank you. As the story of the labor movement continues to be written, this day, this moment, this bill will be remembered throughout history. And so it's my pleasure to introduce an amazing leader. You know, SEIU is an amazing labor organization. And we thank you. We thank 721 for its organizing and getting the ball rolling. We thank you for the state leadership in SEIU. But we also want to recognize the national leadership. Yes, that's right. Mary Kay Henry is the president of SEIU, and she is an amazing leader. It is my honor to introduce her here to you today.
Thank you. Thank you to Assemblyman Holden and your incredible years of championing. I have to tell you, I remember getting a video when all the fast food workers saw you walking down the halls of the Capitol and went berserk, like you were Mr. Rockstar. Isn't that right? Yeah. So thank you so much for being such a clear-eyed champion and for thinking about the ways that we could win for working people at the same time that we can win for business in this state. Yes. And you managed to hold those two poles that in this moment is sometimes put in contrast when, in fact, when we all do better, we all do better. And you are a tribute to that. Thank you so much. And Assemblyman Holden actually told this story that I had to come today from Washington, D.C., because I needed to stand with the champions that are writing not just national history, I would say, but international history. We have global trade union partners around the world that were holding their breath to see if we could confront the industry that has refused to allow workers a seat at the table. And by God, today, the governor of California is setting that table for 500,000 workers. I just want to say that there are fast food movement leaders here from all across the state, and they stand on behalf of 500,000 fast food workers. And I want you to take a moment to let that sit in. I've been an organizer in my union for 40 years. Most of my organizing history was right here in California: Fresno, Inglewood, San Bernardino, Santa Clarita, up north. And Santa Monica, we can shout it out, yeah. And in my 40 years, I was proud when we organized 1,000 nurses or 75,000 home care workers here in LA, or tens of thousands of janitors who fought and won in Century City in 2000, or the state employees who joined us in the 90s to build a powerful SEIU, and all the county unions that are represented here today, and the LA Unified School Worker Unions. But in each of those efforts, we talk about changing tens of thousands of lives, and it has a ripple effect in our communities.
All right, you've been listening in there, Raw and Unfiltered, over in California, as a new law in that state will raise the minimum wage for fast food workers to $20 per hour next year. An acknowledgement from the state's Democratic leaders that most of the often overlooked workforce are the primary earners for their low-income households. All right, we are going to go ahead and switch gears a little bit here on Live Now from Fox. We're going out to Philadelphia this morning. As we head out to Philadelphia, that's where a man has been arrested during the chaos of this week's Philadelphia looting, who was already facing charges out on bail for a deadly incident. Turning now live, Raw and Unfiltered, over to Hank Flynn there with Fox 29 Philadelphia with the very latest. Good morning, Hank.
Good morning. Hey, good morning, Giacomo. Dozens of people have been arrested here in the city of Philadelphia over the course of the past week for a slew of looting across the city. Among those arrested, one mugshot stands out to Philadelphia police and to the DA's office, and that is the picture of Kenneth Fry. It turns out he was out on bail for allegedly killing a man last year. Third-degree murder. Kenneth Fry was arrested earlier this week for looting the state liquor store up on Girard Avenue. When police double-checked, they realized he was out on bail on third-degree murder charges. He had been working as a bouncer last year, and he's accused of punching a man who had earlier been thrown out of the nightclub for being inebriated. That man, Eric Pope, died a week later. Initially charged with third-degree murder, Fry's charges were reduced to involuntary manslaughter by the court. His bail was $350,000, but he only needed 10%, and he got that through a bail bondsman and got out. That's how he was free to go allegedly looting this week. Fox 29 reached out to Eric Pope's mother, who issued a statement telling us she's stunned that anyone waiting to be tried for killing someone could be out on bail, calling again for justice for Eric's killing and saying he's missed every day by his family. His office apparently took issue with the reduction in charges regarding Fry's alleged punch killing of Eric Pope. They're apparently looking to reinstate third-degree murder charges against Fry in addition to those burglary charges that, yes, he is now facing for allegedly trying to steal a case of free whiskey from the state liquor store here in Philadelphia. Giacomo.
Now, I know the city of Philadelphia has been experiencing that looting over the past couple of nights. Can you first off explain what's been happening over the past couple of days and what led up to it?
Well, what led up to it was a man named Eddie Irizarry was shot to death by a Philadelphia policeman named Mark Dial about a month ago. That set off a complete uproar. Most of Irizarry's family has protested, spoken to the press about it, and the DA's office filed murder charges. As a matter of fact, they filed first-degree murder charges against that Philadelphia police officer, Mark Dial. Now, earlier this week on Tuesday, it might have been Monday night. Actually, I think it was Tuesday morning, those charges were dismissed by a Philadelphia judge. She said that they could not prove that a crime had occurred. Now, later on, that sparked a ton of outrage right then and there, Giacomo. Later on in the afternoon, the DA refiled charges, but by then, a protest had already been planned. That protest was completely peaceful, according to Philadelphia police, but later on that evening, on into Tuesday night, and certainly Wednesday night as well, there was looting. Let's see, the Foot Locker on Walnut Street, the Foot Locker on Chestnut Street had its windows broken. Shortly after that, the Lululemon was broken into. A ton of people were arrested coming out of there. The Apple store got broken into. People went running through there grabbing merchandise, most of which was left behind due to anti-theft protections on that Apple stuff. But state liquor stores the next night, a warehouse as well, and tons of arrests have been made. Last month's police commissioner is not the same as this one, Danielle Outlaw. She resigned and she has moved on to the Port Authority of New York. The new commissioner, John Stanford, has been here for quite a while. He demanded accountability for all these people. They've made dozens of arrests. He was very clear that those peaceful protests had absolutely nothing to do with the looting. You can compare this police response to the one 3 years ago during the George Floyd protests. There was a whole lot less looting here. It was jumped on immediately by Philadelphia and SEPTA police here as well. They were able to put the kibosh on it. Things were opened up again quite quickly. It's a bare minimum of looting, not minimum looting, but there was quite a bit of it. But it was on top of very quickly by Philadelphia police, and all of the people caught will be facing charges. Giacomo.
And have businesses gone ahead and reopened now in that third day since the incidents, or are some businesses still staying closed?
It's piecemeal. I have not been down Walnut Street to be able to check on the three stores I mentioned, the Lululemon, the Apple store, and the Foot Locker. But it's interesting, Giacomo. Here in Philadelphia, Wawa is a convenience store where you can get pretty good food, and it's a big deal around here. One Wawa that has been open all night long, traditionally, all the time, down on Delaware Avenue, was actually closed last night. Wawa typically will do that to protect their employees. I'm hearing they were back open again this morning. One Wawa that I go to up here in Center City was open again, as they usually are, at 5 a.m. So the stores that I've checked in with have opened up again on time. Giacomo.
All right, Hank Flynn there in Philadelphia following the latest on that looting, and of course that suspect who is out on bail for a deadly incident now in custody. Thanks so much, Hank, for that report.
Anytime.
Okay, folks, the time now, 6:23 here on the East Coast, 3:23 over on the West Coast. We do need to get out to a quick commercial break. We'll be back in a couple minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jocko Maluka. Thanks so much for joining us. Time now 6:26 here on the East Coast, 3:26 over on the West Coast. Just yesterday on Capitol Hill, lawmakers taking Hawaiian Electric utility officials, the head of those companies, as well as head officials over in the state of Hawaii, putting them on the hot seat to discuss the very latest about what may have happened in those Maui wildfires that led to the deaths of about 97 people, at least 97 people. That happening over there on the Capitol Hill just yesterday. We want to pop up some of that hearing so we can play it out raw and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox.
On August 7th and 8th, a series of fires broke out on the island of Maui and the island of Hawaii, including one that devastated the town of Lahaina on the west coast of Maui. While the Hawaiian Electric Company and the county of Maui dispute some facts surrounding these events, one thing is certain. This series of fires were catastrophic to the state of Hawaii, and we must make every effort to be vigilant and try and prevent a similar disaster from striking again. Tragically, the Lahaina fire took at least 97 lives, burned thousands of acres, caused billions of dollars in damage, and destroyed multiple native Hawaiian cultural and historical landmarks. I am deeply saddened to hear the stories of those who survived and awaiting news of their loved ones who still remain unaccounted for, who are still searching for housing, and who are wrestling with how they will survive after the fire consumed businesses and erased the island's tourism industry. While many continue to debate which exact decisions and circumstances contributed to the catastrophic scale of the Maui fires, it is not too early to start examining what can be done better. For example, some wildfire experts have noted that dense, flammable, non-native grasses have multiplied across the island in recent years, facilitating the deadly spread of the recent fires. Other reports have cited utility law experts who maintain that Hawaiian Electric waited too long to pursue important upgrades to harden and modernize the electric grid against wildfire risks. Still others have argued that Maui Electric Company, a subsidiary of Hawaiian Electric, was particularly slow in replacing outdated and deteriorating poles supporting its power lines. There were many decision makers involved along the way, and there is still much to sort out. To that end, Chair Rogers, Chair Duncan, and I probed some of these concerns in our August 30, 2023 letter to each of our invited witnesses, requesting additional information on their efforts to address wildfire risks on Maui. We thank our witnesses for their responses to our request, and I look forward to discussing the responses further today. Now I'd like to take a moment to introduce each of our witnesses for our first panel. We are joined today by Ms. Shelley Kimura, President and Chief Executive Officer at Hawaiian Electric Company. Hawaiian Electric subsidiary corporation Maui Electric Company provides service on Maui. Hawaiian Electric and its subordinate corporations provide service for 95% of Hawaii's residents. Finally, we also hear from somebody in there somewhere. We'll also hear from Mr. Mark Glick, Energy Officer of Hawaii State Energy Office. The office develops support and supports state energy policy goals. We also welcome Mr. Leodolph Asuncion, Jr., Chairman of the Hawaii Public Utilities Commission. Mr. Asuncion served as a commissioner since April of 2019, as his chair since July 2022. The commission, among other things, regulates the electricity rates and power service parameters of public utility companies operating in the state. Immediately after, we will convene a second panel consisting of testimony from our colleagues from the Hawaiian Congressional Delegation. Representative Ed Case from Hawaii's 1st District will testify. We will also hear testimony from Representative Jill Tukuda, whose 2nd District of Hawaii includes the island of Maui. There are several investigations underway and still a lot of debate and speculation around the days in which the fires spread and about what has been done or has not been done in years prior. However, Congress has a responsibility to pursue a safe national energy policy, which includes hardened electric infrastructure that is prepared for events like wildfires and hurricanes. Congress has a portion of that responsibility along with state regulators and private sector partners. Accordingly, it is extremely important that we convene today to begin to ask the hard questions. Given this committee's role in protecting our electric utility infrastructure and its general jurisdiction over power utilities, we will focus today on that aspect of the disaster. I hope that what we learn here today will inform efforts at the federal, state, local, and utility level to protect constituents and ratepayers and reduce the chances of preventable losses of life and property to wildfires in the future. That said, I will also tell you that we have another hearing going on downstairs where we're looking at the electric grid, and so you will see members moving in and out because some members are on both subcommittees. I thank the witnesses for being here and participating in our efforts to learn from this horrible event and to prevent similar disasters from unfolding in such a deadly and destructive manner going forward. With that, I yield back and now recognize the ranking member of the subcommittee, Ms. Castor, for her 5-minute opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, everyone. Just over 7 weeks ago, powerful wildfires devastated the town of Lahaina on the island of Maui in Hawaii. This was a sudden and horrific tragedy, and on behalf of the Democratic side, we extend our sincere condolences. Nearly 100 people died, and many more have lost their homes and businesses. The firsthand accounts of how quickly the fire spread and the chaos and confusion that resulted are horrendous. Many Hawaiian neighbors, military service, and Coast Guard members raced to rescue people that day. They worked through the smoke, flames, and pollution to save lives. They are heroes. Many others responded in the immediate aftermath, and more are on the ground now dedicated to recovery and relief. I understand that over 27 federal partners, including FEMA, EPA, the U.S. Army, and the Small Business Administration, are helping the people of Maui get back on their feet. And I appreciate the hands-on approach of Representatives Takuda and Case and Senators Hirono and Schatz and how they are supporting and advocating for their neighbors. Top of mind for the Congress at this moment of a threatened government shutdown must be to ensure that the recovery work continues uninterrupted for the people of Maui. Today, I hope we can learn more about the conditions that caused the fire and what else Congress can do for the island. There are things that we do know already. We know that strong winds from a nearby hurricane combined with drought conditions and dry vegetation led to advanced warnings of fire on Maui. We know that the fire started on the edge of town in Lahaina on Maui's west coast and quickly grew out of control, ultimately devastating the town and claiming the lives of too many neighbors. Fire crews were dealing with another fire miles away. We know that people there are still suffering from the losses of their friends, families, and homes, and that firefighters are still working to contain wildfires elsewhere. What we do not know is the exact cause of the fire and what more, if anything, could have been done to prevent it from starting or spreading. Hawaiian Electric has said that one of its power lines ignited an earlier fire in Lahaina the morning of August 8th. The Maui Fire Department said it had extinguished that fire. But then fire was reported again in the same location, and it quickly spread. While the National Weather Service in Honolulu began issuing alerts days before the Lahaina fire began, important questions remain about whether more could have been done to notify residents or de-energize power lines sooner.
You've been listening in there to that House hearing yesterday investigating what happened during those Maui wildfires leading to the deaths of about at least 97 people. Meanwhile, the U.S. government will shut down at midnight on Saturday if Congress doesn't reach an agreement. Also, around 10 a.m. this morning, later today, we are expecting another announcement from the president of the United Auto Workers, which could include the possibility of even more American auto workers going on strike. We'll get back to that hearing in just a couple minutes, but first, a quick break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Giacomo Luca. Time now 6:37 here on the East Coast, 3:37 over on the West Coast. You are taking a live look over at the U.S. Capitol this morning as we do get out to some of our top stories of the day. Of course, we are continuing to follow the investigation into those wildfires in Maui that led to the deaths of at least 97 people. Over in Congress just yesterday, a hearing putting the head of the Hawaiian Electric Company, the utility that's now being investigated for a potential cause of those Maui wildfires. Officials over in Washington putting those folks in the hot seat today, as well as government officials over in Hawaii. Let's go ahead and pop up the audio. We'll listen in raw and unfiltered to that.
From the authorities before pulling the attention of our witnesses away from recovery efforts to appear before us. Nonetheless, I appreciate your willingness to be here today and hope we can learn more about this tragedy, whether and how it might have been prevented and what can be done to prevent future tragedies like this, including ensuring that investments made for grid hardening under the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law and the Inflation Reduction Act are delivered quickly and effectively. I would also like to learn more about how electric and other infrastructure can be rebuilt in a more resilient way. It's only been 7 weeks since the Lahaina fire, and the emergency is not over. Investigators deserve time to do their work thoroughly and present their findings. Until we get a clearer picture, our primary focus must continue to be on relief and recovery efforts for the people of Maui, and that includes keeping government open and ensuring that federal resources are available to them. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Now recognize the chairwoman of the chair of the full committee, Ms. McMorris-Rogers, for her 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair Griffith. Critical. It's a critical one. We're examining the tragic events that unfolded on the Hawaiian island of Maui last month. On August 7th and 8th, a series of fires broke out on the island, including one that destroyed the town of Lahaina. Our deepest condolences to the people of Maui as they face the daunting task of rebuilding their communities, mourn the loss of loved ones, and grapple with the painful memories of that terrifying day. The pain of seeing your home and your neighbors' homes destroyed within a matter of hours or even minutes is gut-wrenching. At least 97 lives were lost to this disaster, and we continue to pray that God provides strength and comfort to their loved ones. Many are still missing. According to an estimate from the University of Hawaii Pacific Disasters Center, at least 2,200 buildings were destroyed, with about 86% of those buildings being residential. We must do everything we can to minimize the chance that such a destructive and deadly disaster will occur again on Maui or anywhere else in the country. And unfortunately, if we fail to learn from this event, it very well could. The Hawaii Wildlife Management Organization reports that each year the percentage of total land burned by wildfire in Hawaii is equal to or greater than any other state in the nation. And according to the wildfires experts from the University of Hawaii, the area burned across all 4 counties in Hawaii each year has increased by 300% within the last several decades. Eastern Washingtonians are no strangers to the disastrous consequences of wildfires either. Last month, the Gray and Oregon road fires destroyed hundreds of homes, forced evacuations, and have been linked to 2 deaths. Hundreds are still recovering from and coping with the destruction of these wildfires. While it's difficult to revisit the disaster that occurred on Maui, we must examine any factors that could have caused or worsened the emergency, identify any unnecessary hazards that were allowed to persist, and pinpoint any additional precautions that could have been taken. I understand debate about the factors behind the cause and spread of the fires continues, but that Hawaiian Electric acknowledged that an early morning fire on August 8th appears to have been caused by power lines that fell in high wind. What happened after that, particularly concerning the second fire that swept through Lahaina that afternoon and destroyed lives, and the town remains open to an investigation. Part of our job here in Congress is to ensure that every American has access to affordable and reliable energy. And that responsibility includes making sure that energy comes from safe, well-maintained infrastructure. There's been a lot of emphasis on some of the competing priorities when it comes to modernizing our electric grid in recent years. However, we must make sure that safety remains a top priority. A grid that's not prepared for extreme weather or is inadequately maintained.
All right, you've been listening in raw and unfiltered to that congressional probe continuing to investigate the cause of those wildfires in Maui. Taking a live look out in Philadelphia as we head out to a quick commercial break. This is Live Now from Fox. This is Live Now from Fox. I'm Giacomo Luca. Time now 6:45 here on the East Coast, 3:45 over on the West Coast. We are just a couple of days away from a potential government shutdown. If Congress can't get it together by midnight on October the 1st, the U.S. government will go into shutdown. Taking a live look right now over at the Hartsfield Atlanta International Airport there in Atlanta, Georgia. That's where we find Mark Teitner with Fox 5 Atlanta, breaking down really the very latest on what the potential impact could be if there was a government shutdown on air travel. Good morning, Mark.
Yeah, specifically, good morning. Specifically, we're talking about delays for passengers trying to get through what you're looking at, which is the security checkpoint. The reason for that is these TSA screeners considered essential workers, so they'd still come to work, but they wouldn't get paid. And if history is any indication, that could mean that we'd see a number of them calling out sick. Kerry Washington knows even on a normal day, getting through the security checkpoint at Hartsfield-Jackson can be frustrating. But the wait time for him and other flyers could be about to get much longer.
Anytime there's stress like that, it concerns me.
If lawmakers in Washington can't reach a deal, the federal government will shut down this weekend. Air traffic controllers and TSA screeners are considered essential workers, meaning they're supposed to stay on the job without pay. That could lead to a number of them calling out sick.
We might see people, going on leaves and medical situation, et cetera,
The last shutdown in 2018 into 2019 saw TSA agents calling out at twice the normal rate, causing airport security wait times to swell.
This will directly affect the average passenger in some way, shape, or form.
We've gone through this before.
Hartsfield-Jackson officials urge passengers to keep up with the news, and if a shutdown does take place, possibly move up the time they get to the airport.
We will make sure that each passenger is taken care of.
Just a reminder, the officials encourage folks to show up to the airport if they're flying domestically 2 hours before their flight. If they're flying on an international flight, then they should get here 3 hours. Obviously, that number could go up if this shutdown does, in fact, take place. Reporting live from Atlanta, Georgia, I'm Mark Teichner for Live Now from Fox.
All right, Mark, I'm sure so many people are definitely going to be tuning into that over the next couple of days to see what those impacts could be if Congress can't get a deal made. Thanks so much, Mark. Okay, folks, the time now 6:48 here on the East Coast. Let's go ahead and take another live look out at where Mark was joining us from just moments ago. There's that runway there, the tarmac, out at Hartsfield-Jackson International. We're heading to a quick commercial break. We'll be back in just 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. 6:51 on the East Coast, 3:51 over on the West Coast. A little bright in this shot, though, because we're taking a live look out in London, England. There across the pond for all of our viewers here in the U.S. and, of course, for the viewers around the world maybe watching today. It's obviously a little bit later there. It's about almost 1 o'clock in London, England today. A nice shot there, though, as we start to get into some of the top live events here of this morning. We know today over in Copenhagen, just to the east there in Europe, NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg speaking right now, delivering a speech at a conference there. We'll go ahead and pop up the audio, listen in live, raw and unfiltered.
How does the Danish government try to sort of avoid the hype while, at the same time harnessing the opportunities and doing it in a field that is complex to probably 99% of the population to understand?
Well, what we should do is exactly what Jens just said. I mean, realize that business politics, investing politics, trade politics on this area here is also security. So we have to frame, create the right platform for investments, public-private investments. Just yesterday, as already mentioned here today, we presented the part 2 of our investment in quantum technology. We are later on today visiting
Just before we toss to this, we did see Jens Stoltenberg there, the NATO Secretary General, but now we have a new speaker on the stage at this Copenhagen Quantum 2023 conference. We'll go ahead and pop up the audio. We are expecting Denmark's Prime Minister as well, Mette Frederiksen, to be speaking later on, but we'll go ahead and pop up the audio. Listen in, raw and unfiltered here.
Is to do what we have done within a number of areas. Take the fight against the climate change, take the work for a sustainable development. Denmark has been put in front in green technologies, green investments, offshore, onshore wind, all of that. With what? Public-private partnership, public-private investments, strategic areas chosen for long-term investments. And what you saw, what you're seeing here today, and what you saw yesterday, and what you'll see this afternoon is exactly that. That when we work together, we are able to create something that we cannot create alone. So to say, it may sound like a really political answer, but it's actually what it is. We have to work together because we are up against forces, other countries, investments that are so large and so heavy that we simply have to work together. And then we have to have an alliance because this is, foremost, it is security policy as it is today.
It might be a politician answer, but a very good one indeed. You've also been the Minister of Defense, and so talking about this public-private collaboration and the opportunities and the ability to balance both, there must also be some challenges. Isn't it at some point that the national security interest where that sort of ends and the innovation opportunities? Or is there something in balancing this dual-use nature of technology? Is it sometimes choosing innovation over security, or can we have both?
No, I don't think so. I think we are in a completely other world now than we were 10 years ago. I think that's the bottom line. We are looking into a new kind of globalization. We are looking into a much more tensions between the US and China. Europe has to find its ways. We have to strengthen our alliance especially towards the Atlantic, and we have to use that as a fundament for handling top issues as, for example, security and investment in quantum technology. I mean, we are past the days where we could say that this here is a job to do for the private sector. It's not. I mean, those were the days. We are in a complete other global environment today, where competition is so hard, and where it's clear what we see, that competition is also about getting first from a security perspective. So I think what's driving the investments, and my view on the necessary of cooperation and investment, public-private investments here, is first and foremost that this is also a security issue. And then, of course, there is, for a small country as Denmark, enormous potential. I mean, what we have gathered here today, what we had at the conference yesterday at the Maersk Tower here in Copenhagen was, an enormous amount of interest, knowledge, investment, and so on. So there's enormous possibility for Denmark also, of course, here. But first and foremost, I think we must realize that we are in a complete other world than we were 10 years ago, and we have to take that into account when we are discussing issues like this.
Thank you. Mr. Sandel, let me turn to you as one of the very significant actors in this different global environment that the Minister and the Secretary General just talked about. Microsoft is a global technology company. Most of us use your products daily, I assume. Your products have both broad civilian use, like AI and cloud, but when it comes to quantum, also the dual-use nature of it. Could you talk a little bit about how you think about the opportunities inherent in quantum, but also the risks that you have to overcome, and maybe reflect a little bit what the Secretary General and the Minister were talking about?
Yeah, and thank you for having us here today. And I've been very pleased being here to see the amount of alignment that I've seen. First of all, I just want to concur. I think the strength of the West is public-private cooperation. I thought you captured it very well, Mr. Secretary General, on where these balances are and the security requirements that we have. So I just want to reaffirm that. As we think about this kind of engagement, there's three key things that we want to look at for guiding principles for our company, and we think perhaps that can be informative. The first one is basically around security and competitiveness. We have to secure our infrastructure, but while still embracing the competitive nature. And I've heard that many times, so we concur with that. The next one is what I would call economic and defensive readiness. One of the benefits that we see out of the technologies in areas like chemistry, material science, and things like that, things that could have impact both on sustainability as well as manufacturing. How do we get ready to both get those discoveries, but then figure out how do we harness them, both from a domestic and jobs market, but then from the defense perspective, in understanding that. The third one we think about is societal good. We want to make sure that when we invest in the technology, it really is something that is actually beneficial to all of humanity. I think that's really important. If we think about clean water, sustainability, we can unlock a lot of innovation that's there. It's not all just about profit. How do we make sure everyone has equal access? That is something we care about, all of those things. And when I look at some things that are concrete around this, as an industry, we got to get going on post-quantum cryptography. That's an area where, and frankly, a lot of it has to do with, do we have machines that can crack crypto tomorrow? You know, a lot of folks, I worry, they think it might be a decade out. The truth of the matter is, it would still take us a decade, even if we had solutions today. So getting a sense of proper urgency across NIST and the European Union, as well as the standards bodies that are there, let's pick those, actually update it, and go after national defense. We have to do that first. Critical infrastructure, super important to all of us as sovereign countries and for our citizens. And then we'll go after the broader ecosystem. Those things have to land. And then I think enabling the spirit of innovation, like I mentioned, we think material science is a great one. How can we use that for sustainability purposes? How can we essentially remove some of the reliance on rare earth metals and change that? How do we get less toxic systems out there today, like remove forever chemicals and things like that? So these are the places that we think are beneficial. And of course, the defense examples that were given as well. So we want to make sure that as we do that, the final thing I'd say, we do absolutely see a major role for government. You mentioned AI, that's another case that has some parallels to that. We might talk about that later as well, but it really does amount to, I don't think that as a commercial company, we can't be setting public policy for the world. That really doesn't make any sense. We have to have that right decisions around what is a responsible use of technology, whether it's AI or quantum or biotech, and then what are the ethics that we would apply around that. And that's something best done in partnership with government, not with private industry deciding what that looks like.
Just following up on the Secretary General's comment, really technology companies with your size is becoming geopolitical players. Has that changed how Microsoft takes decision? You know, in the board of directors of Microsoft, is it also thinking not only what is good for business, but also what is good for NATO? What is good for European peace and security? What is good for transatlantic cooperation? How does that translate into the business decisions you take?
Yeah, and it's something we talk about in our, basically executive meetings all the time, every single week. It really is interesting because we are such an underpinning. If you think about cyber as another great example, we've published a lot of reports, about the work that we've done in Ukraine, basically helping the government remain sovereign even if their data centers, were under duress, in addition to helping thwart cyber attacks. It is something that's super important for us. We have to make sure that we're protecting all the users of our software. And like I mentioned, this public-private cooperation, we have a deep sense of responsibility around that. And then it also gets super interesting for us because, once again, we can make decisions, if we do them wrong, that could actually cause geopolitical escalations. And we shouldn't be doing that, right? Deciding what works where and, who gets what. Once again, I don't think that a private company should be making those decisions. So a lot of the conversations we have is about how do we engage with regulators, how do we figure out a way to, but again, responsibly and ethically use the technology and introduce it, and then make decisions around that so that the folks that are elected are the ones that are making those calls. So we spend a lot of time thinking about that and how we actually engage with that. We welcome that further engagement as well. No private company, not just mine, no company should be doing that unilaterally.
Thank you. Professor Knight, let me turn to you. In the beginning, when we had a show of hands of who was an optimist and who was a pessimist, I believe I saw your hand as a slight pessimist. Could you talk about how do you see the development of quantum technologies as a peace project? What would it take for it to be used as a peace project? What would it take for it to become a peace project?
Okay. Investment in any technology that's relevant to defense and security is a way of providing assurance that we can live in a peaceful society. That's the whole point. That as long as we do invest in technology that could be transformative in terms of capability, allows us to defend our citizens so that they can live a peaceful world. Quantum is part of that. It's an enabler. And one of the things that we should be sure about is that what quantum technology does, it provides assurance that we can make the world a more resilient place. So resilience is underpinning so much of what we're trying to do in quantum technology. Resilience against, for example, GPS outage, the ability to navigate. We can provide new ways of quantum navigation that gives us a backup. Our timing systems can be made resilient. Our ways in which we look at the world around us. These are peace projects in the sense that they are assuring our population that we are doing something about making their lives sustainable and resilient. So that's my first comment. The other part of it, in terms of peace projects, there are so many things you can do. For example, we will be able to put quantum sensors onto spaceborne platforms, and it will monitor the way that the geoid changes. That's going to be transformative. It connects again with dual use because of ISR. But we would actually work on those things together. But the ability to measure our world accurately is part of what we're trying to do. Resilience is really important. Now, I am a pessimist in the sense that I do not think yet we've put enough effort into making our communication systems resilient. That's a serious issue. We talked about post-quantum cryptography earlier. My worry on this is that there are no security proofs for any of the post-quantum. What they are resilient against attacks by Shaw and Grover, but there might be another way of doing it, attacks on shortest lattice vector and so on. We have not yet put enough emphasis into saying that we need to roll out on the same time scale or faster the defense against these attacks to make it resilient. And that's why I'm a pessimist on that one, because I do not think we've put enough resource in yet in the international community. We talk about the NIST candidature. It's early stage, and we need to do so much more and so much faster.
Thank you so much. Secretary General, I want to come back to you. Often when we think about NATO and new technologies, it's often in a sort of procurement relationship. You're a large buyer, representing large buyers, buying new technology. What I hear here is a bit more of a strategic partnership with the tech industry, but one that you are, I would argue, probably not used to having that type of engagement with. It's a new field. How do you think about NATO and NATO's role, and maybe NATO's how to innovate NATO itself to have that more strategic conversation, collaboration, the partnership in a sort of a changed geopolitical world?
Well, so first of all, we have a strategic relationship with the defense industry and also with the companies like Microsoft, which is not only, as I say, not regarded as a defense industry company, but what Microsoft does matters, of course, also for defense and the different defense capabilities. We have had that for many years, but we need to do more. We need to deepen it, and it needs to be dynamic, meaning that, for instance, I totally agree that, of course, elected bodies, governments, parliaments have to set the rules, the laws, the main regulations. But to do so, we need to engage with industry, because this is so fast developing technology. So what is right today may be wrong tomorrow, and vice versa. And for me, we have one example of many examples, but one quite recent example is 5G. Not so many years ago, most NATO allies thought that that was only a commercial decision. And it took some time inside NATO, and actually quite tough discussions among NATO allies, whether we were going to have any kind of NATO policy addressing the security aspects of 5G. And then the reality was that they ended concluding with that, yes, of course, 5G is a commercial thing, it's a private thing, they're huge investments, and we have to trust the private sector doing that. But we need to realize the security aspect if our 5G network was controlled and owned by a Chinese company. And that impacted both commercial decisions and government decisions. So I would say the kind of conversation we had among allies, but also between allies and governments and the industry, as we developed our policies as NATO, but also as nations on 5G, is an example of awareness and policy development, proving that NATO has actually have an important role to play in these strategic decisions. Then, if I may add one other thing, and that is that, of course, the war in Ukraine has changed many things. It has also changed the way many of us in this part of the world, in Europe and also in North America, but perhaps in particular in Europe, regard the importance of, or assess the importance of, the defense industry. Mm-hmm. Because I remember, and again, we speak about a couple of years ago, that many investors, and also, those who were ethical, high value, or those ethical investors, they didn't want to invest in defense industry. There were guidelines, there were policies that they shied away from defense industry because that was unethical. And academic institutions didn't want to cooperate with them. And the reality is that one of the key issues now in defending freedom is that we need a vibrant, strong defense industry to deliver what we try to deliver to Ukraine every day. I came actually back from Kiev tonight, or this morning. And the main issue we discussed with President Zelensky is how can we ramp up production, partly of very standardized things as 155mm ammunition, but also drones, cyber, more advanced things, and 3G printing. We need investments, we need innovators, we need the academics, we need the private sector, and it's nothing unethical in helping Ukraine defending their freedom. And we have seen now a shift. But again, I don't know who all of you are representing, but actually in a forum like this a couple of years ago, there would have been people who would have shied away from the idea of working with the defense industry. Also, defense is extremely important to protect freedom.
Minister Busko, if today the ethical thing to do is to be part of the defense industry, what do you think are the new values that should shape this type of public-private relationship where the ethical thing is to be part of developing the technological edge? Could you talk a little bit, then what are the values we as Denmark and Europe really should be putting into this?
Well, I think, again, as Jens just said, I think it's relatively clear. The world has changed. There's war in Europe. I'm the friends, they slept outside the shops where we could buy the new iPhones just to have it first. What we are witnessing now is a complete different world. We have war in Europe. We have daily, tensions, growing tensions between China and the U.S. Selected areas where you defend your new technology from other countries or firms to enter the field. So there is a complete other world now. I think what we have to stick to is first and foremost our values, of course. I still believe that I'm still a firm believer of the values that spread through Europe when we had the fall of the Berlin Wall. I work for them every day, and that's also what we work for in NATO. I mean, that's clear, but we are up against regimes, leaders with, I mean, a totally other view on how we should develop the world. And that, of course, has to affect our cooperation within the European Union, within NATO especially, and also in the areas where we are trying to form investments like we are in the area of quantum physics, but there's also a lot of other areas. I mean, being the first with the new offshore windmill is also security. I mean, getting the right components as fast as possible is security. So the world has changed, and that's why, I mean, we should stand on the values that spread through Europe after the fall of the Berlin Wall. We should fight for them, we should defend them. That's what's actually going on.
All right, a really interesting conversation happening over there in Copenhagen this morning as world leaders are discussing the future potential for quantum physics to be used and investigated and researched in and across the world. The time now, 7:13 on the East Coast. We're going to go ahead and head out to a quick commercial break here on Live Now from Fox. We'll be back in just a couple minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Giacomo Luca. It's 7:15 now on the East Coast, making it 4:15 over on the West Coast. Let's go ahead and take a live look over in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. Beautiful shot there as the sun's starting to peek out there, still hidden by all that cloud coverage, but a beautiful shot of the sea indeed. As we go over to Central Florida for our next story, a woman's filed a lawsuit against Disney World after a ride down the Humunga Cowabunga at the Typhoon Lagoon Park, which led to an injurious wedgie that landed her in the hospital. We want to turn now to Fox 35 Orlando's Amanda McKenzie following this story for us this morning from Disney World. Good morning, Amanda.
Good morning. The woman alleges that she was gruesomely hurt after going down the water slide at Typhoon Lagoon, and in the lawsuit it says she suffered permanent damage. Now the lawsuit says that she went down the ride Humunga Kawabunga at Disney's Typhoon Lagoon. It has 3 slides where riders plummet 214 feet downhill without a tube. It's the fastest and steepest ride at the water park. The woman who filed the lawsuit says while going down the water slide, her body lifted up, which is likely how her legs became uncrossed, and she claims she had injuries to her private area, including internal organ damage. The lawsuit says she was rushed to the hospital after getting off the slide. According to the lawsuit, this is the one-piece bathing suit she was wearing when she was on the ride back in 2019. The lawsuit alleges that Disney was negligent for failing to warn women of their increased risk for injury, saying, quote, "At the top of the slide, riders are instructed to cross their legs at the ankles. Riders are not told why their ankles need to be crossed, the importance of doing so, or the risks of injury if one's ankles become uncrossed." The lawsuit also says that riders should be wearing shorts to help decrease the risk of injury. We have reached out to Disney for comment, but so far have not yet heard back. Reporting live from Walt Disney World, Amanda McKenzie, back to you.
All right, Amanda, that is certainly a different story there from Disney World, but we appreciate the report. Thanks so much. Okay, folks, the time now 7:18 on the East Coast, 4:18 over on the West Coast. We do want to head out to a quick and live shot overlooking the U.S. Capitol this morning. As we know, there's so much going on over this past week as we have a government shutdown looming. We also had a number of big hearings happening just yesterday over at the U.S. Capitol, including one where Congress is investigating the impact of the U.S. Those wildfires, investigating the start of those U.S. wildfires over in Hawaii and Maui. And they're also looking into an impeachment inquiry after the Republicans started that first impeachment inquiry just yesterday against current President Joe Biden. Let's go ahead and listen in to Mike Emanuel with the latest on that.
House Republicans are using their first impeachment inquiry hearing to lay out evidence they think shows President Biden used his public office to benefit his family.
He lied by telling the American people that there was an absolute wall between his official government duties and his personal life.
It is a culmination of investigative work the House Oversight Committee has done for months. The chairman says he has 24 pieces of evidence revealing Joe Biden's corruption.
This includes emails, text messages, bank records, and testimony of Biden business associates.
And they are zeroing in on the president's son, Hunter, for his alleged influence peddling, using the Biden brand to enrich himself.
One email, Hunter Biden even bragged that he cut a deal for $10 million from just one company for, quote, introductions alone.
Republicans have brought in financial and legal expert witnesses to examine any wrongdoing that may have been committed. But none of them have any firsthand knowledge of the Biden family's financial dealings.
I do not believe that the current evidence would support articles of impeachment.
While Hunter Biden has a litany of legal problems, Democrats argue there is no connection to the president himself.
The Constitution's irrelevant to them. What counts is what Donald Trump wants.
And the White House agrees the timing of the hearing is suspect, with a government shutdown looming.
They're desperate to distract from their inability to keep the government open.
If enough of the House is convinced there is a smoking gun, the Judiciary Committee would take the lead drafting articles of impeachment. In Washington, Mike Emanuel, Fox News.
All right, a little bit of a dark shot there over at the nation's capital this morning as we are looking out at a cloudy Washington, D.C., but you can see the lights there on in the Capitol Rotunda as we head out to our first commercial break of the hour here on Live Now from Fox. Second commercial break, I should say. We'll be back in just a couple minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Giacomo Luca. It's 7:23 now here on the East Coast and 4:23 over on the West Coast. We do want to go ahead and take a live look out at the U.S. Capitol. That's where that hearing happened just yesterday, looking into an impeachment inquiry into the President Joe Biden as House leaders investigate his son's business dealings and whether or not they have any inappropriate ties. I do want to go ahead and turn out to that hearing, which happened just yesterday again on Capitol Hill. We'll play it out raw and unfiltered, just some of that hearing that happened yesterday.
Since assuming our Republican majority in January, the House Oversight and Accountability Committee has uncovered a mountain of evidence revealing how Joe Biden abused his public office for his family's financial gain. For years, President Biden has lied to the American people about his knowledge of and participation in his family's corrupt business schemes. At least 10 times, Joe Biden lied to the American people that he never spoke to his family about their business dealings. He lied by telling the American people that there was an absolute wall between his official government duties and his personal life. Let's be clear, there was no wall. The door was wide open to those who purchased what a business associate described as the Biden brand. Evidence reveals that then Vice President Joe Biden spoke, dined, and developed relationships with his family's foreign business targets. These business targets include foreign oligarchs who sent millions of dollars to his family. It also includes a Chinese national who wired $250,000 to his son. Joe Biden also lied to the American people about his family making money in China. He continued to lie about it even when the House Oversight Committee uncovered bank wires, revealing how the Bidens received millions from Chinese companies with significant ties to Chinese intelligence and the Chinese Communist Party. Just this week, we uncovered 2 additional wires sent to Hunter Biden that originated in Beijing from Chinese nationals. This happened when Joe Biden was running for President of the United States, and Joe Biden's home is listed as the beneficiary address. To date, the House Oversight Committee has uncovered how the Bidens and their associates created over 20 shell companies, most of which were created when Joe Biden was vice president, and raked in over $20 million between 2014 and 2019. We've also identified 9 Biden family members who have participated in or benefited from these shady business schemes. Now, what were the Bidens selling to make all this money? Joe Biden himself. Joe Biden is the brand, and Joe Biden showed up at least 24 times with business targets and associates sending signals of access, influence, and power to those prepared to pay for it. The American people demand accountability for this culture of corruption. They demand to know how these schemes have compromised President Biden and threatened our national security. They demand safeguards to be put in place to prevent public officials from selling access to their public office for private gain. Under the leadership of Speaker Kevin McCarthy, House Republicans have now opened an impeachment inquiry into President Joe Biden. By opening an impeachment inquiry, our investigation is now focused on whether President Biden engaged in impeachable offenses under the U.S. Constitution. It empowers Congress, elected by the people, to continue providing the answers, transparency, and accountability that the American people demand and deserve. In recent history, Democrats inflicted much damage on the credibility of congressional investigations by peddling the Russian collusion hoax. But this committee, under this majority, will not pursue such witch hunts based on manufactured allegations, innuendo, and no real evidence. Today, the House Oversight Committee will examine over 24 pieces of evidence revealing Joe Biden's corruption and abuse of public office. This includes emails, text messages, bank records, and testimony of Biden business associates. We will hear from legal and financial experts about this evidence and crimes that may have been committed as Joe Biden was sold around the world. The House Oversight Committee, along with the committees on the Judiciary and Ways and Means, will continue to follow the money and the evidence to provide accountability so that Americans know their public offices are not for sale. I now yield to Jason Smith, the chairman of the House Ways and Means Committee, for his opening statement.
Thank you, Chairman Comer. Yesterday, the Ways and Means Committee released new documents showing President Biden was not just aware of his son's business dealings, but he was connected to them. In a newly released message to a Chinese business executive, Hunter Biden mentions preserving the, quote, keys to my family's only asset. That asset, Joe Biden. New evidence released in response to questions raised by members of the committee on both sides when Gary Shapley and Joseph Ziegler, the two IRS whistleblowers, testified in July, paints a disturbing picture of a revolving door between Joe Biden's office and Hunter Biden's business partners. According to a worksheet provided by IRS whistleblower Ziegler, then Vice President Biden's April 2014 official visit to Ukraine occurred only days after a series of White House meetings with Hunter Biden and his business associates regarding Ukraine. Shortly after Joe Biden returned stateside, the Ukrainian company Burisma announced Hunter Biden's appointment to its board. New evidence provided shows Hunter Biden using his father's position to gain favor with billionaire Miguel Alemán, including having Joe Biden host them at the White House in February of 2014 at the vice president's residence alongside Mexican billionaire Carlos Slim in November of 2015. And then in 2016, using Air Force Two to shuttle Hunter Biden and his business associate to Mexico City. Whether it was lunches, phone calls, White House meetings, or official foreign trips, Hunter Biden cashed in by arranging access to Joe Biden, the family brand. The Biden family and their associates received millions in payments from foreign sources, including from Russia, China, Ukraine, Romania. In one email, Hunter Biden even bragged that he cut a deal for $10 million from just one company for, quote, introductions alone. And yet the DOJ wanted to keep the spotlight as far from Joe Biden as possible. One of the items we released yesterday was an IRS interview with James Biden, the president's brother, in September of 2022. The agency was barred in the interview from asking him about Joe Biden and about whether Joe Biden was involved in Hunter Biden's deal with a Chinese energy company. And when Hunter Biden had his tax liability of over $2 million mysteriously paid for by a Democrat Party donor named Kevin Morris, who he barely knew, something IRS investigators saw as a possible campaign finance violation, Assistant U.S. Attorney Leslie Wolf said she did not want any of the agents to look into the allegation. On the board are notes Agent Shapley took from that meeting. He notes that Wolf told investigators that she was not, quote, personally interested in pursuing it. This is the same attorney Wolf who in an email we released yesterday responded to IRS investigators seeking approval for a search warrant with, quote, there should be nothing about political figure one in here, that being a reference by definition of Joe Biden. The Biden family sold access to Joe Biden's power, and the Biden Justice Department protected the Biden brand. We must continue to follow the facts. I yield to Jim. I yield to Representative Jordan.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. This is a tale as old as time. Politician takes action that makes money for his family, and then he tries to conceal it. Never forget 4 fundamental facts. Hunter Biden gets put on the board of Burisma. Gets paid a lot of money. Hunter Biden's not qualified, fact number 2, to sit on the board. Not my words, his words. He said he got on the board because of the brand, because of the name. Fact number 3, the executives at Burisma asked Hunter Biden to weigh in and help them with the pressure they are under from the prosecutor in Ukraine. Fact number 4, Joe Biden goes to Ukraine on December 9th, 2015, gives the speech attacking the prosecutor that starts the process of getting that guy fired. Those facts, by the way, are consistent with what the confidential human source told the FBI, and the FBI recorded in the 1023 form, the same form that the Justice Department didn't want to let this committee see. And all those facts, all of that was further confirmed yesterday with the information that the Ways and Means Committee released from the whistleblowers Shapley and Ziegler. Here's a communication from Hunter Biden to an executive with Burisma. Devin and I do feel comfortable with Blue Star strategies and the ability of Sally and Karen to deliver. Hunter Biden put Burisma in touch with Blue Star Strategies. What were they going to deliver? Well, that was in a communication release yesterday as well. U.S. officials in Ukraine and in the United States need to express support for Burisma and Nikolai Zlochevsky to the highest level decision makers, the president of Ukraine, the president's chief of staff, and the prosecutor general. That's what they were going to deliver. And were they successful? The Interior Minister confirmed that Zlochevsky is no longer wanted. We won in less than a year communications between the folks at Blue Star and Eric Sherwin, who was Hunter Biden's business partner. Awesome work. Congratulations to you guys. Those are the communications. That's what they got done. And remember, when this happens in October 2016, when the pressure is taken off, the case is dropped against Zlochevsky, this is the second prosecutor. Joe Biden fired the first one. The second prosecutor comes in, drops the charges. That's exactly what they wanted done. And the final step is the Biden Justice Department tries to sweep it all under the rug. They slow walk the investigation. They let the statute of limitations lapse for the most important years, 14 and 15, the Burisma years when all that income's coming in. They try to put together this sweetheart deal and get it past the judge. And we learned yesterday in the search warrant examining Hunter Biden's electronic communications, they weren't allowed to ask about political figure one. Political figure number one is the big guy, is Joe Biden. And they would have gotten away with it all. They would have gotten away with it all except for two brave whistleblowers who sat in those seats 2 months ago and told their story. And their story has stood up. Two brave whistleblowers and a judge in Delaware who said, we're not going to let this happen. That's why we're here today. That's why this inquiry is so darn important. It's the oldest story in the world, and those are the facts. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair now recognizes Ranking Member Raskin of Maryland for his opening statement.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Before I give my opening statement, I have a parliamentary inquiry. Given that the committee has not been authorized by the full House to conduct an impeachment inquiry, am I correct in assuming that we're obligated to follow the rules of the House, including Section 370 of the Rules and Manual, which prescribe engaging in personalities towards the president?
At ease. Well, considering this is an investigation of Joe Biden, I assume that his name's going to come up.
Right, but the House has not authorized this as an impeachment inquiry, so we're just operating with the general rules. And I think saying that the president lied is considered engaging in a personality. In fact, Section 370 says accusations that the president has committed a crime or even that the president has done something illegal are unparliamentary. And we're operating with the general rules of the House because the House has not authorized.
The Speaker of the House has authorized the impeachment inquiry. It has been authorized.
Okay. All right.
Point of parliamentary inquiry.
The ranking member who wants to be recognized, Ms. Ocasio-Cortez.
I believe changing of the rules must require a vote from the full House of Representatives. The rules of the committee.
The chair overrules a point of order. While articles of impeachment are not directly before this committee, we are looking into the potential wrongdoing of the president. Given the unique nature and subject matter of today's hearing topic, these words will not be ruled out of order. So,
okay.
Ranking Member Ashton, please proceed.
Thank you for clarifying, Mr. Chairman. We obviously have an honest disagreement about that. All right, so let's get it straight. We're 62 hours away from shutting down the government of the United States of America, and Republicans are launching an impeachment drive based on a long debunked and discredited lie. No foreign enemy has ever been able to shut down the government of the United States, but now MAGA Republicans are about to do just that. But they don't want to cut off public services to the people and deny paychecks to more than 1 million service members without first launching an impeachment drive, even when they don't have a shred of evidence against President Biden for an impeachable offense. And you think I'm being harsh? Here's what some Republicans have had to say over the last week about the actions of the Republicans as they watch up close, quote, the dysfunction caucus at work, in the words of our GOP colleague from Nebraska, Don Bacon. Clown show, foolishness, terribly misguided, stupidity, failure to lead, lunatics, disgraceful, new low, pathetic, enabling Chairman Xi, people that have serious issues. Those folks don't have a plan, show just how broken they are, and individuals that just want to burn the whole place down. Now, if I said any of these things, they'd probably take my words down, but these are Republicans talking about Republicans. So let's be clear. This isn't partisan warfare America's seeing today. It is chaotic infighting between Republicans and Republicans. It's MAGA versus extreme MAGA, as if anybody in the real world could tell the difference between the two. What a staggering failure of leadership. Speaker McCarthy's invertebrate appeasement of the most fanatical elements of his conference now threatens the well-being of every American. Now, some people think the members of the GOP caucus aren't interested in anything logical. They just want to see the world burn, as Alfred Pennyworth put it in The Dark Knight. But I see a method in the madness. A week ago, Donald Trump posted a comment saying that a government shutdown, quote, is the last chance to defund these political prosecutions against me and other patriots. You get it? To delay justice, Donald Trump would cut off paychecks to a couple million service members and federal workers and furlough more than 1 million workers and pay them later for having not worked. They would halt food assistance to millions of moms and kids and keep NIH in my district from enrolling any more patients in life and death clinical research trials. Trump's convinced that if we shut the government down, his 4 criminal prosecutions on 91 different felony and misdemeanor charges will be defunded and delayed long enough to keep him from having to go before a jury of his peers before the 2024 election. And like flying monkeys on a mission for the Wicked Witch of the West, Trump's followers in the House now carry his messages out to the world. Shut down the government, shut down the prosecutions. But the cult master has another command for his followers, which brings us here today. On August 27th, he posted this edict: either impeach the bum or fade into oblivion. They did it to us. Of course, the standard for impeachment is not whether they did it to us, but whether the president committed treason or bribery or other high crimes and misdemeanors. But the Constitution's irrelevant to them. What counts is what Donald Trump wants. As Republican Representative Ken Buck, a Freedom Caucus member, told CNN the other day, President Trump has gone on his social media account and said we should be impeaching President Biden. Kevin McCarthy said we have an impeachment inquiry. You draw the conclusion, directly or indirectly, this impeachment inquiry was a result of President Trump's pressure. So we move from a Trump-ordered government shutdown to a Trump-ordered impeachment process, and yet back in the reality-based world, the majority sits completely empty-handed with no evidence of any presidential wrongdoing, no smoking gun, no smoke. In fact, we have had to slide awkwardly into a House impeachment process without the benefit of the floor vote that Speaker McCarthy insisted was absolutely imperative and necessary when Donald Trump was impeached. In fact, they went to the Department of Justice and they got an OLC opinion saying, quote, no committee may undertake the momentous move from legislative oversight to impeachment without the delegation by the full House of such authority. OLC opinion, January 19th, 2020. And that's why the House voted in the case of Donald Trump, but that's exactly what has not happened here because they don't have the votes, because dozens of Republicans recognize what a futile and absurd process this is. Now, the title of the hearing is The Basis for an Impeachment Inquiry of President Joseph Biden. And yet, they present us no basis at all today, even after 8 months of investigation. They've invited 3 witnesses to testify. Not one of them is an eyewitness to a presidential crime of any kind. Not one of them is a direct fact witness about any of the events related to Ukraine and Burisma. Not one of them has participated in the 8 months of investigation in which our distinguished chairman has publicly boasted that he received 100% of everything he asked for. And I quote, "Every subpoena that I've signed as chairman of the House Oversight Committee over the last 5 months, we've gotten 100% of what we've requested, whether it's with the FBI, with the banks, or with Treasury." That means we are the real witnesses here. In fact, the committee has received 12,000 pages of bank records. Here they are, right in front of us, printed double-sided. And not a single page shows a dime going to President Joe Biden. We've received 2,000 pages of SARS reports the chairman subpoenaed. We've held hearings and conducted interviews with everybody from Hunter Biden's business partners to a federal agent assigned to that investigation, and still we found no evidence of wrongdoing by President Biden. If the Republicans had a smoking gun or even a dripping water pistol, they would be presenting it today, but they've got nothing on Joe Biden. All they can do is return to the thoroughly demolished lie that Rudy Giuliani and Donald Trump launched 5 years ago, the Burisma conspiracy theory, a fairy tale so preposterous that one of its main authors, Lev Parnas, has now disowned and repudiated it. This is the theory that Vice President Biden, global anti-corruption groups, and most Western governments targeted Ukraine Prosecutor General Shokin for removal because he was threatening the Burisma Corporation, whose board Hunter Biden served on. Trump synthesized the lie in his August 27th post about President Biden, saying, look, the guy got bribed. He paid people off, and he wouldn't give $1 billion to Ukraine unless they, quote, got rid of the prosecutor. Trump's story is the opposite of the truth. When Biden was VP, he worked as a key player in the Obama administration and global community's efforts to combat corruption in Ukraine. In late 2015, as part of a coordinated global effort, Biden called for the removal of Viktor Shokin, a corrupt Ukrainian prosecutor general who did nothing about corruption in Ukraine other than to participate in it, rather than assist British authorities who were actually investigating Burisma and its owner. Shokin consistently frustrated their efforts. The leadership provided by Biden was part of a broad bipartisan campaign to oppose corruption in Ukraine. In early 2016, Republican senators Ron Johnson, Rob Portman, and Mark Kirk wrote to the Ukrainian president assailing corruption in his country and urging him, quote, to press ahead with urgent reforms to the prosecutor general's office. Yet years later, in 2018, as President Trump saw Biden as a strong rival in the 2020 election, he worked with Giuliani to twist all the facts around and to suddenly accuse Biden of corruption in calling for the dismissal of a corrupt prosecutor. A few months ago, Chairman Comer and the committee received an insider's account of the plan to concoct and spread this lie from an extraordinary letter sent to us by Lev Parnas, who was Rudy Giuliani's right hand.
All right, we are going to take a quick break here on Live Now from Fox. When we come back, we'll have a live report coming up in just a couple minutes. Stick with us. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Giacomo Luca. Thanks so much for joining us. Time now 7:48 here on the East Coast, 4:48 over on the West Coast. We do want to get out to the New York City area after we're learning of this news today. Nearly $1.5 million of fentanyl being seized in the Bronx, just blocks away from that daycare where a 1-year-old died. Let's turn now to Fox 5 New York's Briella Tomasetti on the ground live for us with the latest on this. Good morning, Briella.
Giacomo, good morning to you. And as most of us know, the opioid epidemic is pretty much spiraling out of control here in the United States. Prosecutors say that Juan Gabriel Herrera Vargas lugged backpacks full of pounds and pounds of fentanyl into the subway station, on the subway, up and down these Bronx sidewalks, and ultimately back to this apartment building. That's where most of the drug operation was happening. A building, by the way, filled with families, children, and the elderly. It's hard for the average person to even comprehend everything that was found inside.
Fentanyl is everywhere and everything.
The opioid crisis in New York City has reached historic levels, and the video you're looking at proves it. A joint task force seized more than 40 pounds of suspected fentanyl from this home in the Bronx. They recovered 6 pounds of loose powder, 10,000 baggies, grinders, scales, stamps, and rubber bands, all littered across 2 bedrooms, sitting in plain sight atop desks, dressers, and glass tables. A security camera constantly monitored the Heath Avenue apartment, while black trash bags taped to the windows helped to hide the massive drug mill in plain sight.
80% of the drug poisonings that occurred last year were related to fentanyl.
The bust, facilitated on Tuesday night and announced by the DEA yesterday, yielded a drug seizure worth $1.5 million. It was all found about a half-mile away from the Divino Niño daycare, where 1-year-old Nicholas Dominici died, and 3 other children were taken to the hospital as a result of accidental fentanyl poisoning.
The cartels are synthesizing fentanyl in laboratories in Mexico into fentanyl powder and fentanyl pills that are flowing into the United States.
Here's how the drug raid went down. Members of the DEA, NYPD, New York State Police, and special narcotics prosecutors were doing surveillance late Tuesday afternoon when they observed Juan Gabriel Herrera Vargas carrying a small black bag to the Kingsbridge Road subway station. A little over an hour later, he returned and walked towards the apartment building with the black and tan rolling suitcase. When agents identified themselves to Herrera Vargas, he showed them his ID and ran off, leaving the suitcase behind. Inside, agents found 13 bricks of suspected fentanyl. Later that night, Herrera Vargas exited the apartment, this time with a blue rolling suitcase with a red stripe down the middle. Agents arrested him and seized about 50,000 baggies from inside that suitcase. The arrest gave them the go-ahead to search the home.
We're talking about 40 pounds of fentanyl taken off from New York City streets to equate to almost 1 million potential lethal doses.
Herrera Vargas was arraigned yesterday and charged with criminal possession of a controlled substance, operating as a major trafficker, and criminally using drug paraphernalia. Agents may have taken down one drug trafficker, but say the grim reality is there are many more out there.
So our mission right now is to understand who those organizations are and who's responsible for them and who's doing the work, that we can now target those people and take them off and hold them accountable.
Yeah, and as a response to all of these incidents, Mayor Adams will convene a fentanyl summit next week. And just to inform you about truly how dangerous fentanyl is, it is 100 times more potent than morphine, and an amount that's ingested less than the weight of a grain of rice can kill you. So it's certainly important to get to the bottom of where these drugs are coming from here in New York City and across the United States. Giacomo, will send it back to you.
All right, Briella Tomasetti there on the ground following this story, talking about very dangerous stuff there and what a tragic incident New York City and the Bronx dealing with this week. Thanks so much, Briella. All right, folks, the time now 7:53 on the East Coast. Heading out to a quick commercial break. When we come back, my colleague Dianne Feinstein taking over the hot seat for you to bring you all the latest live events, breaking news, and top stories. We'll be back in just a couple minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Giacomo Luca. Thanks for joining us. It's 7:56 on the East Coast, 4:56 over on the West Coast. We have been following for you over the last day that impeachment inquiry hearing into President Joe Biden. Officials speaking just yesterday in 6 hours of testimony. The White House dismisses the claims, as well as a number of Democratic members, but House Republicans are trying to put together pieces to potentially find incriminating evidence that could lead to an impeachment of the current president. We're going to pop up the audio and listen in raw and unfiltered.
That Shokin was engaged in an investigation of Burisma, or that Joe Biden's role in his firing was in any way connected to Burisma. He continued, what's missing despite years of investigation is the smoking gun that connects Joe Biden to his never-do-well son's corruption. It's scandalous to use impeachment to establish a counterfeit moral equivalence between President Biden, an honorable public servant who has never been indicted or convicted of anything in his career of more than 50 years in public life, and Donald Trump, a twice-impeached president who's recently been found in court to have sexually abused and defamed a woman and fraudulently inflated the value of his real estate properties while facing 91 criminal charges in 4 separate indictments on everything from conspiring to overthrow an election and defraud the American people, to making criminal hush money payoffs, to stealing classified government documents and hiding them while obstructing justice. Impeachment is the people's final weapon of constitutional self-defense against a president who behaves like a king and violates the public trust by committing treason, bribery, or other high crimes and misdemeanors equivalent to them. It is reserved for extraordinary public offenses like inciting a violent insurrection against the American government and trying to overthrow our presidential election. That offense in 2021, whose related crimes have resulted in hundreds of criminal convictions and hundreds more being prosecuted, led to Donald Trump's second impeachment in the House on a massive bipartisan vote of 232 to 197 and a similarly lopsided bipartisan vote of 57 to 43 in the Senate. I wonder how many of my esteemed Republican colleagues here, who all voted against impeaching Donald Trump if they were in the House at that point, can reconcile their votes against impeaching Trump for the grave crime of inciting a violent insurrection against the government with their calls supporting impeachment of Joe Biden for allegedly committing a high crime and misdemeanor that has not even been defined yet, much less proven. Mr. Chairman, if this dysfunction caucus is going to insist on going forward, we must receive the testimony of Rudy Giuliani and Lev Parnas, the insiders who know the origins of the lie upon which this sham impeachment is based and who work to spread it. We know that Mr. Parnas is ready and willing to testify, and as a former U.S. attorney and mayor, Mr. Giuliani will surely agree to enlighten us on everything. Pursuant to Clause 2K6 of Rule 11, I move that the committee subpoena Rudy Giuliani and Lev Parnas to come and testify in these hearings. And I would like to ask for a vote on that, or debate, as you would please, Mr. Chairman.
He made a motion to subpoena.
Are they going to table it? I didn't hear a motion to table.
Motion, yeah. Mr. Chairman. Chair recognizes Mr. Jordan.
I move to table the motion.
There's a motion to table Mr. Raskin's motion. Is there a second?
I'd like to ask for a recorded vote on that, Mr. Chairman. This is on the subpoena of the 2 key figures, Rudy Giuliani and Lev Parnas.
Key figures for what?
But in your theory about why President Biden should be impeached, I think
this is going to be an informative hearing for you, Mr. Raskins, because we were going to present evidence.
What evidence? There's no evidence witnesses. There are no fact witnesses.
Sit back and let the American people see the hearing and let the American people decide.
All right.
Now look, you've gone over your time. We're going to have a. We're going to go by the rules here.
Okay.
Okay.
Motion.
And I'm glad you brought the box of bank statements. If we had a box of all the foreign money the Bidens took, it would have reached to the ceiling.
Yeah.
So let's just have
point of parliamentary inquiry.
No, listen. Everybody's going to get 5 minutes. I'm going to present the witnesses. Everyone's going to get a chance. 5 minutes. I'll let the ranking member go way over time in his opening statement, but we are going to abide by the 5 minutes.
There's a motion to table on the floor.
There's a motion on the floor.
Motion on the floor.
Roll call.
There's a non-debatable motion on the floor.
Clerk will call the roll.
On the motion to table. Right. Will the clerk, we don't even have a clerk. Okay. Will the clerk get prepared for the roll call? Mr. Raskins made a motion, and then Mr. Jordan made a motion to table, and it was seconded. So the vote will now be on the motion to table Mr. Raskins' motion to subpoena Rudy Giuliani.
And Lev Parnas.
And Les Parnas. All right. Will the clerk take the roll?
If you're just now tuning into Live Now from Fox, on your screen in Washington, D.C., you're watching Raw and Unfiltered, the Biden impeachment inquiry probe that happened on Capitol Hill. We continue to follow on the right side of your screen the government shutdown as it looms. A live shot there of the U.S. Capitol. And then coming up at 10 a.m. Eastern Time, we're supposed to get another announcement from the president of the UAW as they make an announcement on that UAW strike. I'm Jeanne Francine. It's 2 minutes after the top of the hour, 8:02 on the East Coast, 5:02 on the West Coast. We made it to Friday, you all. It is September 29th. Good morning to you. I always appreciate you waking up with us here on Live Now from Fox. But right now, let's get back to our live events that we are following. Raw and Unfiltered, you are watching that Biden impeachment inquiry. It's continuing on, so I'm going to bring that up for you now, Raw and Unfiltered.
For years, President Biden has lied to the American people about his knowledge of and participation in his family's corrupt business schemes. At least 10 times, Joe Biden lied to the American people that he never spoke to his family about their business dealings. He lied by telling the American people that there was an absolute wall between his official government duties and his personal life. Let's be clear, there was no wall. The door was wide open to those who purchased what a business associate described as the Biden brand. Evidence reveals that then Vice President Joe Biden spoke, dined, and developed relationships with his family's foreign business targets. These business targets include foreign oligarchs who sent millions of dollars to his family. It also includes a Chinese national who wired $250,000 to his son. Joe Biden also lied to the American people about his family making money in China. He continued to lie about it even when the House Oversight Committee uncovered bank wires, revealing how the Bidens received millions from Chinese companies with significant ties to Chinese intelligence and the Chinese Communist Party. Just this week, we uncovered 2 additional wires sent to Hunter Biden that originated in Beijing from Chinese nationals. This happened when Joe Biden was running for president of the United States, and Joe Biden's home is listed as the beneficiary address. To date, the House Oversight Committee has uncovered how the Bidens and their associates created over 20 shell companies, most of which were created when Joe Biden was vice president, and raked in over $20 million between 2014 and 2019. We've also identified 9 Biden family members who have participated in or benefited from these shady business schemes. Now, what were the Bidens selling to make all this money? Joe Biden himself. Joe Biden is the brand, and Joe Biden showed up at least 24 times with business targets and associates sending signals of access, influence, and power to those prepared to pay for it. The American people demand accountability for this culture of corruption. They demand to know how these schemes have compromised President Biden and threatened our national security. They demand safeguards to be put in place to prevent public officials from selling access to their public office for private gain. Under the leadership of Speaker Kevin McCarthy, House Republicans have now opened an impeachment inquiry into President Joe Biden. By opening an impeachment inquiry, our investigation is now focused on whether President Biden engaged in impeachable offenses under the U.S. Constitution. It empowers Congress, elected by the people, to continue providing the answers, transparency, and accountability that the American people demand and deserve. In recent history, Democrats inflicted much damage on the credibility of congressional investigations by peddling the Russian collusion hoax. But this committee, under this majority, will not pursue such witch hunts based on manufactured allegations, innuendo, and no real evidence. Today, the House Oversight Committee will examine over 24 pieces of evidence revealing Joe Biden's corruption and abuse of public office. This includes emails, text messages, bank records, and testimony of Biden business associates. We will hear from legal and financial experts about this evidence and crimes that may have been committed as Joe Biden was sold around the world. The House Oversight Committee, along with the committees on the Judiciary and Ways and Means, will continue to follow the money and the evidence to provide accountability so that Americans know their public offices are not for sale. I now yield to Jason Smith, the chairman of the House Ways and Means Committee, for his opening statement.
Thank you, Chairman Comer. Yesterday, the Ways and Means Committee released new documents showing President Biden was not just aware of his son's business dealings, but he was connected to them. In a newly released message to a Chinese business executive, Hunter Biden mentions preserving the, quote, keys to my family's only asset. That asset, Joe Biden. New evidence released in response to questions raised by members of the committee on both sides when Gary Shapley and Joseph Ziegler, the two IRS whistleblowers, testified in July, paints a disturbing picture of a revolving door between Joe Biden's office and Hunter Biden's business partners. According to a worksheet provided by IRS whistleblower Ziegler, then Vice President Biden's April 2014 official visit to Ukraine occurred only days after a series of White House meetings with Hunter Biden and his business associates regarding Ukraine. Shortly after Joe Biden returned stateside, the Ukrainian company Burisma announced Hunter Biden's appointment to its board. New evidence provided shows Hunter Biden using his father's position to gain favor with billionaire Miguel Alemán, including having Joe Biden host them at the White House in February of 2014 at the vice president's residence alongside Mexican billionaire Carlos Slim in November of 2015. And then in 2016, using Air Force Two to shuttle Hunter Biden and his business associate to Mexico City. Whether it was lunches, phone calls, White House meetings, or official foreign trips, Hunter Biden cashed in by arranging access to Joe Biden, the family brand. The Biden family and their associates received millions in payments from foreign sources, including from Russia, China, Ukraine, Romania. In one email, Hunter Biden even bragged that he cut a deal for $10 million from just one company for, quote, introductions alone. And yet the DOJ wanted to keep the spotlight as far from Joe Biden as possible. One of the items we released yesterday was an IRS interview with James Biden, the president's brother, in September of 2022. The agency was barred in the interview from asking him about Joe Biden and about whether Joe Biden was involved in Hunter Biden's deal with a Chinese energy company. And when Hunter Biden had his tax liability of over $2 million mysteriously paid for by a Democrat Party donor named Kevin Morris, who he barely knew, something IRS investigators saw as a possible campaign finance violation, Assistant U.S. Attorney Leslie Wolf said she did not want any of the agents to look into the allegation. On the board are notes Agent Shapley took from that meeting. He notes that Wolf told investigators that she was not, quote, personally interested in pursuing it. This is the same attorney Wolf who, in an email we released yesterday, responded to IRS investigators seeking approval.
If you're just now tuning into Live Now from Fox, raw and unfiltered on your screen in Washington, D.C., you're watching the Biden impeachment inquiry probe on Capitol Hill. On the right side, we're following some of our top stories of the day. That government shutdown continues to loom, and a beautiful shot there of the U.S. Capitol this morning. And then coming up at 10 a.m. Eastern Time, Sean, the UAW president, is expected to give a UAW strike announcement. Of course, we will be following that here on Live Now from Fox. Looking at the feeds coming through our studio right now, we do have a live event coming through. There it is, raw and unfiltered on your screen, as well as live. You're taking a live look at the House Rules Committee. The House Rules Committee meeting to provide further consideration of House Rules 5525. That's the Continuing Appropriations and Border Security Enhancement Act. Let's listen in now, live, raw, and unfiltered.
Again, I think the American people understand that when a group of members on your side of the aisle, and I counted you among them, at least I suppose, again, maybe you changed your tune the last couple of days, but make very clear that they would like to cut these vital programs and create a vehicle through this so-called debt commission to achieve it. The fact that you might change your view today does nothing to change the underlying facts or the reality for the American people and what this commission would ultimately accomplish. Look, I'll just say more broadly, I support the ranking member's amendment, but I can remember a day 8, 9 months ago when I was told by my friends on the other side of the aisle that there was a new day in Washington. The days of backroom deals with leadership crafting large bills or CRs or what have you, and then bringing them to this committee in the dead of night, posting them. What time was this posted? I don't know, midnight, 1 o'clock last night, and then telling your members that they're all expected to vote the same day on the text of that bill. I thought those days were done. That's what I heard from my colleague from Kentucky and from Texas. Well, I don't understand. I spent days on the floor listening to theatrical speeches about the new norms in Washington, D.C., the fight against the establishment. Lo and behold, I wake up and the very people claiming that those days were done are now the people who are engaging in it. This is regular order? This is the regular order that you spoke of? These are the reforms you spoke of? CRs posted in the dead of night, telling 435 members, get ready, you're going to vote on it in a few hours? Man, I am surprised and disappointed, to say nothing, of course, of the substance of this bill, which Ranking Member McGovern articulated well. The House Republican Conference has been, as I said in prior meetings, engineering a government shutdown for weeks. And apparently, they're getting their wish, because this CR, in effect, is a shutdown of the government. I don't know what else you call defunding the FBI and the DEA. What do you call that? What do you call cuts that literally will mean there are less FBI agents, DEA agents, state and local officer cuts by virtue of the grant programs and partnerships that exist between the Department of Justice and our local law enforcement officers? What else do you call that? What else do you call a 57% cut to wildland firefighter suppression? What do you call that? In the wake of Maui and devastating wildfires across the Rocky Mountain West in my state, in Colorado, we've got a bipartisan coalition where we've been trying to fight to increase wildland fire suppression. I guess I'm gonna have to go find these colleagues that I was working with and ask them why they've decided to abandon that effort and vote for these draconian cuts. The final thing I will say, and I want to yield to my colleague from Pennsylvania, but I understand for some of my colleagues, this is purely ideological. They believe, I take Mr. Norman, with respect to his description of government and how he sees it, at his word. He has said he wants to slash spending, right? You've said that. That's not more as a broad principle, right? And that's what you intend to do in this bill. What surprises me are the members in your caucus, so-called moderates, people who claim that they're here for the good of the order, they're going to work across party lines, that they don't want to see any of these terrible consequences happen, and then yet go straight to the floor and vote in favor of it. That's what surprises me. All these members for weeks on TV, members of your conference, calling your conference the clown show and all the rest. These, I mean, these are not my words. These are their words. And then what do? In an hour and a half, they'll march to the floor and vote for a rule that cuts funding for FBI agents and DEA agents and wildland fire suppression and God knows what else that you put in this CR that you published 8 hours ago. That's what they'll do. It's what we've grown and come accustomed to expect. But I can tell you the American people are watching, and they don't like what they're seeing. So with that, I'll yield to my colleague from Pennsylvania.
Thank you. Just with respect to this debt commission or whatever it's called, if it were actually to come into being, like everything else that the House majority has proposed, it focuses only on cutting vital services to the American people because you are so unwilling to address the fact that we need more revenue and that the Trump tax cuts had a devastating impact on our national debt, adding trillions to the national debt. So, if you're serious about a debt commission, then let's start with the fact that you're creating the crisis that you're now claiming to solve on the backs of the American people, on the backs of children who aren't going to have teachers because of 80% cuts to Title I. After all the whining we've heard across the aisle about the impact of shutdowns on kids, now you're going to cut funding for their schools. You're going to cut funding for their school lunches. You're going to cut funding for SNAP and WIC. You're going to force people in D.C., you're going to force the Capitol Police to work without pay. You're going to force TSA and all these government servants who aren't furloughed to work without pay. So I hope you're proud of yourselves. The preening and posturing that we have seen for the last 2 weeks is really hard to take. I think you all deserve a big timeout. I hope you get one. And, obviously I'm going to support the ranking member's amendment, and I yield back to Mr. Neguse.
And I yield back.
Thank you very much. Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to point out, this language on the CR has been out for, I believe, 2 weeks now. We actually had a hearing on it. There's been very slight changes. The one change that was made that we talked about is the commission. And the commission is to strengthen and secure these programs so they're around for future generations. It's not to dismantle these programs, quite the opposite. And just a point of hypocrisy, I've heard for days and weeks now throughout this process that we need to be bipartisan, that we need to reach across the aisle. Here in this rule calls for a commission that dictates it has to be bipartisan. So I would ask who's being partisan, not voting for a rule calling for a bipartisan commission. With that, I yield back.
Mr. Chairman? Gentleman's recognized.
Yeah, and again, I have great respect for the gentleman from Pennsylvania, but he said there's only one minor change in this bill. That's not correct. That's not correct. I mean, there are deeper cuts in this bill. That's a huge change. I mean, there are other things in this bill that were not in the CR that we talked about before. So I think if the gentleman thinks there's only one.
If you're just now tuning into Live Now from Fox, you are watching Live, Raw, and Unfiltered as the House Rules Committee is meeting, talking about several things, which includes House Rules 5525. That's the Continuing Appropriations and Border Security Enhancements Act. A lot going on your screen, but we have to go to our first commercial break of the hour. It's 8:19 on the East Coast, 5:19 on the West Coast. Good morning to you all and happy Friday. Going to this quick 2-minute commercial break, then when we come back, as you all know, getting right back into those live events and top stories. I'm Jeanne Francine. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine. Let's get into some of our top stories of the day. A judge to announce today whether he will impose a life sentence on Ethan Crumbley. That's the teenager who killed 4 students at his Michigan high school. Joining us this morning to break all of this down is Michael Brown. He's a criminal defense attorney and former prosecutor. Michael, good morning to you. Thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox.
Good morning. How are you? Thanks for having me.
I'm doing well. Thanks for asking. So for those that are unfamiliar with this case, could you briefly break down this Ethan Crumbley case? How do we get to this point?
So Ethan Crumbley, 15 years old at the time, a student in his high school, goes into his high school with weapons, ends up killing 4 other students, injuring numerous others. This is an interesting case because the school had a lot of protocols that were in effect based on the history in our nation, and they were able to save a lot of lives. But at the end of the day, 4 students were killed and numerous people were injured. And what happened was initially the defense was going to try for an insanity defense, and at the last minute they ended up pleading guilty to all of the charges, and now we're left with an issue of sentencing, and that's where the court is at this point in time.
All right, Michael, thank you for that breakdown. So one thing that's raising some eyebrows this morning, one thing that's causing some confusion, he was 15 at the time when he committed these murders. How can a life sentence be involved if he was a minor at that time?
So most states in our country, they can treat the individual as an adult, and they can try him as an adult. And if that's the case, then they're viewed as an adult in terms of sentencing. But in terms of what is going on at this point in time, the Supreme Court in 2012 came out with a decision called Miller versus Alabama. So the courts engage in this type of Miller hearing. That was a case where a 14-year-old Evan Miller ends up beating viciously Cole Cannon, who was the victim, then lights the trailer on fire. And the Alabama sentencing court imposed a life without parole sentence. That went all the way up to the Supreme Court. It was declared unconstitutional based on the 8th and 14th Amendment in the sense that it was cruel and unusual punishment. But keep in mind, it wasn't the imposition of the sentence of life without parole, but rather that it was a mandatory sentencing. So because the court struck that down, the judge has to hold a hearing before he can actually impose life without parole.
That hearing expected to happen at 9 o'clock Eastern time. For those that will be tuning in, we will be bringing to you all those proceedings live, raw, and unfiltered. For those that will be watching what's going on inside of the courtroom, what can they expect to see? Many people don't understand the terminology that happens in courtrooms. So can you break that down for us?
Sure. So for the last month or so, they've had hearings. I think they had 4 hearings, 4 dates, where there was evidence presented before the judge, evidence of mitigation by the defense, and the prosecution goes the other way. The ultimate issue is this irreparable corruption. So what the Supreme Court said in that decision back in 2012, in order to, because we're treating kids differently than adults, in order to impose a life without parole sentence, the ultimate issue is this individual have irreparable corruption? He can't be helped. He's going to be a danger to society, and there's really no chance of rehabilitation. So that's the ultimate issue. And the court looks at several factors, including family history, any depression, mental illness, the facts of the particular case, whether or not the individual actually appreciated right from wrong at his age. So a lot of different factors go into play. And the court has held these hearings, like I said, over the last 3 or 4 court appearances. And I believe this morning it's on for the court's decision whether or not the court will consider life without parole.
Michael, you raise a great point. You mentioned family history. His parents are also at the center of this case for allegedly buying him the firearm that he used when he committed those murders. Kind of talk about that. Do you think that's going to play a key role today?
It is in the court's decision, and I'll say why, and it's a great question. The parents were indicted and charged with involuntary manslaughter because the prosecution, the same prosecuting office, alleges that the parents ignored signs of mental illness, ignored his cries for help, and provided him with the weapon. And then on the flip side is, during these hearings, the prosecution attempted to argue that the defendant had no mental illness. So you can't have it both ways. And the defense attorneys aptly pointed out that the prosecution in this case, in one sense, against the parents, are arguing a totally different theory. and then they're trying to negate that on the sentencing aspect for Crumbley. So that's something that definitely comes into play, and ultimately it's up to the judge in this case.
And for those that don't understand what life without parole means, what does this mean for him? Some thinking this means, oh, a death sentence. Some thinking this means, oh, he's just in jail for the rest of his life. Can he get more than one charge of life without parole? How does all of this work?
It really means, it actually means what it says, which is life without parole. Basically, the individual is going to spend the remaining portion of his or her life in custody, in a jail, without the possibility of parole. Other states where there is an indeterminate sentence, where you can have, for instance, in New York, the maximum sentence on this type of case would be 25 years to life. So in that instance, you would have to serve a minimum of 25 years, and then you come up before the parole board periodically. Doesn't mean you're going to get released, but you have the opportunity to argue your case before a parole board. When you have life without parole, game's over. You're going to die in a state correctional facility.
Michael Brown, criminal defense attorney as well as a former prosecutor. Thank you so much for waking up early and joining us here on Live Now from Fox. Is there anything else you'd like to add as it relates to this case?
No, it's definitely an interesting case. The hearings were very interesting, and I'm looking forward to hearing what the judge has to say.
All right, Michael, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now, and I'm sure this won't be the last time we speak with you. Of course, possibly speaking with you again to get an update after the judge renders down that sentencing.
All right, thanks for having me.
All right. The time now 8:28 on the East Coast, 5:28 on the West Coast. I'm Dianne Feinstein. We made it to Friday, y'all. It is Friday, September 29th. Let's go ahead and go to our second commercial break of the hour, and when we come back, getting right back into your live events, top stories, and headlines. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Dianne Feinstein. We continue to have live feeds coming through our studios right now. They're on your screen, live, raw, and unfiltered. The House Rules Committee meeting. They're discussing several things, which includes House Rules 5525. That's the Continuing Appropriations and Border Security Enhancement Act. Let's listen in now, live, raw, and unfiltered.
We are going to cut 30% of what you're doing, 30% of your people working in making things, it doesn't work. You know, and in rural America, time and time again, I asked it on this, you know, I asked the chair as he was sitting, how come we're not prioritizing, how come we're not prioritizing rural America? We have to prioritize, and you are not prioritizing rural America. Department of Agriculture in my New Mexico alone, my beautiful, beautiful New Mexico and those gorgeous rural areas, $51 million. Shutdown impacts. These shutdown impacts are just huge.
The gentleman to yield for unanimous
Please.
consent request. I want to ask unanimous consent to insert in the record a political article that just appeared today entitled "WIC Rural Support Programs Will Be First to Feel the Pain as Clock Clicks Down to Shutdown." Thank you.
Without objection.
The first to feel the pain. The first to feel the pain are those who are working, those who are living in the places that give us our food, in the places that give us our identity as America. The first to feel the pain, those living in rural America. That is where the Republicans are headed. And it's just Head Start. Head Start, cutting Head Start. I'm a Head Start baby. I love Head Start. But besides the fact that it's my alma mater, it makes a difference in the future. So when you cut Head Start, when you cut Title I funding, you are cutting America's future. You are refusing to invest in our future, to protect the wealthy, to protect the corporations, because you don't ever talk about what are we going to do in terms of raise taxes. You talk about continuing the Trump tax cuts, which led us so much into this fiscal problem that you have created. I urge my colleagues, and I know those of us on that side of the aisle will vote against this CR because we really do hold dear the American people, and we respect the employees who work to keep our food safe, who work to keep the planes up in the air, who work to educate our children, who work to protect us. Law enforcement and tribal nations, the cuts to that we're going to see in this, we already have a pandemic of missing and murdered women, indigenous women, and we're going to add to that with these kinds of cuts. The list goes on, and with that, Mr. Chairman, a very saddened member of this committee, when I think of the communities that will be hurt, yields back.
Thank you very much. Before I move to my friend from Minnesota, I think who had... Nope. Okay. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
I'll just be very, very brief. We've had 30% cuts to all of these programs under this Congress. It's shameless for us to sit here and ignore the effect of inflation on people who have fixed incomes, and people at the lowest end of the socioeconomic spectrum have seen 30% cuts in the last 4 years due to inflation. So it seems somewhat lacking in situational awareness for us to sit here and not understand the impact that all of the spending has had on Americans, every American.
Would the gentleman yield?
No, I will not. And I'm going to leave it at that. I mean, and I'll implicate our former president and our current president for this. But mostly, I want to implicate this body, Congress, for spending far more than we bring in and then directing the Federal Reserve to print money. And it has caused pain among everybody.
If you're just now tuning into Live Now from Fox, you're watching the House Rules Committee, live, raw, and unfiltered, as they discuss border security. I do see a shot coming through our studios now, live, raw, and unfiltered. There on your screen, the Take Care of Maya trial underway. This is video we have yet to see come through our studio. It's showing what she dealt with while she was in the hospital. I will say viewer discretion is advised as you watch this. Some of the images and even the audio might be hard to watch. If you're unfamiliar with this case, Take Care of Maya trial is all about the family of Maya Kowalski. They're suing Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital over the treatment of Maya. You see her there in the hospital on your screen when she was only 10 years old. And they're also suing of Maya's mother taking her own life. Let's listen in live, raw, and unfiltered.
We are almost here. Well, okay. I can make it. I can make it. All right. We can make it. Let's go, Lefty. Come on, Lefty. Come on. Come on. Come on, Lefty, just go forward, go forward. Okay, pick it up. Good. That straightened on your own. That was good. Can you press up a little bit for me?
It's like
Giddy up, pussy. Go. There you go. Come on, ready?
That's how much fun that is.
Come on, you're doing it. Toes forward. Toes forward. There you go. All right. Come on, Lefty.
I think that's pretty much it, Judge. I mean,
is that pretty much the?
Yeah, pretty much it. Yeah.
Okay, let's go ahead and stop it. Ms. Quarles, what's the objection?
It was hearsay, Judge.
I don't think those statements are being used for to prove the truth of the matter asserted.
Understood.
I'm going to overrule the objection. The audio will be able to come in.
And then we also have, Judge, 2694, which I don't, since the defendants have used it in there, well, you're not objecting to that. That's why
Well, Judge, they added it this morning. I haven't had a chance to we hadn't had a chance to discuss it. They added the last one this morning. So
it's only, how long is it? A minute?
2694 is 1 minute.
We can show you.
What is it? How long is it?
1 minute.
Let's just play it.
Yes, sir.
Hi, Megan. This is Maya, and I have RSD. I'm unable to walk, and when I hear your songs, it makes me feel better when I'm dancing. So here you go. Ready? Don't think about it, just move your body. Listen to the music, sing oh and oh. Just move those left feet, go ahead, be crazy. Anyone can do it, sing oh and oh. Show the world you got that fire. Feel the rhythm get alive. Show the world what you can do. Prove to them you got the moves. I don't know about you, but I feel better when I'm dancing. Yeah, yeah. I'm better when I'm dancing. Yeah.
That's it.
What's the date, Kelly? 2016.
7/28/16.
we don't object to the video. Except for the beginning little comment.
Is that really?
Well, how is this going to be? What are you doing? What witness is this video with, and how's it going to?
It will be through one of the neurologists who treated her around this time, and will testify that effectively her behavior here is consistent with the progress he noted in his office and his physical therapist noted.
And also, we'll probably put it in first with the first witness, Melissa Higgins, who is the physical therapist that took over right at this point.
That's not.
But how about the comments at the beginning that is a shout out to somebody else?
Yeah. Hang on. You know what? I'll withdraw it at this point. But is that what you all want? I'll withdraw it 2694.
Yeah. And there are a couple others. What are the other issues?
All right, we've got, let's see, 2781 screen, no objection, sorry.
Judge, I don't know what the audio is on 2660. I just couldn't get it on my computer.
Let's put a 2660. How long is that one?
30 seconds, it says. I just don't know if there's audio.
Let's just play it, please.
Oh, nice.
That's fine.
Nice job.
Objection on that one.
The other two are Meg Boland texts and communications with Beata Kowalski. Facebook messages back and forth.
Let's put up 2781.
Just to remind you.
How many pages is this document?
23.
Well, can you scroll next? How is this? What exceptions are you purporting to use here?
It was, I'm sorry.
It's clearly hearsay.
Yeah, I understand. Hey, would it be all right, because I hadn't really thought through this, I want to cut this down to about 2 or 3 of these that I think are admissible. I can either try to do it right now and get it over, or we can take it up before the witness she'll be the last witness. And probably if Dr. Barr and Dr. Spiegel go as long as we...
What I'm hearing is for 2781, it's a witness in the afternoon.
Yes, sir.
And you want to narrow 2781?
Correct.
Okay, so that's fine. Perhaps at lunchtime you can tell the defense the specific page or pages, and then they can refine their objection. But
I will.
Okay, is that for both 2781 and 2782?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so at this time, am I able to receive the ones that were agreed to?
Yes, and we would move to admit.
Okay.
What is it? 529.
Hold on a second.
3.
Hold on a second. Any objection to the ones that say stipulated here?
No.
Okay, so the court receives 2529-23, -25, -31, -34. The court has received over the defense's objection 2658, and then it seemed like the defense removed the objection, so the court will receive 2660 at this time. What's next?
Your Honor, you're not going to be a fan of me here, but we added one photograph and showed Mr. Shapiro. It's a photograph. It's 2530.
Let's give us the number.
2530-32. If you could throw that up. And one of our witnesses, Dr. Barr, treated her during this time, and looking at the photos that have been admitted to this point, we don't have one contemporaneous with his treatment. So that's the purpose of this photograph.
Judge, our objection would be cumulative. They just put in
I don't see what this photo does other than it's just a picture of a smiling mom and daughter. It doesn't demonstrate, we've got tons of evidence that she was in a wheelchair.
Our position demonstrates her status at the time of his treatment. We don't have
2530-32 is cumulative. What's next?
Do you have any other? I don't. I need to go check and make sure I got a witness.
Are there issues from the defense?
I don't believe so, Your Honor. Any issues?
No.
Don't believe so, Your Honor.
Madam Clerk.
If the plaintiff could produce 2658 and then 2660, so we can mark it, Your Honor.
As soon as she returns, Your Honor, I'll. We'll get it to you, Madam Clerk.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I do have a question. I can wait for Mr. Anderson to go back, but it's to the plaintiff whether, if during the examination of the physical therapist from Tampa General, Ms. Higgins, are you putting in the Tampa General records or no?
If you're just now tuning into Live Now from Fox, on your screen, live, raw, and unfiltered in Venice, Florida, you're watching the Take Care of Maya trial. Some very interesting video and images and even text messages that are being considered by the judge. The attorneys presenting different evidence to be considered once the jury is brought in. We saw a video of, it looked like Maya stumbling inside of the hospital. We saw her dancing on a bed to some music at the age of 8. We do know that she actually went to the hospital hospital at the age of 10. So I'm guessing they were trying to show how she was before she entered into the hospital. And then also we've seen some text message exchanges as well. I did pop up that viewer discretion advised bug just because some of the images and the videos and even the messages are sometimes difficult to watch. A little back history about this case. Back in 2016, at the age of 10, Maya went to the hospital for extreme pain. The hospital held Maya for 3 months because they suspected child abuse. And unfortunately, after 87 days of being separated from her child, Maya's mother took her own life. I'm Dianne Feinstein. The time now 8:47 on the East Coast, 5:47 on the West Coast. Let's go to our third 2-minute commercial break of the hour. And when we come back, getting right back into your live events, top stories, and headlines. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Dianne Feinstein. Let's head back out now, live, raw, and unfiltered, to Venice, Florida for the Take Care of Maya trial. Before the break, we saw some very disturbing video and even some images. This was stuff that the attorneys were presenting to the judge to see if they could be considered as evidence. This is all happening before the jury has even entered the courtroom. Let's listen into the proceedings, live, raw, and unfiltered.
And these are all by Marissa Higgins. And the next ones are 3047-1371 through 1377. And then 347-0052 through 0056.
Okay. Thank you.
So, with that, I think we're okay. I'm prepared, John.
The next topic, the jury was asking yesterday, and I think what they want to do is if we know there are days that we're not going to be here, give them an opportunity, like schedule doctor's appointments and whatnot. In going through the schedule, the only ones that I know are for certain would be the morning of October 18th, and perhaps that's an all-day.
What day of the week is that, Your Honor?
It's a Wednesday.
Judge, I do have my appointment in the afternoon. I could try to move it to the morning.
On the 18th?
On the 18th. They don't like to do it because it's a shorter treatment, and they like to do it in the afternoon.
Well, what?
I'm interested in taking the whole day. By that point, I'll be flying in 2 or 3 doctors, including Eli Newberger. I'm trying to get him earlier, and I told y'all I was going to try to get him earlier. We got some issues, so I could use that day for planning purposes of travel.
18th.
18th of October.
Yes.
We're going to have no time.
I suspect we'll probably be in the defense's case by the 18th of October.
Absolutely, Your Honor.
Yeah. If I can't get him in on time, I would like permission to put him on over. I'm doing everything I can to get him in earlier.
We'll deal with that issue later. Right this second, we're talking about days we know. So it sounds like October 18th, we'll just tell the jury that's the day that they can use to schedule doctor's appointments. And then I know for a fact November 3rd, and I highly suspect November 2nd. Those are the dates that I just know that we have to. But I didn't think of any other dates that were known we can't be here.
Wasn't there something about Friday?
If you're just now tuning into Live Now from Fox, Day 6, live, raw, and unfiltered out in Venice, Florida, as the Take Care of Maya trial continues. I'm Dianne Feinstein. We made it to Friday. It's September 29th. Good morning to you all. Just now tuning in to Live Now from Fox. It's 8:53 on the East Coast, 5:53 on the West Coast. Let's go to our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour, and when we come back, getting right back into your live events, top stories, and headlines. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Dianne Feinstein. The time 8:55 on the East Coast, 5:55 on the West Coast. We do have some breaking news coming through our studios right now. Live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox. The breaking news: Senator Dianne Feinstein dead at the age of 90. This is confirmed from our content partners over at Fox News. California Senator Dianne Feinstein has died, according to Fox News, 90 years old. The longtime senator suffered from extensive health issues for more than a year, leading many to wonder about her fitness for office. Feinstein was present in the Senate on Wednesday and cast a vote at 11:45 a.m. Eastern Time, according to the congressional record. However, she missed 2 votes later in the afternoon. Now, her health is something that is not foreign in the news world. She was briefly hospitalized in California back in August after suffering a fall in her San Francisco home. That's also been confirmed by Fox News. The 90-year-old suffered from extensive health issues for more than a year, as I mentioned a minute ago, which led many to wonder about her fitness to office. Now, she did return to the Senate earlier this summer. There have been multiple instances where she appeared to be confused about what she was doing and what her responsibilities were during the hearings. Even one instance, a hot mic caught the senator appearing confused during a routine Senate committee proceeding when she began reading from her prepared remarks instead of saying "I" during a roll call vote. That's just one instance. In addition to her health woes, Feinstein and her daughter also in a legal battle with the trustees of her late husband's estate. A lot going on with the California senator, but this news coming into Live Now from Fox, live, raw, and unfiltered. Senator Dianne Feinstein on your screen, unfortunately passing away at the age of 90. Of course, as we get more information coming into our studios and from our content partners at Fox News, we will bring that to you live, raw, and unfiltered. Heading to other top stories and news of the day, they're on your screen, live, raw, and unfiltered. Out in Venice, Florida, it is day 6 of the Take Care of Maya trial. Let's continue to listen in, live, raw, and unfiltered.
Zombies.
I feel like, well,
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, Judge, this ship is safe. I appreciate the thought.
Dr. Cantu's coming in on the 4th. So will he be here on the evening of the 3rd, or is he? Okay, so he'll be here the evening of the 3rd, so we will be putting him on the morning of the 4th, which is probably all we would do, I would think, because you'll have extensive costs.
Like I said, this is something you all can talk about over lunch. I am happy to do 2 half days or a full day. We don't have to. We can just do the afternoon of Friday, but I suspect both of you want that time.
I'm really a big fan of Friday afternoons also. I'm a big fan of Fridays.
As am I.
Which is why I love scheduling hearings on Fridays.
Motion calendar.
They're always at 1:30. I mean,
usually 3:30 on a Friday.
I knew what's going on there.
That's the old 13th Circuit motion calendar at 4 o'clock on Fridays.
I don't think it's just the 13th that does that. Anything else? Because it's almost the anointed hour.
Not from the plaintiffs.
Anything from the defense?
No, Your Honor.
Not this time,
Okay. And Madam Clerk, you're okay with the exception of you're waiting on those 2?
We have received them, Your Honor.
You received them?
Yes, Your Honor.
Great. And one thing I was thinking about is when you're receiving these flash drives, are you marking them such that they're, because once they go back to the jury,
There's several on one. I don't know if you want them to separate them or just leave it as
well,
is.
ultimately, if they are all admitted in the complete, then we're okay. But if there is an issue with one,
Then it's separate, Your Honor.
but the whole thing is, what if the jury, if they're not labeled on the physical flash drive, we're going to have to make sure that the jury has them labeled on the flash drive somehow.
Correct, Your Honor. The defense did submitted the thumb drives with the exhibit number on the thumb drive itself, but the
Plaintiffs didn't do that. Well, we'll have to figure out how to get those marks so that when they go back to the jury, they're not messed up. Okay. My intent was to, when I bring in the jury, I'm going to read the instruction that we discussed at the end of the day yesterday, and then just go into the first witness.
I understand.
Anything before we bring the jury in? Let's bring in the jury.
Yes, sir. Jurors entering.
Hey, everyone, please be seated. Good morning.
Good morning.
Happy Friday to you.
Thank you.
Hope you all got enough sugar back there this morning. You're welcome. I want to confirm that while you were away, you did not discuss this case amongst yourselves. You did no investigation. You received no information. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, I just also want to confirm that since you were last with us, that you have not been approached by anyone about this case. Is that correct?
Correct.
And I want to confirm, since you were last with us, that you have not seen any sort of media coverage about this case. Is that correct? Okay. Members of the jury, I'm going to give you a instruction. I'll be doing this from time to time. During opening instructions, I told you that Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital reported suspected child abuse to the Department of Children and Families in good faith, and that the hospital cannot be found liable in this case for having made that report. After that report was made, the Department of Children and Families filed an action against Jack and Beata Kowalski. In that action, the department obtained a court order from the dependency court authorizing the department to take custody of Maya Kowalski on October 13th, 2016 at 2:30 a.m. in the morning. The department's custody of Maya Kowalski was supervised by the dependency court in that case. The dependency court made the decision to keep Maya Kowalski at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital after October 13th, 2016. Only the dependency court was authorized to transfer or release Maya Kowalski from the hospital or to return custody of Maya Kowalski to her parents. You have heard witnesses suggest that Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital, quote, took, end quote, Maya Kowalski from her parents. Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital did not take custody of Maya Kowalski away from her parents on October 13, 2016, and Mr. Kowalski is not making a claim in this lawsuit that the hospital did. However, Mr. Kowalski claims that Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital falsely imprisoned Maya Kowalski on 3 specific occasions. First, he claims that the hospital falsely imprisoned her for a period of time between October 7th, 2016, the first day that Maya Kowalski arrived at the hospital, until October 13th, 2016, when the dependency court's order gave custody to the department. Second, Mr. Kowalski claims that Maya Kowalski was falsely imprisoned between October 18th, 2016 and October 20th, 2016, when the hospital placed her in a room by herself and videotaped her for approximately 48 hours. Third, Mr. Kowalski claims that Maya Kowalski was falsely imprisoned on January 6, 2017, when hospital employees placed Maya Kowalski in a room, removed some of her clothing, and took photographs of her body. Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital denies that it falsely imprisoned Maya Kowalski on those 3 occasions. These 3 false imprisonment claims are not claims about Maya Kowalski's custody and are not impacted by the dependency court's custody order. The plaintiff's claims for medical malpractice or battery are not affected by the dependency court's order. Okay, having given you that instruction, plaintiffs, call your witness, please.
Plaintiffs call Marissa Higgins. Marissa Higgins?
I'm not sure I understand your signals.
I'll raise it later.
Thank you.
Just stand here, face the clerk, and raise your hand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes, sir.
This way.
Good morning.
Those are the folks you're going to want to talk to here.
Hello.
Please state your name for the record.
Marissa Higgins.
And where do you live?
I live in Gainesville, Florida.
And how long have you lived there?
4 years and 4 months.
Where were you born?
Concord, Massachusetts.
Okay. How did you end up in Florida?
My mom moved me down when I was 12 to live closer to my grandmother.
In today's standards, that makes you a native.
Exactly. It's been a long time.
All right. So you went to school down here, and what did you eventually become, profession-wise?
Doctor of Physical Therapy.
Okay. And in this period, well, tell us a little bit about your background, training, and experience then towards achieving your doctorate in physical therapy.
I went to University of Florida for my bachelor's. I majored in applied physiology and kinesiology. During that time, I also played collegiate lacrosse, so I had a very strong pull towards the body and whatnot. In addition to that, I also was very interested in chronic pain and helping patients that had experiences with depression resulting from chronic pain.
Okay. And after that, did you pursue any additional degrees, or?
I received my doctorate of physical therapy, but in addition to that, I have increased specialties. I'm a certified brain injury specialist, a board pediatric specialist, and neonatal touch and massage specialist for premature babies.
Now, I want to take you back, if we can, to the summer of 2016. And at some point, you were Maya Kowalski's physical therapist?
I think it was 2015, yes,
15,
sir.
I'm sorry, 2015. Okay, you know this better than I do. And so I wanted to ask you whether you were the person that made the initial inpatient rehab physical therapy evaluation on July 31st?
I believe that was the date, but yes, I did do her initial evaluation with Maya, and her dad was there as well.
Now, if it would be difficult for you to remember each and every part of this, or would it be difficult for you to remember each and every part of this without seeing it?
I would prefer to see it if possible, but...
Would that refresh your recollection?
Yes, sir.
May I approach you? Or we can put it up, I mean.
Well, if you've got it there, you can just approach.
That's right, I can't put it.
Thank you very much.
Is that the evaluation?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Your Honor, just for the purposes of the record, can you identify what the base number of the date is that you changed?
I know it's 3047. I don't. Can you read on the bottom? It says Exhibit 3047
-1378.
Yes, and then the last page.
The last page says Defense Exhibit 30471384.
Oh, that's right. I was just reminded that we can publish to her and counsel, and that way I will know what I'm talking about.
You can do it by the paper or you can do it electronically, whichever way you want to do it.
Okay. So I want to take you through this a little bit, and we can publish to those that can receive it right now.
Wait a second. Are you showing a document that's in evidence or not in evidence?
This is not in evidence.
Okay. So members, hold on a second. Okay, members of the jury, since the document's not in evidence, I'm turning your screens off. So that's the reason why you're not going to be able to see anything. You can proceed at this point.
So, tell us about the first time you met Maya.
Maya came in and her father was there. I can remember doing the assessment on the therapy mat in our gym. And overall, she presented with significant weakness throughout her, not only her legs, but her upper extremities, her arms as well. Maya had significant discomfort with movement through her knees and ankles. In addition to that, she was very apprehensive in regards to someone else initiating movement due to the significant discomfort.
Now, through this examination, from time to time, the jury will see Maya moving her arms and legs. In terms of CRPS, paralysis is not one of the elements, is it?
No, sir. And
she can move. I'm sorry.
No, I'm sorry.
You.
I was just saying, and it can be very inconsistent, the presentation, just due to the symptoms that are experienced day by day.
And did you observe this throughout the time that you took care of her?
Yes, sir. There were days where she felt much better than other days, and the days that she wasn't feeling well, she really did struggle and experience discomfort during her sessions.
Okay. I'd like to show you what has been marked as Trial Exhibit 2529-035. And this is in evidence, Your Honor.
Is in evidence?
It is in evidence.
Mr. Rice, take down the other document first.
Yes, sir. Just a moment.
Yeah, it says 035252903. I think it's
yeah. Yes.
Okay. Now, when you first saw Maya, this is a photo taken right around that date. Did she appear to be in significant? Well, maybe this was later because she's got the boots on.
That's later.
Did she appear to be in significant pain?
Yes, sir.
And what were the ways, can you tell the jury, you could tell that?
She was 9, so crying, saying that she was in pain. Occasionally, she would writhe in pain. And just the fact that she was limited from doing the activities that a normal 9-year-old would want to participate because she was nervous about experiencing increased discomfort.
So did you observe instances where you would move to touch Maya and she would shrink away or otherwise react?
Yes, sir.
Did she have good days and bad days?
Yes, sir.
Okay, take the jury through, if we can, your initial assessment, what you did, how you did it.
Well, first I wanted to get to know Maya, so I would ask her questions about previous to this exacerbation or the hospitalization, things that she enjoyed. She was very quick to tell me she was going into 4th grade, but it was much more like going into 5th grade because she was in advanced. And she just showed her personality like any other 9-year-old during that. And then from there, I did a range of motion assessment, seeing how much she would let me move her hips, her knees, her ankles, while monitoring her for pain. And then in addition to that, I did a strength assessment of those various muscle groups throughout her hips, knees, ankles, etc. The way that we split up with our therapy in that facility was PTs would typically take a look at the lower body, so legs essentially and trunk, and then OTs would focus on what's more called fine motor skills, so more the hands and the arm movements. So in addition to that, each evaluation with patients at TGH, I would look at their ability to perform mobility. So rolling, sitting, seeing if she could stand, walk, and transfer from an object like a bed to wheelchair, wheelchair to mat, etc. And then just looking at the assessment here, just because it has been 8 years, it looks like she was able to have trace movements through her legs. So if you think of, if you were to go do like a bicep contraction where you feel the muscle, but not necessarily active movement, that was happening around in her ankles, where you could kind of feel the muscles going like they wanted to, but they were inhibited by the discomfort and the pain. And then her some hip movement, like able to move through partial range, but not again.
If you're just now tuning in to Live Now from Fox, we are live in Venice, Florida, as the Take Care of Maya trial continues. Witness testimony underway. The first witness of the day there on your screen. On the right side of your screen, we are following other top stories that includes the government shutdown as it looms, a beautiful shot this morning of the U.S. Capitol. And then breaking news here on Live Now from Fox, some sad news this morning. California Senator Dianne Feinstein has died, according to Fox News, at the age of 90. The longtime senator had suffered from extensive health issues for more than a year, leading many to wonder about her fitness for office. This is something we will continue to follow here on Live Now from Fox. I'm Dianne Feinstein, the time 9:18 on the East Coast, 6:18 on the West Coast. Good morning to you. Thank you all so much for tuning in to Live Now. We made it to Friday, September 29th. Let's go to our first 2-minute commercial break of the day, and then when we come back, getting right back into your top stories and headlines. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Dianne Feinstein. Our next live feed takes us out to Michigan. They're live, raw, and unfiltered. A Michigan judge set to rule today whether Ethan Crumbley, who fatally shot 4 students and wounded 7 other people at his high school 2 years ago, can be sentenced to life without parole. Again, that judge set to rule today if he can be sentenced to life without parole. Ethan, 15 at the time of the crime. Let's listen in now, live, raw, and unfiltered.
That defendant is mentally ill. The court qualified Dr. King as an expert in mental health and forensic psychology. Dr. King became involved in this case in December of 2022. He spent 23 to 24 hours testing the defendant over the course of 6 virtual sessions using 15 different assessment tools. Additionally, he reviewed a litany of records, including police reports, defendant's schoolwork, defendant's text messages between the dates April 5th, 2021 through April 7th, 2021, Oakland County Sheriff's statements from 2 students, videos of the shooting, the bird video, and defendant's and defendant's manifesto. Having reviewed the records, Dr. King concluded that a review of defendant's text messages months preceding his arrest and charges indicates that he was experiencing severe paranoia, delusions, and hallucinations. Dr. King noted that defendant meets the criteria for the following disorders: major depressive disorder, severe with psychotic features, generalized anxiety disorder, and obsessive compulsive disorder. In contrast, Dr. Lisa Anaker testified that at the time of the offense, defendant did not meet the statutory definition of mentally ill. The court qualified Dr. Anaker as an expert in forensic psychiatry. Dr. Anaker's understanding of Michigan definition of mental illness is that it is a substantial disorder of thought or mood that significantly impairs a person's judgment, behavior, capacity to recognize reality, or ability to cope with ordinary demands of life. On March 15, 2022, Dr. Anaker evaluated defendant relative to his criminal responsibility. The evaluation lasted approximately 5 hours. Prior to interviewing and evaluating defendant, Dr. Anaker consulted with defense counsel and the prosecution, reviewed police reports, Federal Bureau of Investigation interviews, U.S. Department of Justice reports, defendant's written or drawn material, videos, and a host of other information as outlined in pages 1 through 6 of her written report. Defendant advised Dr. Anaker that he had never been formally involved in mental health treatment prior to the alleged offense. Prior to the offense, defendant described having low mood, lack of motivation, low energy, occasional anhedonia, which is the inability to feel pleasure, suicidal thoughts, and a suicide attempt in October of 2021, and decreased appetite. Additionally, he described hearing both external and internal voices and had frequent hallucinations. Nevertheless, Dr. Anaker noted that a person can have anxiety or depression and can see a therapist, and they might not meet the criteria for statutorily defined mental illness because it does not rise to the threshold of a substantial disorder of thought or mood. Dr. Anaker disagreed with Dr. King's diagnosis of major depressive disorder severe with psychotic features because Dr. King relied heavily on subjective data instead of objective data. Dr. Anaker stated that it would be incredibly atypical for someone who was acutely psychotic, to then show no signs of psychosis, both during the shooting, immediately after the shooting, and then for months after in the jail without treatment. Additionally, defendant advised Dr. Anaker that he was not hallucinating at the time of the shooting, nor did he hallucinate in the days prior to the shooting. He denied command hallucinations, which are voices that command a person to do something. Importantly, defendant did not attribute any of his behavior to delusions or psychosis. Dr. Anaker did not contest that defendant had low mood, but disagreed that he met the level of functional impairment that is necessary for a major depressive disorder diagnosis. Here, there is no single dispute that defendant planned to kill multiple people at Oxford High School. Defendant documented his plan in a journal, including who he would kill first, a pretty girl with a future. Defendant's journal is 22 pages long. Lieutenant Timothy Willis testified that all 22 pages in the journal referred to the school shooting. On page 22 of the journal, defendant wrote, "I want to shoot up the fucking school so badly. Soon, I'm going to buy a 9mm pistol." Additionally, he wrote that he would shoot anyone he sees and that he would aim for the head until he had to reload, that he would find a full class, and throw a Molotov cocktail in there. He wrote that he would continue to shoot people until the police breached the building, and then he would surrender and spend the rest of his life in prison. Defendant did not plan on killing teachers, but planned to kill a specific teacher. He wrote in part, "I'm sorry for this, Mom and Dad. I'm not trying to hurt you by doing this. I have to do this. This is the last passage I write. It's currently 29/11/2021, 1:23, exactly 1 day before the shooting. Defendant planned to cause the biggest school shooting in Michigan. He did not want to kill himself because he wanted to see the world react to the shooting. The court has reviewed what has been referred to as defendant's statement of intent video dated November 29th, 2021, the night before the shooting. The first video is approximately 19 minutes and 59 seconds long. In general, defendant confirmed that he was going to do the school shooting and gave reasons why. Defendant knew the possible consequences of his actions because he conducted research regarding possible penalties. He conducted research regarding other school shootings. Defendant's web history shows that he searched for, should you do something that can imprison you? Should you do something that scares you? Aftermath of the deadly shooting at Stoneman Douglas High School in Parkland, Florida. What is the worst prison sentence you can get in Michigan? This was searched for 4 times. What is a life sentence for a 15-year-old? This was searched for 3 times. What is the legal age to be sent to prison? Michigan Youth Correctional Facility. What prisons are there in Michigan? Has anyone ever been executed in Michigan? What states have the death penalty? Is Nicholas Cruz sentenced to death? What does maximum death penalty mean? Further, defendant researched and considered the type of gun and ammunition that he would use during the shooting. In defendant's journal, he wrote, "So now I'm pissed because I want to do the shooting with a 9mm pistol, as they are effective for killing. But right now, all I got is a puny 22 LR Kel-Tec that I don't know where my dad hid it." In his journal, defendant drew 2 separate rounds of bullets. He specified that the kill range for a 22 caliber rifle is 25 meters maximum, whereas the kill range for a 9mm parabellum pistol, 100 meters. On multiple occasions, the defendant practiced shooting a gun at a shooting range. Additionally, in preparation for the shooting, defendant researched the school's layout and downloaded a map of Oxford High School. The map showed locations of classrooms, restrooms, entrances, and exits. Prior to downloading the school map, he conducted an internet search regarding the average police response time for a shooting. He created a list of items needed for the shooting that included a 9mm pistol, 2 to 5 Molotov cocktails, 1 to 3 powered NOS flares, a pair of gloves, hat, jacket, mask, and a knife. While at the school, but prior to the shooting, defendant plugged his ears with tissue paper to muffle the gunshot noise. Not only did defendant plan every action, but he also followed through with his plan. First, defendant shot Phoebe Arthur and Elijah Mueller, who were shot in the face and neck area. He then shot John Ocedo, who was running for his life. He then shot Kylie State, Riley France, and he killed Hannah St. Juliana. Defendant shot and killed Madison Baldwin. He shot Tate Muir in the back of the head from approximately 100 feet away, killing him. He walked past an occupied classroom, turned around, and fired several shots into an office, shooting Molly Darnell. Aiden Watson was shot as he was running for his life. Defendant killed Justin Sterling in the restroom. All in all, defendant killed 4 people and injured 7 others. Again, this court finds impetuosity and potential failure to appreciate the risks and consequences of his actions are neutral factors. The court cannot find impetuosity mitigating here based upon defendant's significant plan to conduct the school shooting. The court notes that the defendant may have had a mental illness, but that does not persuade the court that this factor is mitigated. As outlined, he researched the weapon he would use, he downloaded a map of the high school, he put tissue in his ears to protect himself prior to the shooting, and he methodically shot and killed several individuals with precision after having practiced at a gun range. This is not a case where the defendant had no time to think about what he was going to do. He had several opportunities to not conduct a school shooting, but he went through with it anyway. Additionally, he had several opportunities to stop the school shooting during the incident, but he did not. After shooting the first person, he was not deterred from shooting others. The defendant's decision to conduct the school shooting was not an impulsive or impetuous decision. It was a thoroughly thoughtful one. Next, he appreciated the risk and consequences of his actions. How can this court possibly find mitigating that defendant did not appreciate the risk and consequences of his actions, where defendant said he would spend the rest of his life in prison and even wrote about it and conducted significant research regarding a potential prison sentence? Defendant wrote in his journal, "I'm probably going to spend the rest of my life in prison. I hope I can talk to someone, though, so I don't take my anger out on the other prisoners." As outlined above, he conducted significant research regarding possible criminal penalties. In one internet search, he specifically searched, what is a life sentence for a 15-year-old on 3 different occasions? And what is the worst prison sentence you can get in Michigan on 4 different occasions, albeit the searches were conducted on the same day? Presumably, the defendant would have received a response to his internet search that would have advised him of the possible penalties. He even researched Michigan prisons. Additionally, he researched other school shooters and their sentences. He knew the full outcome of his actions and appreciated the consequences. Dr. Keating testified that an adolescent's ability to override unanalyzed poor decision-making is limited. But here, defendant analyzed every action that he would take. Defendant certainly analyzed his poor decision to conduct the school shooting, so his ability to override the best decision should not have been limited. In sum, impetuosity and potential failure to appreciate the risk and consequences of his actions are neutral factors. Next, the court finds that the juvenile's family and home environment from which he cannot usually extricate himself, no matter how brutal or dysfunctional, are mitigating factors. There is no question that defendant's home environment was not ideal. Prior to the offense, defendant was a resident of Oxford, Michigan. In 2020, Oxford, Michigan had a population of 3.5 thousand people with a median age of 43 and a median household income of $67,130. Defendant's family fit the profile of the average family in Oxford. The court reviewed defendant's admitted Exhibit B, which is Dr. Jillian Peterson's report from the Violence Project. Dr. Peterson is the co-founder and co-president of the Violence Project Research, which is known for its public database of mass shooters in the United States.
If you're just now tuning into Live Now from Fox, you are watching Live, Raw, and Unfiltered out in Michigan for a top story of the day. A Michigan judge, the man speaking on your screen, set to rule today whether Ethan Crumbley, that's the man in that top box with the orange jumpsuit, he fatally shot 4 students and wounded 7 other people at his high school 2 years ago. The Michigan judge set to rule today whether Ethan Crumbley can be sentenced to life without parole. I'm Jeanne Francine. The time 9:35 on the East Coast, 6:35 on the West Coast. Let's go to our second 2-minute commercial break of the hour. And when we come back, getting right back into your live events and top stories. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanette Francine. Let's head back out now, live, raw, and unfiltered to Michigan, as the Michigan judge on your screen set to rule whether Ethan Crumbley, who fatally shot 4 students and wounded 7 other people at his high school 2 years ago, that judge to determine if Crumbley can be sentenced to life without parole. We do see that Crumbley is in the proceedings. He's there in that top left box in that orange jumpsuit. Let's listen in now, live, raw, and unfiltered.
Defendant's aunt has been in weekly contact with him since incarceration in November of 2021. He has also had almost weekly contact with his step-grandmother. Defendants.
Just as we brought you this shot, we see that our content partners in Fox LA are doing breaking news about Senator Dianne Feinstein. We told you off the top of the 8 o'clock hour that she did pass away. This is something we are bringing to you live, raw, and unfiltered. Let's listen into their coverage now, as this is breaking news across the world.
He wouldn't have done what he did.
In 1992, she was elected to the U.S. Senate and soon pushed a federal ban on assault weapons. The 1994 landmark legislation was passed and lasted 10 years. Feinstein's been advocating for its reinstatement ever since, along with other gun safety laws.
If you give people the ability to easily purchase a weapon that can be devastating to large numbers of people, some of them will use that.
She was also a leading voice in legalizing gay marriage and equal rights for the LGBTQ community, authoring the Respect for Marriage Act.
Americans should be free to marry the person they love, regardless of sexual orientation or race.
Discrimination was not new for Feinstein. She fought as the first woman in many roles and empowered many others.
After my time, a majority were women. I appointed a woman city attorney, a woman treasurer.
With a front row seat to history alongside other trailblazing women.
But a long way we have come in this nation.
Feinstein says her biggest regret was a vote to support the Iraq War. She later took on the CIA, spearheading an investigation into interrogation techniques after 9/11.
Releasing this report is an important step to restore our values and show the world that we are, in fact, a just and lawful society.
She was unafraid to speak her mind to friends and foes.
Presidents are supposed to bring people together, not drive them apart.
Feinstein would passionately take on what she saw as the biggest threats facing our country.
Global warming is happening.
Aiming to prevent and combat wildfires and deal with the effects of drought.
How many times must a man look up?
In February 2022, Feinstein's husband since 1980, Richard Blum, passed after a long fight with cancer. She released this statement at the time. "My husband was my partner and best friend for more than 40 years. He was by my side for the good times and for the challenges. I'm going to miss him terribly." After 3 decades in the Senate, Feinstein announced in February 2023 she would retire, choosing not to run for re-election in 2024. Her health had been in decline, and a bout with shingles led to a more than 2-month absence from the Senate. When she returned, she faced questions and concerns about her health, but insisted on focusing on the work of solving problems and passing bills. Senator Dianne Feinstein leaves a legacy of service to the country and her community, a towering figure of San Francisco and California politics whose life and career were both groundbreaking and historic.
This is such a great country, and it's been factionalized and trivialized with rhetoric. We must stop that. We must come together as the great power that we are for the good of the nation and, I think, of mankind. Thank you for your support.
She will be missed. You hope that spirit carries on into this upcoming 2024 election, that's for sure. Yeah. And coming up, we have more on Senator Feinstein's death, her legacy, and what this means moving forward in Washington. Plus, Maria.
Update for you here. It's Friday, maybe half a day for some kids, but if you are heading out.
All right, so we appreciate our content partners over there at Fox LA as they give us the very latest for that breaking news. Senator Dianne Feinstein dead at the age of 90. The time now 9:42 on the East Coast, 6:42 on the West Coast. We made it to Friday. Good morning to you all tuning in to here at Live Now from Fox. It is Friday, September 29th. Let's go ahead and go to another quick 2-minute commercial break, and when we come back, getting right back into your top stories and headlines. I'm Dianne Feinstein. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Dianne Feinstein. Looking at our feeds, I see our content partners at Fox 11 LA are still in commercial break. So let's actually head out to Michigan, where this Ethan Crumbley hearing is underway. As we've been following, as you know, the Michigan judge there on your screen set to rule today whether Ethan Crumbley can be sentenced to life without parole. Ethan Crumbley, in that top left box in that orange jumpsuit, he is accused of fatally shooting 4 students and wounding 7 others at his Michigan high school 2 years ago. Let's continue to listen in live, raw, and unfiltered.
At Lighton pleaded guilty as charged to all counts within the general information. There is no evidence on the record that defendant's youthfulness caused him to be charged with higher crimes versus lesser crimes, nor is there any evidence that he does not have the capacity to assist his attorneys in his own defense. Based upon his careful planning, maturity, and intelligence at the time of the offense, there is no evidence that defendant would have dealt with police or prosecution any differently if he was an adult. In fact, defendant specifically planned how he would deal with the police at the time of the shooting, surrender, and allow police to take him into custody. As such, the court finds this factor is neutral. Lastly, the court finds the juvenile's possibility of rehabilitation is a neutral factor. According to both the prosecution and defense, this case poses an issue of first impression in the United States because it involves the court weighing the Miller factors prior to sentencing and not on resentencing for a minor who's 15 years old at the time of the offense. Normally, in determining a juvenile's possibility of rehabilitation, the court has prison records or other records to rely on because the individuals before the court on resentencing for crimes in which they received life without parole sentences while minors. They are also known as juvenile lifers. Currently, defendant is 17 years of age and has been incarcerated since November of 2021. Therefore, the court has limited information regarding defendant's possibility of rehabilitation. So, the court finds it important to note his behavior prior to the underlying offense and his behavior thereafter in weighing his possibility of rehabilitation. Prior to the underlying offense, it is clear from the record that that defendant was obsessed with violence. Defendant's internet history shows him visiting a specific violent website daily, months prior to the shooting. Lieutenant Willis described the site as an extremely graphic website that shows actual footage of crimes, murders, and assaults. On November 23, 2021, 1 week prior to the shooting, defendant searched for violent footage of brutal murders done with a machete and chopped machete compilations. On November 29, 2021, the day before the shooting, defendant watched videos.
If you're just now tuning in to Live Now from Fox, you are watching Raw and Unfiltered out there in Michigan as the judge is expected to let us know if Ethan Crumbley, who's there in that orange jumpsuit, is allowed to be sentenced to life in prison without parole. I do see our content partners are back from break, so let's check in with them at Fox 11 LA for the latest breaking news. As we have learned, Senator Dianne Feinstein is dead at the age of 90.
California's top politicians as they gather in Anaheim starting today at noon. The GOP is holding its annual convention.
And Donald Trump will be the keynote speaker there. So let's go out to Mario Ramirez for more. Good morning.
Good morning. He'll be speaking here at the Marriott, and we're just outside. We thought we were hearing commotion from maybe a counter demonstration for the Republican convention, but it is in fact not. You can see some of the picketers there. Those are actually hotel workers who are fighting for a fair contract.
All right, so it seems that they have switched their feed. They were just in Dianne Feinstein. I'm guessing that was something they were just hitting for a brief 15 seconds. Let's go ahead and head back to Michigan, live, raw, and unfiltered, as the judge is doing this Ethan Crumbley sentencing.
Until he slit her throat. He further wrote about how he killed 8 infant baby birds by slowly torturing them until death. The court has reviewed videos that depict defendant torturing a baby bird as he talked to it. He slowly killed the baby bird. In May of 2021, defendant texted his friend B about torturing baby birds. B advised defendant that most psychopaths start with small animals and eventually get bored with killing small animals and move on to killing bigger animals and then people. Defendant responded, "Yes, sir." It is important to note that defendant stated to be that most serial killers get their damage from their family or accidents, but I have no trauma from my past. I was just born this way. When Dr. Anker asked him what thoughts or feelings arose when he tortured baby birds, the defendant responded, "It's like a feeling between good and pleasurable. A relief feeling, feeling empowered. I don't know, it just felt good." There's other disturbing evidence, but it's clear to this court that defendant had an obsession with violence before the shooting. As stated, the court also finds it appropriate to note defendant's post-arrest behavior in determining his possibility of rehabilitation. Since defendant's incarceration at the jail, he has attempted to obtain his GED. The court has read the report of defendant's legal guardian ad litem, Ms. McKelvey. Defendant passed all practice GED tests, including the math portion, with which he had struggled. Defendant was unable to take the GED test due to the inability to find a proctor approved to enter the jail. Per Ms. McKelvey, she believes if defendant had the opportunity to take the test, he would have passed. While at the jail, defendant has had several misconducts. On January 23, 2023, defendant was investigated for an incident where the juvenile next to his cell was able to use the GED tablet to post a video on Instagram from his cell. Defendant told deputies that he was the person who hacked into the protected password on the tablet, and that he also told the other juvenile inmate how to hack the tablet. Defendant advised deputies that he had hacked the tablet to play video games and read articles online regarding his case. This was not entirely true. Law enforcement was able to recover the tablet's deleted internet search history. Deleted search history showed that the defendant searched the same violent website he searched prior to the shooting to watch violent videos of the police, work accidents, and a prisoner killed during a fight in a cell. On February 10, 2023, defendant received his first violation for allowing another inmate to use his phone pen and allowing.
If you're just now tuning in to Live Now from Fox, we are live, raw, and unfiltered out there in Michigan, as the judge will soon announce if he will impose a life sentence without the possibility of parole there to Ethan Crumbley. He's the teenager who killed 4 students at his Michigan high school. That did happen 2 years ago. But we also are following a breaking news and top story here on Live Now from Fox. There on your screen, raw and unfiltered, you see Senator Dianne Feinstein. Unfortunate news today, according to our content partners at Fox News. We have learned some tragic news, learning that she did die at the age of 90. The longtime senator had suffered from extensive health issues for more than a year, leading many to wonder about her fitness in office. I'm Dianne Feinstein. The time 9:53 on the East Coast, 6:53 on the West Coast. Let's go to our last 2-minute commercial break of the hour. And when we come back, as you all know, getting right back into those live events, top stories, and headlines. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Dianne Feinstein. So happy to be with you here on this Friday, September 29th. It's 9:59 on the East Coast, 6:55 on the West Coast. Let's head back out now, live, raw, and unfiltered, to Michigan, where we are following the latest for this case regarding Ethan Crumbley. A Michigan judge set to rule today whether he will be sentenced to life without parole, if he will be allowed to be sentenced to life without parole. Ethan Crumbley, there on your screen, he's accused of fatally shooting 4 students and wounding 7 others at his Michigan high school 2 years ago. Let's continue to listen in to the proceedings, live, raw, and unfiltered.
Support or lack thereof, or if the defendant even wants to be rehabilitated. In short, the court cannot find that there is a possibility that the defendant can be rehabilitated based solely on his brain maturing. Daily, there are people who have mature brains that commit heinous crimes and show no signs of rehabilitation or possibility of rehabilitation. The court finds the defendant's possibility of rehabilitation is a neutral factor. In conclusion, the court finds that the defendant's age and home and family environment are mitigating factors. The court finds the remaining factors due to it. This crime is not the result of impetuosity or recklessness, nor does the crime reflect the hallmarks of youth. The defendant carefully and meticulously planned and carried out the shooting. Accordingly, the court, having weighed all factors and noting the Michigan Supreme Court's admonition in Taylor, finds that the prosecution has rebutted the presumption by clear and convincing evidence that a sentence to life without parole is a disproportionate sentence. As such, this case will proceed to sentencing on December 8th, 2023. That is the order of the court. With that, counsel, we need to set another placement hearing because I have to still review defendant's placement every 30 days. I'm looking at October 20th, 2023 at 9 a.m. via Zoom for the next placement hearing. Does that work for counsel?
That's fine for the people, Judge. Thank you.
Works for defense?
Yes, it does.
Thank you. With that, the court will enter this order forthwith. Is there anything else we need to address for the record this morning?
No, Your Honor.
No, Judge.
No, this.
Thank you. With that, everyone's all set. Everyone have a great day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, it does look like we may be having a bit of an issue there with that feed as I take over the hot seat here on Live Now from Fox. I'm Giacomo Luca. Thanks so much for joining us. The time now 9:58 here on the East Coast. You have been listening in live, raw, and unfiltered to that hearing that will determine whether or not Ethan Crumbley, that Michigan school shooter over in Oxford, will be eligible for life without the possibility of parole. Let's go ahead and take a live look right now over in the San Francisco Bay Area. Senator Dianne Feinstein, a legend in American politics, has passed away this morning at the age of 90. We also know that she was briefly hospitalized last month after a reported fall in her San Francisco home. She'd suffered numerous health issues over the past year, leading critics to wonder about her fitness for office. Officials have not yet released her cause of death. Feinstein's legacy includes being the first woman president of the San Francisco Board of Supervisors, the first female mayor of San Francisco, and one of two of the first women elected to the U.S. Senate from California. She served as a senator for 31 years and was the oldest sitting member in the United States Congress. We want to turn right now to Aisha Hasni, Fox News correspondent, who is following the latest on the life and legacy of Dianne Feinstein.
Play in the big leagues is perhaps pierced once and for all.
Long before she became a United States Senator in 1992, Dianne Feinstein was a political pioneer in her home state of California. In 1969, Feinstein was elected to San Francisco's Board of Supervisors. A year later, she began her first term as the board's first female president. But it wasn't triumph that catapulted her into the spotlight. It was tragedy.
Both Mayor Moscone and Supervisor Harvey Milk have been shot and killed.
In 1978, San Francisco Mayor George Moscone and Supervisor Harvey Milk were murdered by a former colleague and friend of Feinstein. It was their deaths, she said, that would ultimately shape her political philosophy. Feinstein became the first female mayor of San Francisco, serving 2 terms. Eventually, it led her to Washington, D.C., where she would become the longest tenured woman in the U.S. Senate. Born Diane Emile Goldman with German Jewish roots, Feinstein was the eldest of 3 girls born to Leon and Betty Goldman in San Francisco's upscale Presidio Terrace district. However, Feinstein's childhood was far from idyllic. She described enduring physical and emotional abuse at the hands of her mother, who suffered from mental illness. But it was her close relationship with her father that Feinstein credited for her success. Leon Goldman was a conservative Republican, but it was Feinstein's paternal uncle, a Democrat, who introduced her to politics at an early age. Observing these 2 ideologies, Feinstein learned how to take a moderate approach to political issues.
I am honored to be elected to a full 6-year term.
During her 3 decades in the U.S. Senate, Feinstein was a woman of firsts. She became the first woman to chair the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence. In 2002, Feinstein voted in favor of the Iraq War, a decision she would later come to regret.
It is clear today we must change course.
In 2014, Feinstein defied President Barack Obama by publicly releasing what became known as the torture report. She helmed a 6-year review of the CIA's detention and interrogation program. It culminated in the declassified report and the passage of legislation ensuring that post-9/11 interrogation methods are never used again.
History will judge us by our commitment to a just society governed by law and the willingness to face an ugly truth.
In 2017, Feinstein became the top Democrat on the Senate Judiciary Committee, the first woman to assume that role. She'd been through 10 Supreme Court appointments, some historical, others controversial.
Is Brett Kavanaugh who we want on the most prestigious court in our country? Is he the best we can do? It's about the integrity of that institution and the integrity of this institution.
2 years later, Feinstein would face what she called her hardest vote in 26 years, the first impeachment of President Donald Trump.
There's a great way to do the best thing for the United States of America, and that's not always easy to know.
She'd said her proudest achievement was the enactment of the federal assault weapons ban in 1994.
The fact is that the assault weapons ban worked. We've seen and we continue to see the cost of inaction.
Despite many on Capitol Hill questioning her
President,
Feinstein kept on fighting, refusing to step down early. She planned to serve out her term, which ended in 2024.
we lost a giant in the Senate. Senator Dianne Feinstein was one of the most amazing people who ever graced the Senate, who ever graced the country.
House Minority Leader Chuck Schumer now making remarks about the late Senator Dianne Feinstein of California, who passed away this morning at the age of 90.
She was strong. She was brave. She was compassionate. But maybe the trait that stood out most of all was her amazing integrity. Her integrity was a diamond. Her integrity shone like a beacon across the Senate and across the country for all to see and hopefully emulate. Dianne Feinstein would typically say, when you asked her how was she voting on something, "Let me study this issue before taking a position. Let me go home and read on it." And when she came back, if she believed the cause or the vote was right and vital to many issues she cared about, she not only voted for it, there was no stopping her in getting it done. She would take on any force, any special interest, any opponent with relentless integrity, and would wear those opponents down until she succeeded. Again, her integrity just shone through them, and she won, and she won, and she won, and each time made the country a better place. I saw this up close when she passed the assault weapons ban, a passion of hers after what happened to her in California. The NRA was a relentless, often mean-spirited and chauvinistic foe. They oozed vitriol against her. But they didn't scare her, they didn't stop her. And they failed against her. Like most of her opponents, they failed against her. Her perseverance, her strength, and most of all, her integrity shone through. I was privileged to carry the bill in the House after she had passed it in the Senate. She guided me every step of the way, and her strength and her integrity strengthened all of us who were fighting that uphill fight. And as we went through that, bill, it became clear to me Dianne Feinstein is not like the others. She's in a class of her own. Of course, it wasn't just the assault weapons ban she fought for. Her accomplishments also included championing the Violence Against Women Act, protecting oversight authority during the investigation into U.S. torture, fighting for climate justice, fighting for marriage equality, fighting for reproductive justice. The list goes on and on. As chair of the Intelligence Committee, Dianne fought for what was right, even if it was hard and difficult and took months and years to dig in and find out what actually went wrong. She never stopped. She took on the CIA and asserted Congress's oversight authority during the investigation into United States use of torture. And through all of her accomplishments, this one and all the others, she always displayed the quintessential grace and strength. None of these sons of guns against her ever rattled her. I remember a few years back when a particularly nasty senator tried to put Senator Feinstein down in a condescending, many would say chauvinistic way. She reacted not defensively, but with strength and poise and integrity. And within 3 minutes, she put this colleague in her place, in his place. And by the end of it, everyone in the room on both sides of the aisle was smiling. That was Dianne to a T. Powerful, prepared, unflappable. She had to be. Whenever she did something, she was often the first to do it. She was elected as the first woman president of the San Francisco Board of Supervisors, the first woman to serve as mayor of San Francisco, the first woman to serve as U.S. Senator for California, the first woman to chair both the Senate Rules and Intelligence Committees, the first woman member of the Senate Judiciary Committee, and the list goes on and on and on and on. Our nation will be forever thankful to Senator Feinstein for the accomplishments she fought for. I, too, am personally indebted to Dianne, not just as a colleague, which of course I am in so many ways as a colleague, but as a friend and as a father of 2 daughters. Dianne's work extended far beyond the United States Senate floor, as she gave a voice, a platform, and a leader to women throughout the country for decades. Dianne didn't just push down doors that were closed for women. She held them open for generations of women after her to follow her. She gave a voice, a platform, a model for women across the country who aspire to roles in leadership, in public service, who want to leave their own mark on the world, who want to make this country a better place for others. Today, there are 25 women serving in this chamber, and every one of them would admit they stand on Dianne's shoulders. So Dianne's impact extended far beyond the Senate floor and far beyond politics itself. So today, we grieve. We look at that desk, and we know what we have lost. But we also give thanks. Thanks to someone so rarefied, so brave, so graceful a presence served in this chamber, that someone like that served in this chamber for so many years. In closing, let me just say this. The sign of a leader is someone who dedicates the whole of their spirit for a cause greater than themselves. The sign of a hero is someone who fights for others, who endures for others, no matter the cost, no matter the odds. And the sign of a friend is someone who stands by your side to fight the good fight on the good days and on the bad. Dianne Feinstein was all of this and more. A friend, a hero for so many, a leader who changed the nation, a leader who changed the nature of the Senate and who changed the fabric of the nation, America, for the better. As the nation mourns this tremendous loss, we're comforted in knowing how many mountains Dianne moved, how many lives she impacted, how many glass ceilings she shattered along the way. America is a better place because of Senator Dianne Feinstein. Today I join with my colleagues in mourning our beloved friend and colleague. Yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The Republican leader.
You know how we all refer to each other as my friend from whatever state it is. Honestly, frequently that's not true. But Elaine and I were actual friends of Dick and Dianne. Elaine served on a corporate board with Dick for a number of years. When they were in town together, we would frequently have dinner together. Elaine and I got married shortly after the '92 election. And I remember that Dianne gave us a small depiction of the Capitol. I looked at it this morning because it's still on the wall, and remembered our dear colleague as a truly remarkable individual. As the Majority Leader has pointed out, she was an incredibly effective person at every line, at every level, and she was at all of those levels on the way to the Senate. Those of us who were fortunate to call Dianne our colleague can say we served alongside the longest-serving female senator in American history. Dianne was a trailblazer in her beloved home state of California, and our entire nation are better for her dogged advocacy and diligent service. Over the past 3 decades, the senior senator from California was also the steady hand leading sensitive and consequential work as head of the Intelligence Committee and the Judiciary Committee. Her name became synonymous with advocacy for women and with issues from water infrastructure to counter drug efforts. Of course, the first woman to lead her hometown's Board of Supervisors and then govern as mayor was making history and making a difference long before she came to the Senate. And as much as this institution and the American people will remember Dianne's devoted public service, as I indicated earlier, Elaine and I will also remember and cherish a friendship of 30 years we were fortunate to share with Dianne and Dick. So today I know the entire Senate family is gathering around Senator Feinstein's loyal staff. Our thoughts and prayers are with Dianne's daughter, Catherine, her granddaughter, Eileen, the entire Feinstein family, and with all who mourn our dear colleague and friend.
To the Senate Pro Tem President, I'd like to acknowledge Dianne's daughter, Catherine, with Speaker Pelosi in the gallery.
Mr. President.
The President Pro Tem.
Mr. President, yesterday, the senior senator from California came onto the floor through those doors to do her job. She voted. She voted to make sure that our country would continue to move forward and not shut down. That was Dianne. She did her job every day. She cared about her country. She cared about her state. She cared about doing a job no matter how tough it is for the future of America. And she did it with dignity and respect every single minute. Today, you will hear accolades from across the country, lists of legislative accomplishments from her early days all the way through her career. What I just want to say today, it is a true loss to America. It is a loss to her family. My heart is with you. It is a loss to her colleagues from California who have served with her and know her as I do, as a tower of strength. To our colleagues on the floor who have worked with her on a laundry list of legislation that you will hear about, and it's way too long to list today. But to her constituents, you need to know we depended on her just as you did. And she was here every day to fight for you, no matter what. She fought for women. She fought for those who were victims of gun violence. She fought for foreign policy that was remote to most people, but she knew every detail. And when Dianne spoke, the rest of us stopped and we listened. Mr. President, she was a friend. I was sworn into office just a few weeks after she was, and she was always there for us, in matters big and small, in matters of our country, in matters of policy, and always as a friend. To those of you who don't know, she was the most generous senator I have ever known. I remember one time when I noticed that her purse was really nice, and I said, Dianne, that purse, it's beautiful. 2 days later, I got one delivered to my door. That was Dianne. She saw people. She knew people. She saw that she could be someone that we all needed, and she saw that she could be there when she was needed, and she was there. Mr. President, I will have more to say about my friend of more than 30 years over the next few days, and I'm sure you will hear so much today. But Mr. President, I'm so sorry I didn't hug her when she went back out that door yesterday. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
President.
The senior senator from Maine.
I rise with great sadness today to honor my friend and our colleague, Senator Dianne Feinstein. She was a pioneer and a strong and dignified leader. Dianne, who was the longest-serving woman in the Senate history, had a career marked by many firsts. First woman to serve as mayor of San Francisco. First woman senator to represent California. First woman to serve as the chair of the Senate Intelligence Committee, and the first woman to serve on the Senate Judiciary Committee. Dianne was such a strong presence in the Senate. She was a determined and tenacious advocate. Many of us worked closely with her on the Intelligence Committee, where she was such an excellent chairman. She was always fair, respectful, informed, and strong. We worked together on the Appropriations Committee as well, where she chaired the Energy and Water Subcommittee. Many of us were her allies on the Violence Against Women Act and the Respect for Marriage Act. The Senate and the country has lost a model senator. Elegant, graceful, kind, compassionate, strong, informed, intelligent. Mr. President, I have also lost a dear friend. I put up this watercolor painting that Dianne did and gave me so many years ago. It has hung in my office ever since, and it will have a place of honor there always. Every time I would pass by, I would look at it and think about how talented Dianne was in so many different areas. I treasure this painting. When I became engaged 11 years ago, It was Dianne who sponsored a reception for me and my now husband, Tom Daffron, in her home in Washington. My story is very similar to that of the Republican leader. I was also reminded when I heard Senator Murray talk about Dianne's generosity. At one point, one year, she bought seersucker suits for every woman who was serving in the Senate so that we could all participate in Seersucker Tuesday. That was Dianne. She paid attention to the smallest details, to the largest issues that affected not only our country and the world. Most of all, Dianne was such a role model for girls and women. She was a role model for us who came to the Senate after she began her storied tenure here. I will miss Dianne terribly. My heart goes out to her family, and may she rest in peace. Thank you, Mr. President.
U.S. senators on the Senate floor honoring now the late Senator Dianne Feinstein. We just heard from Susan Collins of Maine. There's Illinois' Dick Durbin. We'll go ahead out to a quick commercial break, and then we'll be back in just a couple minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Giacomo Luca. Thanks so much for joining us here at 10:26 now on the East Coast, 7:26 over on the West Coast. As you all return here on Live Now from Fox, we're now honoring the late Senator Dianne Feinstein. She passed away this morning at the age of 90. We know that she'd been hospitalized since Tuesday. We also know that she was briefly hospitalized last month after a reported fall in her San Francisco home. She'd suffered numerous health issues over the past year, leading critics to wonder about her fitness for office. We want to turn right now, live, raw, and unfiltered, over to the U.S. Senate floor. That's where we have senators from across the country now delivering remarks. We heard from Maine's Susan Collins, as well as Mitch McConnell and Chuck Schumer earlier. Now let's listen in live, raw, and unfiltered on the floor to Illinois' Dick Durbin.
Kind of dignity and determination to bring the human side to the debate. She was one of the best, and I was honored to call her a friend. There were many times that she made the roll call in the Senate Judiciary Committee in the last year or two when I know it was an extraordinary sacrifice. She was going to show up because that was her responsibility. I respected her so much for that, and in a committee divided 11 to 10, I needed her. She knew it, and she was there. She answered the call. She served California with such distinction. She often talked about her beloved Golden State, but we all know that she was also a treasure to the nation. Dianne Feinstein inspired many, particularly many women, to public service. She served California well, and she served our nation. It was my honor to serve with her. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The senior senator from Alaska.
Mr. President, there will be many opportunities in the next few days and weeks following to reflect on the life and the contributions of Senator Dianne Feinstein. And as has been noted, the significant legislation that she advanced over 3 decades here, what that meant to her state, to her constituents, really to her country, but also to us. And as I think about the work that we all take on here, we know that we are capable of much, but we are made even more capable by extraordinary staff. And one of the things that I have noted over the years is the extremely loyal staff that Senator Feinstein had built around her. I know that they are grieving today, as is Dianne's family. So many friends, but I think we acknowledge them at this same time of this very significant loss of not only a colleague, but of a friend. And I think it's important that people understand that here in the United States Senate, a place that can be so divisive at times, that true friendships actually exist. And whether it is the Republican leader and his wife over the years dining together, or as Senator Collins has stated, just the very generous nature of Senator Feinstein, sharing her works, sharing her art, sharing a purse. I still have that seersucker suit. And when we all engage in the annual ritual of donning the seersucker suit, mine is now 20 years old. I think yours is too. But our reality is it is just a direct reminder of the spontaneous generosity of a woman. Dianne Feinstein was generous, she was gracious, she was thoughtful, she was kind. There were many times when we were looking into a weekend when we were going to be here, and she being from California, me being from Alaska, recognizing that probably neither one of us was going to be making it to that other coast. And she would say, Lisa, let's go to dinner. And sometimes we would just spontaneously make that happen, and other times we would just make the plans. But that was that outreach to do so. And what she did as one of the female leaders in our women's senators group was she made sure that the dinners that we have engaged in over the years, that those continued. And she'd come up and she said, isn't it about time we have another dinner? And she would be right, and we would organize it. And it was, again, yet a reminder of what it means to come together as colleagues, yes, but really the more that we can do to build those relationships that make a hard job just a little bit easier. And Dianne was able to focus on that in a giving and, again, a very generous way. I think it pained us all. It certainly pained me in just these past months to see what I believed to be grossly unfair attacks on a woman who was in failing health. And I think for some who would focus on that, they would fail to appreciate what this extraordinary woman, what this extraordinary leader had contributed not only to the Senate, but again to her state and to her country. And so as we speak of the beauty of Dianne Feinstein and all that she gave to this country, I hope we reflect on the words that Senator Murray shared with us, that her commitment to this job, her commitment to the people was so much that she would put her physical health, how she was feeling. Some days we just don't feel like coming in, you know? Senator Feinstein was here. Senator Feinstein was with an institution that she cared about. She cared deeply about it. She wanted to make sure that we were the best of the best, and we reflected that. I think she'd actually be really pleased with the resolution about dress. I don't need to go into that on the floor. But Senator Feinstein was a woman who was put together in her presence, but in her bearing. And I think she wanted to see the Senate in a dignified and a respectful manner at all time. As I walked in this morning, I thought she probably wouldn't approve of my shoes, and I'm sorry, Dianne. But I share this because I think it demonstrates, again, where the commitment of this woman was. It was to the people that she served, but it was also to an institution that she loved and she dignified with everything that she did, right until the end. We have lost an extraordinary woman, and we have lost a friend. But they never leave. They'll always be with us, as will Dianne. I yield the floor.
All right, you have been listening in live, raw, and unfiltered over on the U.S. Senate floor as senators are honoring the now late Senator Dianne Feinstein. Alex Padilla of California taking the floor, a fellow senator from California.
First of many over the coming days and weeks, no doubt. Senator Schumer acknowledged Speaker Emeritus Pelosi, my speaker, and Catherine in the gallery here. We do have a good amount of the California congressional delegation here as well, paying their respects. The Dean, Representative Lofgren, and so many friends from the north to the south, to the east and the west of the Golden State. Up in the gallery is also Team Feinstein. So many of the staff members that made sure the office was always performing at peak capacity, just the way Dianne insisted. I know that personally, and I'll tell you why in a minute. But I think I speak on behalf of all of us when I say that it is with profound sadness that we bid farewell to my dear friend, colleague, an outright champion for the state of California, Senator Dianne Feinstein. As we've been hearing today, she was a towering figure. But let me be clear, she was a towering figure, not just in modern California history, but in the history of our state and our nation. Yes, she broke barriers throughout her career. You've heard about that from Leader Schumer. How many firsts? Her leadership, though, as the city of San Francisco's first female mayor in the aftermath of the tragic assassination of Mayor George Moscone and Supervisor Harvey Milk, showcased her unique ability to lead with grace and strength in the face of adversity. And would it be her last time? Following her election to the Senate more than 3 decades ago, Dianne's commitment to bipartisan collaboration made her a deeply respected figure on both sides of the aisle. And so my heart is full to hear the words of Senator Collins and Senator Murkowski and others. She understood the importance of working together to find common ground and to get things done for California, for the country, and most importantly, for the American people. Her ability to bridge divides and find that consensus, especially on the thorniest of issues, was a testament to her dedication to the principles of our democracy. And of the many attributes you're hearing about her today, that's the one that I've admired most and have worked my damnedest to try to emulate throughout my career, and especially here in the Senate. Now, long before being able to serve together here in the Senate, Dianne gave me one of my first jobs in politics in her Los Angeles office. At a time early in my career when I was looking to make a difference for my community and for our state. It's in part thanks to her groundbreaking career that a Latino son of immigrants could one day not just work for her, but work alongside her to keep up the fight for the American dream. As we mourn Senator Feinstein's passing, we must also celebrate her incredible legacy, her contributions to our nation, from gun safety and environmental conservation to national security and healthcare reform, and so much more. Just as a reminder, not just the power of her example, but the power of public service. For Californians, so much of our public lands have been preserved thanks to her singular drive and leadership. From the redwoods of the headwaters and the San Francisco Bay, to Lake Tahoe, to the Southern California desert. We can go on and on, but it is clearly a tremendous impact she's had. She leaves behind the legacy of service, of leadership, and a deep love of our country and our democratic ideals. Senators have mentioned her grace, how she worked, how she carried herself. An example for us to follow. Although I'd be remiss if I didn't say there was an exception to that. And that is if you were one of her staff members that came into a meeting with her unprepared. You did not want to not have the answer to her question. She was classy, absolutely. We won't get into the debate about the dress code. And as Senator Murray said, she was absolutely generous. Now, I did not receive a seersucker suit. I was not here at the time. But for the decades of a relationship that we had, every time I came to Washington, I made it a point to reach out, at a minimum a call, a lot of times a quick meeting in her office, and I always came away with something. More often than not, it was a book. She has quite a library, right, her collection. Once upon a time, it was a Senate tie. But there was always something. And I, too, Senator Collins, have a watercolor. It's hanging at home in Los Angeles, my wife's favorite. So I don't have it here to display. What I do have, though, is a photo, as she said, from back in the day that she sent me just a year ago, periodically going through her files, her archives, a picture from San Francisco AIDS Walk in 1987, but personalized. No auto pen here, personal note from Senator Feinstein. The last story I'll share, which I do think is unique, another example of her generosity, is the day I was sworn into the Senate in 2021, under the most trying of circumstances. COVID, pre-vaccine, 2 weeks after January 6th. 40,000 National Guards women and men on the perimeter of a fenced-off Capitol complex. She honored me by escorting me down the center aisle to the rostrum, stood behind me as I was sworn in. Big day for me. Tough day not having Angela and my boys by my side. As soon as votes were over, session was over, she grabbed me by the hand and said, "Come with me." Sorry, not sorry to say, after I had interviews lined up, we marched right past reporters to her hideaway. Immediately wanted to continue the dialogue of, how can I help you? How can I help you? Mustered up a little bit of courage and said, "Dianne, I love you, but I want to call my wife. I've just been sworn into the Senate." So I called my wife. Angela answers. We immediately start FaceTiming each other. We're by the window so we can make sure the signal doesn't drop. And my boys are there. And Dianne says, "Give me the phone." I've just been sworn into the United States Senate, and I'm watching Senator Feinstein FaceTime with my kids. So proud of your dad. When are you coming to Washington? I will buy you lunch. That was Dianne Feinstein. May she rest in peace, and may her legacy continue to inspire us all. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
The California senator, U.S. Senator from California, Alex Padilla, who served alongside Feinstein, being brought to tears as they and many other senators remember the late Dianne Feinstein, the senator, dead at age 90.
In today's review, from left to right, is the United States Army Band.
And taking a live look now right in Virginia at the Joint Base Myers-Henderson, where President Biden is expected to be speaking very shortly now. And we are getting a statement from President Biden and the White House saying, quote, "Senator Dianne Feinstein was a pioneering American, a true trailblazer, and for Jill and me, a cherished friend. In San Francisco, she showed enormous poise and courage in the wake of tragedy and became a powerful voice for American values. Serving in the Senate together for more than 15 years, I had a front row seat to what Dianne was able to accomplish. It's why I recruited her to join the Judiciary Committee when I was chairman. I knew that she was made of, and I wanted her on our team." There's no better example of her skillful legislating and sheer force of will than what she turned passion into purpose and led the fight to ban assault weapons. Dianne made her mark on everything from national security to the environment to protecting civil liberties. She's made history in so many ways, and our country will benefit from her legacy for generations. That statement coming from the President of the United States, who again is about to speak live, raw, and unfiltered over in Virginia at the Joint Base Myers-Henderson this morning. We're going to head out to a quick commercial break. We'll continue our coverage in just a couple minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Giacomo Luca. Thanks for joining us here at 10:49 now on the East Coast, 7:49 over on the West Coast. Taking a live look out in Virginia today over at the Joint Base Myers-Henderson. This is where President Biden will be speaking momentarily during a ceremony honoring the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Mark Milley, there. Meanwhile, we are continuing to follow really the latest reaction and all of the people now remembering the late Senator Dianne Feinstein. She died this morning at the age of 90. Many senators here on the House, out on the House floor today on Capitol Hill, continue to honor them. Let's go ahead and pop up the audio as we do have senators continuing to honor the senator this morning here on Live Now from Fox.
Years, and she was right, and it became the basis of what that bill was, and she never let anybody off the hook during those negotiations. She made sure that we got that done. And I saw her work tirelessly, as my colleague Senator Murkowski may not have been here yet, but she worked with John Kyle on water legislation till the cows came home, okay? Because Arizona and California had real water issues, and Dianne was forever adamant about trying to address this issue for the western part of the United States. So for me, I want to thank her family for your sacrifices, for sharing Dianne with us, letting us have her as long as she was willing to serve, and for making it the dedication of her life. And yes, that personal side to her was also so sweet. You know, most of us doodle, but Dianne doodled in masterpieces. And she was always inviting people to dinner, always doing those kind little things for us, which means that you really made the Senate a more human place. That's what she really did. She just made this a more human place by just giving a little time and attention to some of the needs of your colleagues. But what sweet blessings, what sweet stories. I want to honor Dianne by remembering her great legacy and thanking all of those who were part of her lives, because for women, we didn't really know how to get all of this done here. How hard you push, how loud you can be, how much you can just get in here and grind away sometimes. And Dianne showed us that, yes, we could be trailblazers and do it, and that the results really, 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 really matter for people. So I hope that people will remember that legacy of her and the kindness that went along with it, and realize that this institution really does need to return to the ways of Dianne Feinstein. And if you're from California, you should be damn proud that your senator is going to go in the history books as a forerunner for so many other women and for policies and behavior that we should be amplifying. I thank the president, and I yield the floor.
Taking a live look out in San Francisco, California today along the San Francisco Bay, as lawmakers and people across the nation are honoring and remembering longtime Senator Dianne Feinstein, dead this morning at the age of 90. This camera courtesy of EarthCam from San Francisco. We're heading out to a quick commercial break. We'll be back in just 2 minutes. Taking a live look out in Virginia this morning over at Joint Base Myers-Henderson, as President Biden is expected to be speaking very shortly. But let's go now live, raw and unfiltered, to the U.S. Senate floor, as a number of colleagues are honoring the late Senator Dianne Feinstein. She passed away today at the age of 90.
She just kept her head high. I literally think of her posture. She kept her head high. She walked through every storm. Things would fall on the side, but she had a mission, and her mission would be whatever was her responsibility of that day, whether it was the Patent Reform Act, whether it was getting her groundbreaking report done on torture, whether it was the work she did in leading the historic legislation on the assault weapons ban. She kept her head up high and she led. That was her instinct. No matter what happened in this place, no matter what clothes changed, no matter who changed, she always led, and we will miss her today.
President.
Senator from Rhode Island.
Mr. President, I served beside Senator Feinstein on the Judiciary Committee my entire time here, and I worked closely with her in the Intelligence Committee during the time we overlapped there, and I'm honored to join my colleagues in participating in this remembrance to her. It's been said, I think, over and over again of her elegance, as Senator Collins said, of how put together she was, as Senator Murkowski said, of how gracious she was, as pretty much everyone has said. And her preparedness was another standout virtue in this body. I have heard her say, I am going home to read tonight. And serving with her on those committees, I saw over and over again the amount of work that she put herself and her staff through to make sure that she was well prepared. I never saw a member of this body better prepared than Senator Feinstein. But the characteristic that I most associate with her is bravery. Whether it was the bravery of throwing herself into California politics as a young woman at a time when not many women were doing that, or the way she bravely handled the murders at City Hall and her response to that, or whether she was willing to come here when women were few and break glass ceiling after glass ceiling after glass ceiling. But the place where I saw her bravery most was when we worked together on the Senate Intelligence Committee torture report. I was kind of Robin to her Batman in that effort. And I still remember her right about where Senator Murray now is, delivering her legendary speech that blew the cover off the CIA torture report. To get there, she had to get through massive counterattacks from the CIA on her and on our Intelligence Committee staff. She had to oppose the Bush administration that was pushing back against her from the very highest levels. And when the administration changed, she had to show the same bravery and the same resistance against pretty much equal pressure from the Obama administration to shut up and go away. Well, shut up and go away were not things that Senator Feinstein was willing to hear. And the moment that she spent on the Senate floor delivering that report was one of the moments that I'm proudest of in the time that I've been here in the Senate. Let me close by talking about her last weeks here, because I think you have to see those last weeks here in the context of her preparation, her determined effort to be as perfect as she could be, and her bravery, because it was not easy for her to come and do the work that she did in those last weeks. But she knew that we needed her. She knew that despite how difficult it was, despite the difficulty she would have in meeting her own standards of perfection, it would have been easy just to go. But she knew that we needed her. We would have lost our majority in the Judiciary Committee without her. And I view her last months and weeks in this body as the last episode of her long career of bravery. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The senator from Hawaii.
Over the next days and weeks and indeed months, we're going to hear a lot about our dear friend Dianne Feinstein, and I'm so glad that some of her friends from California and former Speaker Nancy Pelosi, her family, are here to just be with us in this first moments of our learning of her passing. And we all have stories to tell about Dianne, but when I joined, for example, the Intel committee, and she was chairing it, she said, Maisie, this is not a committee that you can just parachute in and not spend the time really learning about our intelligence community and all that. And I really took that to heart. I spent many, many hours on that committee, even though we could never talk about it. And then one of the earlier hearings in the Judiciary Committee, and I really marveled at this. It was a hearing that had to do with guns, and I always associate, of course, Dianne with her courageous fight to ban assault weapons. And one of the newer members of the Judiciary Committee, as I was, chose that hearing to lecture Dianne Feinstein about her advocacy on guns. And I thought this was so untoward against someone who had spent so much of her time fighting for gun safety. But she just said, I have not spent all these years on this committee to be lectured by you, which I thought was really quite tactful. But later she said to me, she took me aside and she said, do you think I was too mean? Do you think I should apologize? And all I could think of was, are you kidding? But that was Dianne Feinstein. She was old school. She was very kind. And I am wearing a scarf that she gave to me. And you've heard some of my other colleagues talk about if we admired something of her, she would give it to us. Well, this scarf she was wearing at that moment, I said, oh, that's such a lovely scarf. And she just took it off and gave it to me. I wear this scarf often. In fact, we had to be careful about admiring anything Dianne had because she would likely take it off and give it to us. But, you know, this is one of the things that I will always remember about Dianne Feinstein, her courage, her integrity, her commitment to public service, literally until the very, very end. Mr. President, I yield back.
Mr. President.
The senator from New Hampshire is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I want to offer my condolences to Dianne's family, to her colleagues from California, to the Speaker Emeritus, to my colleague, Senator Padilla, and to so many of our friends and colleagues who are watching today. I wanted to rise just because I'm one of the newer women in the United States Senate, and I wanted to acknowledge the difference and work has made for me, for my constituents, for our daughters and our granddaughters. When I came to the Senate, the bipartisan women's dinners were long established. I didn't have to think about how I would get to know my women colleagues and share experiences and learn the ropes from them because Dianne Feinstein and her other colleagues who were early pioneers in the Senate had already done some of that work for us. I didn't have to think about whether there was going to be a women's bathroom right off the floor that I could use just the way the men use their bathroom in quick moments because Dianne Feinstein and others had paved the way. I didn't have to think about whether I would be accepted in the same way that Dianne Feinstein had to because she had already done that really difficult work of being that much better than everybody else to make sure that she never let women down and that she never let her constituents down. This morning, after Senator Murray called us and said we're all going to be on the floor, I was rushing to get ready. And to Senator Murkowski's point, I put on different shoes than I was planning to. They were shoes that Dianne had admired. She had the same pair. And she told me they were good ones to wear. I wore a scarf. It's not one Dianne gave me, but because I thought Dianne would think it would add a little something to my presence today. in the last few months of her service, Dianne graced us with her dignity and with her friendship. She had a way of sitting down next to me in caucus lunch and checking in. She knew I had some particular caregiving challenges at home, and she would always say to me, "Who's with Ben right now?"
All right, if you have been listening in here live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox, we are continuing our coverage this morning of now the late Senator Dianne Feinstein. She's passed away this morning at the age of 90 years old. We want to go ahead now and bring in Live Now from Fox senior digital journalist Andrew Kraft, one of our political experts here as well, to discuss this more. He's live on the phone with us today. Good morning, Andrew. I hope you're doing well. First off, I wanted to kind of get your reaction and knowledge about the senator who's now passed away.
Yeah, Giacomo, good to be with you. You know, I just got off a flight and I found out the news. I just landed in New York City, and, you know, I would say it's shocking, but it's really not. I mean, she had been ill for a really, really long time. And you remember, she was absent from the Senate for several months, and that was its own kind of, you know, political story about who would replace her on a temporary basis on the very powerful Senate Judiciary Committee. You know, that committee is responsible for confirming the federal judiciary, the judges across the land. And so it's a very powerful perch on that committee. And at that time, earlier this year, there was a huge story about, you know, whether she should resign if she was not capable to carry out the rest of her term. Now, she had already said that she was not going to seek re-election in 2024. And I just want to remind the viewers, I mean, it has been a crazy news week on Capitol Hill in Washington. The government shutdown is looming. The government will probably shut down in less than 48 hours. You have that going on. And then people waking up to the news of Senator Feinstein's passing. It's just a really, really big news week on Capitol Hill. But she was just voting as of last night. She passed away in Washington, D.C. And I think that's somewhat of a testament to who Senator Feinstein was. She is a trailblazer. She was one of the, if not the most dominating female politics, I think, of our time. You know, I was born in 1991, and I think Feinstein was elected to the Senate in 92. So almost my entire life, Senator Feinstein has been in the Senate. And now that is a testament to her long political career, but I think some of her critics would say that, you know, she did not know leave the stage, even at her advanced age, even in her failing health. And now, Giacomo, you have this, you know, side political story that will evolve over the next coming days and months about who will replace Senator Feinstein in this vacancy, but also in 2024, because now this is an open seat. And of course, that has been a main storyline of all of this, is who will Governor Gavin Newsom appoint to fill that vacancy. But as far as California politics go, as far as California Democrats go, I mean, Dianne Feinstein is the one person that comes to mind. Mayor of San Francisco. Of course, we know her husband passed away, I believe, in 2019. And interestingly enough, she was in quite a fierce legal battle with his children from a different marriage in the midst of all these health issues. Her daughter retained power of attorney recently, and so even at the advanced age of 90, she was fraught with a lot of legal issues going on about her late husband's estate, about her health issues. And so no doubt so many of her Senate colleagues are in mourning. I saw the vase of white roses on her Senate desk, and we'll see where the Senate goes from here. I think President Biden just put out a statement. Do we have that?
Yes, we do, and I can read that out for you if you'd like.
Sure.
Let's go ahead and pull that up right here. If our audience will just stick with us, because I do know we have it in some messages. It'll take a second. But before we do that, Andrew, one point that I want to kind of bring up with all of this is on the verge of a government shutdown, which on Saturday at midnight will happen if Congress doesn't get things into gear. For the Senate to spend the entire morning of discussions on this Friday, right before a potential shutdown, talking about the late senator rather than addressing the big elephant in the room, right, the shutdown itself, just kind of your reaction to seeing how important this Feinstein is to American politics, to see that happening, despite what's going on between Republicans and Democrats in the Senate and the House.
Yeah, I mean, that's such an interesting moment because these things are happening simultaneously. But to your point, though, Giacomo, I mean, the Senate has largely done its job. I mean, they introduced their own continuing resolution. It has enough support in the Senate. The House really has no appetite to take it up. So largely the Senate has done all that they were going to do. It doesn't seem like House Republicans are going to budge on what they are offering and what they have put on the table. So the ball is really in House Republicans' court right now. But I'm not entirely sure with, one Senate vacancy in Feinstein's passing that will kind of matter in the overall government shutdown landscape. But particularly on the Senate Judiciary Committee, she was the tie-breaking vote on that committee. So say if Biden appoints someone that he wants, nominates someone to the federal bench, I mean, God forbid, a member of the Supreme Court passes away and we need to fill that vacancy. She was the tie-breaking vote. So any judicial nomination that's going to be put forward to that committee will kind of be deadlocked unless, President Biden nominates, unless the Senate Majority Leader Schumer puts someone in that place. So that, I think, is going to be fraught. But that's kind of a side issue right now. Just back to Feinstein's, legacy overall, I was seeing just some clips and some statements from her very, very good friend, her fellow San Franciscan, former Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi.
And we do have that statement brought up from the White House, Andrew,
sure.
If we want to go ahead and read that. We have this again from President Biden this morning, saying Senator Dianne Feinstein was a pioneering American, a true trailblazer, and for Jill and me, a cherished friend. In San Francisco, she showed enormous poise and courage in the wake of tragedy and became a powerful voice for American values, serving in the Senate together for more than 15 years. The president said he had a front row seat to what Dianne was able to accomplish. It's why he says that he recruited her to serve on the Judiciary Committee when he was a chairman, and he said that he knows what she was made of. And I wanted her on our team, Biden said. There's no better example of her skillful legislating and sheer force of will than when she turned passion into purpose and led the fight to ban assault weapons. Dianne made her mark on everything from national security to the environment to protecting civil liberties. She made history in so many ways, and our country will benefit from her legacy for generations. And Andrew, we have just about a minute left. We do need to wrap as we're bringing on another expert. We appreciate you for joining us. Quick reaction to the president's comments about the late senator.
Well, yeah, and I kind of was reminded about that. He and Senator Feinstein were colleagues in the Senate for so long. They served on the Judiciary Committee together. And so he would know firsthand, her political acumen, how she tried to work across the aisle, much like then Senator Biden, now President Biden, touts all the time. And so it really is a sad day in the Senate. She was looking very, very frail in the last several months. She was in a wheelchair. Basically there were several and countless stories about how her staff was basically running the office. So there was a lot of criticism about how she was sticking around in the Senate, but still a very, very sad day on Capitol Hill and for California writ large. And we'll just have to see where the politics goes from here, Giacomo. Thanks so much.
Absolutely. Andrew Kraft there, our senior digital journalist here with Live Now from Fox, also one of our political experts here on Live Now from Fox. We do need to head to a quick commercial break. We'll be back in just a couple minutes. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. I'm Giacomo Luca. Thanks so much for joining us. The time now 11:19 here on the East Coast, 8:19 over on the West Coast. We are continuing to follow and to really break out the latest on this very latest on the death of the late Senator Dianne Feinstein. We want to go right now. We want to go right now to President Joe Biden speaking live, raw, and unfiltered over in Virginia.
Ran across a bridge booby-trapped with mines to stop 2 battle tanks evacuating wounded troops from driving across it. A patriot, uncompromising in his duty, unflinching in the face of danger, and unwavering in the service for the country. And Holly Ann, none of us can say enough about you. You served right alongside him every step of the way, and that's not hyperbole. You served alongside him every step of the way. You pulled double and triple duty to make sure you and Mark were always doing right by your family, supporting the military community while maintaining your own career as a nurse. It's incredible what you have achieved, Holly Ann. The work you've done to increase support for military spouse employment is going to keep improving the lives of military families for a long time. And Peter and Mary, thank you for sharing your dad with us. I know it wasn't easy. All those moves, all those schools, all those months, and your dad was deployed. You couldn't be together. Thank you for all you've given to our country. And Mark, I know one of the best parts of retirement for you is already mentioned by our secretary. You're going to spend more time with your kids. That's going to be fun, man. I tell you what, I love my kids. I'm crazy about my grandkids. Now, everyone who has spent time with Mark knows three things about him. Several were already mentioned. One, he's from Boston. He parks his car in car garages. He likes maps, and he loves the Constitution. But each of these three things points to something deeper about Mark's character. His Boston heritage isn't just about pride of place. It's pride in what shaped him, the values that have guided his whole life. It's about the father and mother, both veterans of World War II, who set the example of nobility, of the nobility of serving your country. It's about knowing that his dad was among those who landed in Iwo Jima, and that if those young men his father served alongside could raise a flag on Mount Suribachi, then there's nothing America cannot accomplish when we work together. It's about how his parents strived and sacrificed so their children would have every opportunity to chart their own future. It's knowing that everyone who served under his command had their own story, in his view, just as important as his. And to this day, whenever Mark's attended events, I've watched him. We've attended many events together. I've watched him. He'll talk to every young person.
All right, you have been listening in live, raw, and unfiltered to U.S. President Joe Biden at this ceremony over in Virginia, honoring General Mark Milley, positioned there to the left and to the right of the Secretary of Defense, Lloyd Austin. We do want to turn right now over to the Los Angeles-based area over in Anaheim, where Alex Michelson is standing by live to discuss the very latest this morning on that death of the Senator Dianne Feinstein. Good morning, Alex. I hope you're doing well. What do we know?
Good morning, Giacomo. We are here at the California Republican Party convention in Anaheim, where former President Trump is expected to speak within the next few hours. You see a big lineup of people with their Make America Great Again hats on. These are the Republican diehards in California, which is, of course, one of the bluest states in the country, and a real icon of Democratic California politics has passed away. Dianne Feinstein dying at 90 years old, the longest serving female senator ever, first woman to be elected the head of San Francisco Board of Supervisors, first female mayor of San Francisco, and one of two first female senators to represent California. She was a trailblazer. A lot of legislative accomplishments, including the assault weapons ban, releasing a torture memo with the CIA, and really a legislative giant. And close friends with a lot of folks, including the President of the United States, Joe Biden, who you just heard from there, who served with her in the Senate for many years. They worked together on the assault weapons ban. What's happening now on the Senate is several of Feinstein's colleagues are coming to the floor to pay tribute to her. And an interesting note, she was at the Senate yesterday voting. Literally on her last day, she was there voting. She had made very clear that she had no plans to retire before the end of her term in 2025, even though there's been a lot of questions about her health, both physical and mental, in the last few months. It was important for her to be there, and she was there until her very dying day. Today she is being honored. And then there will be the conversation about what happens next and how this impacts the Senate, which of course is closely divided. And this is a major deal. When you had before a 51-49 Senate without her, now it will be a 50-49 Senate with Dianne Feinstein's passing.
And Alex, of course, we know what's likely to happen next, at least in the next couple of months, with Governor Gavin Newsom likely to make an appointment there. Of course, for a new senator. Obviously, no words, very far too soon to get any answers on that. In terms of the legacy that Feinstein leaves behind in your state, in the state of California, what is that?
of service, of being a trailblazer for women, showing women that they can get into the biggest, most powerful rooms and be dominant forces there. She's one of the most important people in the history of the country when it comes to gun control. With the assault weapons ban, she, of course, came to power as mayor of San Francisco after she saw her colleagues, the mayor of San Francisco and her fellow supervisor, Harvey Milk, murdered, and literally, with their blood on her, took the oath of office and became the mayor of San Francisco. That became one of the causes of her life. That's an important part of it. She did a lot of stuff within the state, like a lot of parkland and other things that were because of the influence that she had. And then what she did in terms of transparency, fighting the Obama administration and putting out a torture memo. It was so dramatic that they actually made a movie about that with Annette Bening playing her and Adam Driver a part of that because she was such a force. People forget that because the last few years have been really tough, and she has been not anywhere close to where she was a few years ago. What a powerful figure she was at the height of her power. And I think her friends hope that people remember her that way and not the way that it has been in the last few years and really especially the last few months.
Yeah, absolutely. She's been in and out of the hospital. We know that there was a bit of a battle between her late husband and the children of her late husband as well, and a power of attorney had been given to her daughter. So there was a number of tales that you could kind of look at there, I suppose, that kind of showed she was aging. There was also the issues with some of the comments that she had made. She was supposed to be just responding on the floor of the Senate to a simple aye or nay vote, and started reading out prepared comments. So there were certainly, I know, some questions as to whether or not her age was a big factor and whether or not she could maintain and hold the seat and continue her job in office there.
And she was stubborn. She was stubborn, which is what allowed her to get to where she was. She was stubborn, which is what allowed her to pass a lot of the legislation. And she was stubborn, and maybe to a fault, to now put the Democrats in a position where a seat on the Judiciary Committee may not be able to be filled because of this loss. But we saw something similar with Ruth Bader Ginsburg, that, of course, was a Supreme Court justice who was asked to step aside and said, I don't want to. And Senator Feinstein was asked by many people to step aside and said, I don't want to. And both of them ended up dying in office and putting their party and their ideology in a more precarious position because of it. But nobody was going to tell Dianne Feinstein what to do, and she did what she wanted up until the end.
All right, Alex, any final remarks before we let you go here?
It's going to be really interesting to see what happens next in terms of who Governor Newsom appoints. He has said that it's going to be a black woman. He's also said that it's not going to be one of the candidates for Senate right now, which includes a black woman, Barbara Lee, the congresswoman from Oakland. So who will that person be? He says he wants that person to be a caretaker only, to not get involved in the Senate race. We have a very competitive race, which will kick off. We have a March primary. And so who that person is to represent the largest state in the country is going to be a really significant storyline. And whether Republicans allow Democrats to fill her position on the Judiciary Committee will determine whether the Biden team is able to get their judges passed or whether that really stalls.
All right, Alex Michelson there over from Fox 11 Los Angeles, joining us here live here on Live Now from Fox from Anaheim, breaking down and kind of giving us some more feedback and input on the death of that late senator. Thanks so much for joining us, Alex. Okay, folks, the time now 11:31 here on the East Coast, 8:31 over on the West Coast. We do need to get out to a quick commercial break. We'll continue our coverage after the break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Giacomo Luca. Thanks for joining us. It's 11:33 now on the East Coast, 8:33 over on the West Coast. President Biden's delivering remarks at the Armed Forces Farewell Tribute in honor of General Mark Milley, the 20th chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. This happening live, raw, and unfiltered over at the Joint Base Meyer Henderson Hall. We're going to pop up the audio. We'll listen in live, raw, and unfiltered.
Ladies and gentlemen, General Brown.
To our congressional leaders, our Department of Defense leadership, both past and present, our many distinguished guests, family, friends, joint teammates, allies and partners, service members and families of the United States Armed Forces, good morning. Before going any further, Shireen and I would like to express our gratitude to the many that have played a role in our journey thus far. To the Air Force leadership, airmen and families we had the opportunity to work with and for the past 3 years. For the opportunity to continue serving, and to all we had a role in making today possible. We very much appreciate all you've done and will continue to do, and we're grateful for your presence to witness today's ceremony. With each leadership opportunity I've had during my career, I've been honored, blessed, and focused on the task ahead. Today is no exception. President Biden, Vice President Harris, thank you for your trust and confidence that you placed in me, and for your leadership and commitment to our service members and their families. Secretary Austin, thank you for your guidance, your mentorship, and your faith in my abilities. Mr. President, Madam Vice President, Mr. Secretary, I'm honored to have the opportunity to continue serving our nation. To the Milleys, Mark and Alianne, thank you for your years of dedication, for an exceptional job well done, and thank you for your leadership. It's an honor for me and Shireen to follow in your footsteps and the footsteps of all the chairmen and spouses before us. God has smiled on me one more time and blessed me with another opportunity well beyond my own expectations. I'm blessed with a tremendous family, my commissioning officer, and my most influential mentor, my father, Charles. He told me in high school that 4 years in the military wouldn't hurt me. My mother, Kay, who didn't object to the idea, has been my most vocal supporter all along the way. I'm blessed by the unwavering support of my sister, Stephanie, and carry with me the influence and memory of my younger brother, Kevin. I owe my success to the sacrifice, love, and support of Shireen and our sons, Sean and Ross. Shireen has not only committed so much to our family, but she has become such a strong advocate for our military families. As a result of her commitment and advocacy, Sean and Ross are both accomplished in their own right. Shireen, Sean, and Ross, thanks for proverbially signing my permission slip each morning, pinning it to my backpack, and allowing me to report for duty. The three of you never raised your right hand to take an oath, but I know your sacrifice is well beyond what I might appreciate. Your encouragement, love, and support for me and each other has been the cornerstone of our family. Finally, I've been blessed by Shireen's parents and brothers who didn't object, as far as I know, when I asked Shireen to marry me. I'm blessed by the aunts, uncles, cousins, close friends, and mentors, many of you who are here today, who have supported me and played a role in my development to make me a better person a better officer, and a better leader. As we step out together in today's uncertain security landscape, honing our warfighting skills has primacy in all we do. We must focus on integrating our military power within our services, across the joint force, and with our allies and partners to deter aggression, to fight when called upon, and to decisively prevail in war. We must focus on modernizing and aggressively leading with new concepts and approaches. Finally, trust is the foundation of our profession. As chairman, every day I will focus on strengthening the bonds of trust across our force, ensuring the American people know their military and its service members, active, Guard, Reserve, and civilian, only as the unwavering defenders of the Constitution and servants of our nation. In closing, when I became the Chief of Staff of the Air Force 3 years ago, I expressed the need to accelerate change. My conviction has not wavered. The journey of change must continue to strengthen our national security. It's a tremendous privilege to serve as the 21st Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, focused on sharpening our warfighting prowess in defense of our national interests. Thank you for joining us for today's ceremony. God bless our service members and their families, and God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
All right, you have been listening in live, raw, and unfiltered over in Virginia as the president, Biden, is honoring the Joint Chiefs of Staff Chairman, Mark Milley, the general over there, as he is set to retire. Meanwhile, we do have some breaking news to get to at this hour. We're learning that Ethan Crumbley, the Oxford, Michigan school shooter, is eligible now to serve life without parole. This after a judge rules that defendant can serve life in prison without parole for that shooting. Let's pop up the audio and listen in as the judge made that decision earlier this morning.
In conclusion, the court finds that the defendant's age and home and family environment are mitigating factors. The court finds the remaining factors due to it. This crime is not the result of impetuosity or recklessness, nor does the crime reflect the hallmarks of youth. Defendant carefully and meticulously planned and carried out the shooting. Accordingly, the court, having weighed all factors and noting the Michigan Supreme Court's admonition in Taylor, finds that the prosecution has rebutted the presumption by clear and convincing evidence that a sentence to life without parole is a disproportionate sentence. As such, this case will proceed to sentencing on December 8th, 2023. That is the order of the court. With that, counsel, we need to set another placement hearing because I have to still review defendant's placement every 30 days. I'm looking at October 20th, 2023 at 9 a.m. via Zoom for the next placement hearing. Does that work?
All right, the judge there in Michigan making that ruling earlier this morning. Ethan Crumbley killed 4 students and wounded 7 others at Oxford High School back in November of 2021. Crumbley was 15 years old at the time, but was charged as an adult. Over the summer, the defense argued he could be rehabilitated through proper intervention, but prosecutors disagreed. He'll be sentenced in December. This is Live Now from Fox. We're headed out to a quick commercial break. We'll be back in just 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Giacomo Luca. Time now 11:45 on the East Coast, 8:45 over on the West Coast. U.S. senators and lawmakers across the country, as well as many people across the country, honoring now the late Senator Dianne Feinstein. She passed away early this morning at the age of 90 years old. All morning long on the U.S. Senate floor, we have been hearing from lawmakers speaking about the late senator. There was also a vase of roses, white roses, placed on her Senate seat. The senator served for more than 30 years. We'll pop up the audio and listen in live, raw, and unfiltered now as senators continue to deliver remarks about Dianne Feinstein.
She was always gracious and dignified. She exuded a quiet power that in critical moments in the history of this institution and our nation, our country and world got to see. As the chair of the Intelligence Committee, determined to make public a tectonic struggle between this body and its role and the history of interrogation techniques that she and many of us concluded were inappropriate and broke the boundaries, determined to defend the prerogatives of the Senate, even in a very difficult and charged environment. Given her early experience in San Francisco and the tragedy that brought her from council president to mayor, she was a focused, persistent, effective advocate for gun safety. My friend and predecessor in this seat, now our president, President Joe Biden, served alongside Senator Feinstein for many, many years. And together, they worked hard to advance the Violence Against Women Act, the assault weapons ban, and dozens of other pieces of important legislation to help make our country more equitable, more inclusive, safer, and more just. I was reflecting this morning when I got the hard news about Dianne's passing last night. On the very first time I met her, I was a young man. I was just a year out of law school, and I was living and working in New York City for the I Have a Dream Foundation. And I happened to have a car. And a friend who I think was working for Mayor Dinkins called and asked if I would drive out to Teterboro Airport and pick up Senator Feinstein of California. I couldn't believe my luck as a young man in his early 20s to get a chance to speak for even a moment or two to a U.S. Senator. Well, I drove out there and was sure to be on time and waited diligently, and had been told by some of the campaign staff to not expect that she would even speak to me. She insisted on sitting in the front seat next to me, and we chatted for almost an hour and a half as we made our way back into downtown Manhattan in heavy traffic. And I had the chance to listen to then new Senator Feinstein talk about her experience as mayor, make observations about how the city of New York was being run and what the issues were, and then to ask her a few questions about public service, about what motivated her, about why she worked so hard. As a very young man, that experience, that conversation stayed with me for years. And when I first came to this body and had a chance to sit near her on this floor and to serve down the dais from her on judiciary, I approached and repeated that story. And she said, "Young man, what I want you to remember is that every time you have a chance, whether with a page or an intern, with a campaign volunteer, you also have the opportunity and the obligation to remind them who we serve and why we serve." Senator Feinstein was a giant here. She showed what public service means. She was determined, she was capable, she was dedicated. Her last vote was yesterday. And I cannot imagine the loss that her family and staff are feeling, the enormous gap this will leave for the state of California and for this institution today and into the future, as we mourn the passing of this incredible trailblazer, and as we prayerfully reflect on her incredible legacy. Thank you, Dianne, for your decades of loyal and loving service to this, our great nation. Thank you, Mr. President. With that, I suggest the absence of a quorum.
We'll call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
You have been listening in live, raw, and unfiltered on the U.S. Senate floor as a number of lawmakers have been honoring this morning the late Dianne Feinstein, the senator from California, who we know had suffered some numerous health issues over the past year, leading critics to wonder about her fitness for office. She passed away this morning at the age of 90 years old. Officials have not yet released her cause of death. Feinstein's legacy includes being the first woman president of the San Francisco Board of Supervisors, the first female mayor of San Francisco, and one of two of the first women elected to the U.S. Senate from the state of California. She also served as a U.S. Senator for 31 years, and she was also the oldest sitting member of the U.S. Congress. Dianne Feinstein passing away today at the age of 90. This is Live Now from Fox. We'll continue our coverage in just 2 minutes after this short break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Giacomo Luca, taking a live look out at the White House today as the United States is honoring U.S. Senator Dianne Feinstein. She passed away this morning at the age of 90 years old. You can see there on the White House the American flag recently lowered to half-staff in her memory. We are changing gears here right now, though, to Live Now, right over to a bit of a storm brewing over in New York. Our radar's not showing that at this moment, but I do want to get out to a press conference happening live, raw, and unfiltered over in the New York City area as life-threatening flooding now endangering parts of New York City. We have officials with the state and New York City itself speaking live, raw, and unfiltered with the latest updates. Let's listen in.
FloodNet system where we are able to monitor flooding on the roads in a couple of places that is en route to be completed over the next 2 to 3 years. But right now what we have seen is that as the rain began to subside after 9 o'clock, many of those flooding areas have begun to recede. Overall, as we know, this changing weather pattern is the result of climate change. And the sad reality is our climate is changing faster than our infrastructure can respond. We have been working at the mayor's direction for well over a year on a significant medium-term approach to increasing green infrastructure and expanding the sewer system. But changing infrastructure takes time. It's one of the reasons for more than a year we've been doing things like distributing flood barriers and helping people understand how they can protect their own homes and properties, and working with emergency management under Commissioner Iskel's leadership to recognize that the weather can kill you and that we have to respond appropriately. I appreciate very much our collaboration, not only with my city colleagues, but also, of course, with the governor and her team. And we are in close touch with our state colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Next, we'll hear from MTA CEO Janno Lieber before we open it up to Q&A. CEO?
Thank you. Listen, this is a tough travel day. There are significant portions of the subway system that are shut down. We are starting the process of reactivating certain lines, but when water covers the electrified third rail, we have to do inspections so that will be unfolding slowly. We do have a full bus system operation today. There are about 3,500 buses out there, and that's especially important, as the governor says, to get kids home from school. So if you must travel, and heed the warnings of the governor and the mayor and others, that it's not a day to travel if you don't have to, but if you do, buses are available. We have full Long Island Railroad service, but Metro North at this time has really been shut down. All three trunk lines of Metro North, New Haven, Harlem, and Hudson lines are shut down at this time because of water in the South Bronx. And we are developing a service plan, hoping that we can reactivate those operations. We're developing a limited service plan for this afternoon with the hope and expectation we'll be able to get everybody home. The good news is that New Yorkers heeded Governor Hochul's warnings and the MTA's warnings and the city's warnings from yesterday. And it is a Friday, it's a lighter than normal commute. It's always a light day on Friday, and New Yorkers listened. One of the reasons that they listened is that we have really a strong text alert system, and I urge everybody who doesn't have it to sign up for mta.info/notify. In the meantime, if you have to travel, if you are still out there, please consult the MTA apps. My MTA, the Train Time app, and the MTA website, mta.info. We have full up-to-date information. As I said, about half of the subway system is either fully suspended or partially suspended, but we are starting the process of trying to get some of those lines back. The other positive news I would emphasize is that since Hurricane Ida 2 years ago, Governor Hochul instructed us to work with the city to try to make some of the stations more resilient so we wouldn't have those impacts on customers that you saw a couple of years ago. That collaboration has produced results, and to date, there haven't been any of those crazy washouts inside the stations, though, as I said, service has been affected. Please stay close to those MTA apps for real-time information, My MTA, the Train Time app, and www.mta.info. Thank you.
Thank you, CEO Lieber. And so with that, we'll open it up to some on-topic questions.
Okay, just a reminder, if you have a question, to use the hand raise function on your screen. We'll start with Ethan Stark-Miller from AM New York. Ethan, you can now unmute your line.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
Okay, so question for Mr. Mayor. I mean, there are asylum seekers in shelters that are tent-like facilities at Creedmoor on Randall's Island. Are they safe in those facilities with these conditions? And is the city taking any steps to move them elsewhere?
We have no reported conditions in those areas on Randall's and at the Creedmoor location. And of course, if there are any conditions that are dangerous, we're going to make sure that people receive the proper care and make the proper movement.
Mayor, I just got an update on Randall's specifically. We've seen very minimal leaking at Randall's Island, and any problems that will be very quickly addressed. So we have no issues really at Randall's Island at this point.
Great. Next, we'll go to Katie Honan from the city. Katie, you can now unmute your line.
Questions briefly. Chancellor Banks, there have been reports of schools flooding. I saw someone tweet that the cafeteria was flooded, students can't eat. My question for you, and I guess the question for the mayor is, New York City has been flooded for hours now. We're finally now hearing from the city. A press release, I think for a lot of people doesn't count. Why did you not take more precautions when it came to schools? Students don't know how they're going to get home if the subways don't return service. And secondly, I don't know if there's any disruption with bus services. And so I guess the question is for the chancellor, can you give an update on schools and which ones are flooded? And for the mayor, why did you not speak to New Yorkers sooner about what is a very, very serious flooding situation that we knew about for at least 24 hours?
Katie, the chancellor is going to go into the school situation and what we have right now, but we have, number one, notified NYC and using the various social media channels, and Commissioner Iscol has been speaking about this from afternoon yesterday, so all the necessary precautions were taken. We have gone through these flood-related and heavy rain conditions before, and we followed the right protocol, and really take my hat off to Commissioner Iscol and the entire team as they put in place a situation of communication using the virtual methods and monitoring the situation, really doing what needed to be done and making the right notifications and informations and constantly keeping New Yorkers up to date. Chancellor, can you go into the school situation? Where are we at this time?
Sure, Mayor. First of all, it's just important to note that all of our schools, every single one of our schools are open. We're actively monitoring the situation across all of our buildings. We have safety plans in place, and that's important to note. And we have folks in our schools who are trained annually to prepare for days just like this. Our building response teams, they fully activated, and our protocol is to, in fact, shelter in place. Now, we do have a portion of our schools, approximately 150 out of the more than 1,400 schools that we have, that have, in fact, taken on some water, has presented some challenge, but nothing has impacted the ability for us to safely educate our students in any of those schools. Our schools have safety plans in place, and they are moving forward, and they're keeping us abreast. This stuff is happening in real time. There's one school is actually evacuating currently due to a smoking boiler, and that is PS 132 in Brooklyn. And it looks like there may have been some water that got into a boiler. So we're evacuating that school to IS 78, which is located 3 blocks away. That's the only school that we've had to date at this time have to actually evacuate. Our facilities and the School Construction Authority are working together to quickly repair any damage. Even now, we've got folks out in many of these buildings in real time. Now, also, I want to note that we received multiple media inquiries about the David Booty School, which is IS 228 in Brooklyn. And the message that the principal of that school sent was premature in telling parents to come up to get their kids, which was precisely the wrong thing to do. The conditions are worse outside of the schools. And so we'll be addressing that. But as the rain lightens up, we're continuing to monitor the situation. And what's also important is that our buses are pre-positioned for dismissal. We've been in touch with all of our vendors, and their pre-position means that they are staging early in order to have enough time to get our kids home. These are high axle vehicles, and they'll be able to navigate any water in the roadways. So in closing, I would simply say our schools are open. We feel good. We're fully prepared. We're ready to go. We have taken on some water, but nothing that has created an infrastructure problem where our kids are not safe. Our kids are safe, and we're continuing to monitor the situation.
Thank you, Chancellor. And just to add a little to what the mayor said earlier, our first our first Notify NYC alert went out yesterday afternoon around 2:50 p.m. One of the first efforts we took was issuing a travel advisory. We've been in touch with local elected officials across the city. We've also been working with nonprofits. And like the mayor said, Commissioner Iscol was out there doing interviews yesterday. Commissioner Iscol is one of our top spokespeople for this administration, and so he speaks on behalf of the mayor every single day.
And Commissioner Iscol, could you share a few words about our decision-making process for notifying people and how we make sure that New Yorkers take these notifications seriously by issuing them thoughtfully?
Yeah. So first off, Notify NYC, as I said, it's available in 14 languages, including American Sign Language. We do a lot of programs, especially since Ida, to really encourage New Yorkers to sign up. We've done a number of day of actions. We did one about a month ago in Jackson Heights and across the city, encouraging people not only to sign up for Notify NYC, but to make sure they have the information they need for these types of flooding events, including the distribution of flood alarms that people can then install in their homes. In terms of Notify NYC itself for these types of events, we take information, we work very, very closely with the National Weather Service. We take their alerts, their warnings, their analysis, and we make sure that we then translate that literally to 14 different languages in American Sign Language, but also so that the public can understand what that threat might be. In addition to making sure we're providing information, not just what the hazard is, but the actions people can take to keep themselves, their loved ones safe.
Thank you, Commissioner Iscol.
For the next question, we'll go to Juliet Pappas. Juliet, you can now unmute your line. Juliet, you there? All right, we'll move to...
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we
Hello?
hear you now. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you. If the fire commissioner is on this call, I was wondering, or who can answer this, have there been basement apartment rescues? And if you have any sense of where and how many? Because Ida, there were fatalities at that time. And I was wondering if there are any fatalities so far today.
Hi, Juliet. It's Commissioner Kavanaugh. We have not had any fatalities today. We have had a number of calls for basements, people trapped in cars. As you've probably seen from the coverage, you can see our vehicles out there all over the city, but we have not had any critical patients or fatalities yet today.
Just a follow up on Commissioner Kavanaugh. Since the last update I received about an hour ago, we've had reports for 6 basement apartments flooded, and we've had successful rescues at each of those.
Thanks. I'd also like to add to that, as the mayor had mentioned, we were made aware yesterday through OEM about this storm, and we put additional high axle vehicles out into our operations. So we had equipment that was specifically available and ready for these types of rescues.
Next, we'll go to Kelly Mena from New York One. Kelly, you can now unmute your line.
Oh, hello. Okay. My first question is to Chancellor Banks. I'm wondering why the decision wasn't made to go remote today for students if it's such a severe day. I mean, parents have to travel to get their kids have to travel to schools. We've heard from multiple officials to stay off the roads today. And then to follow up on Katie's question, Mayor Adams, it's noon right now. Why wasn't the decision to call a state of emergency at 8 a.m. when we knew that rainfall was getting intense?
First, and the Chancellor could talk about remote, but we should be clear that we have only a certain number of school days that we could utilize, and we must make sure we meet that. And as you see, the decision was the right decision. We do not have any issues, dangerous issues at our schools. Our children are in the schools. They're properly being educated, and I believe the Chancellor made the right call. And if there was a need to close the schools, he would have made that call. But this was the right call. Our children are safe in schools. It stabilizes the family. They don't have a level of uncertainty of how they get to and from their office spaces. There is a big inconvenience when you close the school and parents disrupt their normal workflow, and we disrupt a child's education flow at the same time. This was the right decision to do. As we see, we are continuously moving forward, and our children are safe in their schools. Chancellor, you want to add anything to that?
Yeah, no, just that I would echo what you said, Mr. Mayor. You know, I've heard that on other occasions as well. I don't want people to be very clear. The decision to go remote is always the last option. Our kids need to be in school. This is where they also get their healthy meals as well. This is what allows parents to be able to continue their day and get to work and do the other things that need to happen. Whenever we make a decision to actually close schools, it is a major, major disruption. And so it is really only used really as a last resort. And I think in this case, while this was a tough day in terms of the rain, it certainly did not put our kids are not in danger. All of our schools are open. Our teachers are in school. Our kids are in school. and doing well. We do have some schools which have had some flooding, and we have to address that. But we treat taking the option of the remote learning day very, very seriously, and we use that as a last option.
And it's just really commendable on how professional our school system, our first responders, the exact team during these issues of weather emergencies. We still have to operate a city. And our ability to do so is really commendable with the coordination from this team. The city still has to operate with minimum disruption, and that's what you saw in our school system, as well as the deputy mayor pointed out, that, able to go in and do those rescues when it's needed and to notify people. The city must continue to operate, and we want to be clear on that. Zach, can you talk about the state of emergency? State of emergency that we're calling is based on conditions, not based on predictions. It's based on what conditions. But Zach, can you go through that, please?
Absolutely. So there's a number of different uses for a state of emergency, and I appreciate the question. The issuing a state of emergency at 8 a.m., 7 a.m., 9 a.m., or 10 a.m., it's not going to impact our response or the work that we're currently doing. A lot of the state of emergency is more about things that we can then put in place should we need to around contracting, around different rules. Things like if we were going to issue a travel ban, which we are not at the state right now, where we would actually implement a travel ban, shutting down roads, not enabling people to freely move around the city. It's also something that becomes very, very important as we move into the recovery phase, right? One of the things that's needed is as we start to assess the damage that has occurred to either people's homes, private personal property, businesses, the state of emergency is something we can then use as we are going to the state and FEMA for additional support to aid in individual assistance, business loans or grants that can help people recover after the floodwaters have receded.
I would also add that the governor issued her state of emergency this morning around the same time the decision was made here at City Hall. Mayor Adams made the decision around the same time. So just because we're having the briefing now around 11:30 or 12, whatever it is right now, doesn't mean it wasn't the decision wasn't made earlier today.
Next, we'll go to Mark Morales from CNN. Mark.
If you're just now tuning into Live Now from Fox, breaking news, the New York Mayor Eric Adams has issued a state of emergency as they address the life-threatening flooding. You see on the right side of your screen the flooding out there in the Bronx area. Cars trying to get through. You even see a car stalled on that, well, it's our left, but that's actually the right shoulder there in that area with those hazard lights on. The water halfway up through those tires, and it's a great time to remind people who are watching in that area. Officials are always reminding you, turn around, don't drown. If you can't see the tires of the person in front of you, you should not be driving through that area. And then also you see the heavy rain continues outside of LaGuardia Airport. And of course, we're bringing all of this to you live, raw, and unfiltered as it happens. I'm Dianne Feinstein. The time 12:14 on the East Coast, 9:14 on the West Coast. I do want to hit a quick top story really quickly before we go to our first commercial break there on your screen. This is a story we continue to follow here on Live Now from Fox. Sad news, California Senator Dianne Feinstein has died. The longtime senator suffering from extensive health issues for more than a year, leading many to wonder about her fitness for office. This is news that we got in here on Live Now from Fox earlier this morning, and we continue to follow and give you coverage of her now. Dianne Feinstein here, 12:14 on the East Coast, 9:14 on the West Coast. Let's go to our first 2-minute commercial break this Friday, and when we come back, getting right back into your top stories and headlines. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Dianne Feinstein. The time 12:17 on the East Coast, 9:17 on the West Coast. Continuing our coverage of news we learned this morning, Senator Dianne Feinstein reportedly dead at the age of 90. Joining us now out in California on your screen, Alex Michelson with our content partners at Fox 11 LA. Alex, hello to you. You're actually at the California Republican Convention. What are you hearing out there?
Yeah, we're here at the Republican Convention for California, which is in Anaheim. Donald Trump expected to speak here within the next few hours, and you've got this rabid, very excited Trump base here in the bluest of blue states, where in Washington there's a very mournful atmosphere after Dianne Feinstein, the longest-serving woman in the history of the Senate, has died at 90 years old. She was voting just yesterday. And leaves behind an extraordinary legacy. Trailblazer in California, first woman on the San Francisco Board of Supervisors, first female mayor of San Francisco, the first woman, along with Barbara Boxer, to serve in the Senate from California, a very effective senator who had passed things including the assault weapons ban, been a leader on transparency when it comes to the CIA, and a very respected senator in Washington. And now she dies in office after months and months of people saying that she was to potentially step down. She refused to do that. And now this sort of sudden loss, which is going to be a major change, not only for the Senate, but especially here in California.
All right, Alex Michelson with Fox 11 LA. Alex, thank you so much for that report. Have you spoken to any lawmakers? Have any made any appearances out there since you've been there about what she meant to, legislators?
Well, here, these are the Republicans who are Trump fans, and they don't have a particularly close relationship with her, but we are hearing from a lot of the folks who have worked with her. Senator Alex Padilla, the senator from California, just talking about what a mentor she's been. California Governor Gavin Newsom has considered her a mentor and a friend for decades growing up in San Francisco. He knew her when he was very young, described his dear friend. Nancy Pelosi talked about the impact of Dianne Feinstein. The president talking about Feinstein, who he served with in the Senate for many years and was good friends with. Mitch McConnell, the top Republican in the Senate, talking about how he would go on double dates with Feinstein and her husband and his wife and how they were good friends. She is sort of a throwback to another era in Washington where, frankly, senators spent more time in Washington, spent more time together, spent more time talking to each other. And you see some of those friends of both parties coming out to pay tribute to a giant of the United States Senate.
Exactly. Regardless of party, lawmakers on both sides showing their support. Alex Michelson with Fox 11 LA, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox.
Thank you.
The time now, 12:20 on the East Coast, 9:20 on the West Coast. Let's go to our second 2-minute commercial break of the hour. And when we come back, taking a look at live feeds and bringing you all of the top stories. I'm Dianne Feinstein. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine, showing you some of the many live images we have coming through our studios here on Live Now. There you're taking a look at the state of emergency out there in New York. Mayor Eric Adams, about a break ago, giving some remarks about that. Him and Governor Kathy Hochul giving us the very latest as it relates to this, but they are saying this flooding is life-threatening. National Weather Service telling us that about 4 feet of rain have fell in the Bronx. You see that there are tow trucks on site, that car in the Burgundy having their hazard lights stuck in this flooding. And moments ago, we even saw NYPD out there trying to help someone that was stuck. You can see it looks like a lake out there. That is how deep that water is. And again, officials calling that flooding life-threatening. Another feed that we have coming through our studios here on Live Now from Fox, we do see that the Senate floor has come back from break and they have reconvened. Let's listen in now, live, raw, and unfiltered.
Citizens, thousands of pounds of fentanyl and millions of illegal immigrants, including more than 150 on the terror watch list, have poured over our southern border and into our communities. This immigration crisis is so bad that the Biden administration has resorted to building migrant shelters in our national parks and waiving environmental laws to do it. This has to stop. The choices are clear. The conservative solution will avoid a government shutdown, secure our borders, and will keep us on track to restore fiscal sanity. A vote against this bill, let me be clear, a vote against this bill is a vote to continue down the path of out-of-control spending, to keep our borders open, and to shut down the government. I've made my choice to vote yes, and I encourage others to do the same, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Florida reserves.
I reserve. Thank you, sir.
The gentlewoman from Connecticut is recognized.
I'll just take 1 second to tell the gentleman from Arkansas that with this bill, you will cut 1,460 teachers from your district, and almost 46,000 households will be terminated with their low-income energy assistance benefits. With that, let me yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Florida, the distinguished ranking member of the Military Construction and Veterans Affairs Subcommittee, Ms. Wasserman Schultz.
How long?
2 minutes, I'm sorry.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 2 minutes.
I thank the gentlewoman for yielding. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I rise in opposition to this so-called CR, which is a MAGA gift basket to far-right extremists. Let's first address the reality. The gutting cuts in this bill do not continue current funding like we've historically done in continuing resolutions. Instead, this so-called CR slashes cancer and Alzheimer's research, defunds the police, undercuts allies like Israel and Ukraine. Republicans claim to care about our borders, but this invites more immigration problems. Instead of giving migrants a path to work and pay taxes, it leaves them to languish in substandard private prisons. This grab bag of budgetary garbage stands no chance of becoming law and just slingshots into a shutdown in 36 hours. A shutdown that harms everyone, from seniors and service members to this nation's most vulnerable and its very security. It snarls small business loans and trade, delays home loans, and could force federal contractors into layoffs. It's a MAGA recipe for more chaos and inflation, and my home state of Florida will feel it first. The longer it drags, the deeper the airport lines will get as TSA agents and air traffic controllers go without pay and passport processing slows down. Worse, it actually makes our military serve without pay. Don't forget, in the 2019 GOP shutdown, they forced Coast Guard members into food banks. That does not make America stronger. Instead of making communities less safe and handcuffing FEMA's recovery responsiveness, which this CR does, why don't Republicans join Democrats to fight Big Pharma and keep lowering drug prices like insulin? Instead of a shutdown that closes Social Security field offices, which this CR does, and takes food from the mouths of children, why won't Republicans join Democrats to bolster education, health care, and climate investments like Americans want? Why? Because MAGA extremists don't want to make life better for all Americans. They want to inflict pain on their own leadership, on our government, and on the American people. Why? because it covers up their lack of an agenda, it excites their base, and throws gas on their bonfires of distraction and chaos. America deserves better than that, and so does this institution. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman, time has expired. The gentlewoman from Connecticut reserves.
Yes.
The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a privilege to yield to the gentleman from Texas, the chairman of the Committee on the Budget, Mr. Arrington, for 2 minutes.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, policies have consequences. Over the last 2 years, we've seen a string of self-inflicted crises because of the policies of my Democrat colleagues and this president. Let me give you 2 examples. $11 trillion over 2 years from my Democrat colleagues, $6 trillion of which went to the national debt, all of which lit the fuse on this inflation firestorm, this cost of living crisis that is punishing working families from coast to coast. We've got to stop the spending that's bankrupting this great country of ours. This president's dereliction of duty to uphold the laws of the land, his failure to provide for a common defense, to defend our sovereign borders, and to put the safety and security of the American people first has created an unmitigated and unprecedented crisis at the border, where we are being flooded with criminal activity and drugs that are killing people, 300 a day, leading cause of death in the United States. I got a plan. We have a plan. And my Democrat colleagues are going to have to respond to that. We're going to fund the government, keep it open, but we're going to give you measures to secure the border and prioritize the safety of the American people. And we're going to reduce the spending. We're going to save this country and our children's future while we're at it, because that's the responsible thing to do, not only for our country and our citizens of our country, but future generations of Americans who will inherit the whirlwind if we don't start reining in this wasteful Washington spending. So I rise in support of the Republican funding bill, and I ask my colleagues to do the same.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Florida reserves. The gentlewoman from Connecticut is recognized.
I would just like to take a few seconds here to let the gentleman from Texas know that the state of Texas will lose almost 14,000 teachers. It's going to be really tough to explain that to families when their children do not have a teacher in the classroom. In addition to that, almost 77,000 Texans will lose their low-income energy assistance benefits or have those benefits cut. It's going to be a tough time for folks come the cooler months or the warmer months for them to take advantage of this. So I think people need to be mindful of the consequences of a 30% cut, or in the case of LIHEAP, a 74% cut that they are proposing here today. That, Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Illinois, Mrs. Ramirez.
The gentlewoman from Illinois is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Ranking Member, and thank you, Speaker. I cannot believe that I'm standing here again, having to remind my colleagues that we are a nation of immigrants. But you know what? I'm going to come to this podium each time my Republican colleagues have amnesia about where their families come from or try to scapegoat the immigrant community. Introducing a continuing resolution that cuts services and deports unaccompanied children, ending asylum and jailing families, betrays a truth about my colleagues. They are more willing to scapegoat and sacrifice the well-being of immigrants, children that they say they care so much, babies that they say they care so much about, veterans, the elderly, and people experiencing poverty, that they are to do the hard work of owning up to their failures, their hypocrisy, their ineffective leadership. To me, it is hypocritical to target immigrants when many of the people in this chamber have reaped the benefits of immigrant labor and have become wealthy on the backs of immigrant sacrifice. Let me tell you, because my mother tells me about her journey. It takes courage to cross the border, to seek a job, or to pursue an opportunity to raise your children in safety. The courage of our people stands in stark contrast to the cowardice of my colleagues. There's nothing people-centered about this Republican CR. There's nothing noble or redeeming about it. It's time for a clean CR that does not scapegoat the people this nation has been built on. And let's stop indulging on the cowardice of my colleagues. And for this reason, Speaker, at the appropriate time, I will offer a motion to recommit this bill back to committee. And if the House rules permitted, I would have offered the motion with an important amendment to my bill. That amendment would strike the section that makes 30% cuts across the board. I ask unanimous consent to enter the record unto the amendment.
The gentlewoman's time has expired.
And I hope my colleagues will join me. I yield back.
Without objection, the request is granted. Reserve. Woman from Connecticut reserves. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would remind my colleagues in the House and the American people that just last year, 900 immigrants died trying to cross the border. That is not humane. That is insane. And that we are not willing to look away and tolerate in the name of what? No, that is what is intolerable. And I will not be lectured, Mr. Speaker, when 900 migrants died trying to get to the United States, and when there are thousands of children who are now missing that were supposed to be taken care of by the United States federal government, you don't hear about that. That is not humane. This legislation puts an end to that insanity. Mr. Speaker, I now am honored to yield to the gentleman from Ohio, the chairman of the Committee on Judiciary, Mr. Jordan, for 2 minutes.
I think the gentleman from Ohio is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the gentleman for yielding. Look, the fiscal year ends in 36 hours. This bill funds the government. We have a $2 trillion deficit, $33 trillion debt. This bill cuts spending. We have a border that's wide open. This bill secures the border. 3 simple, common sense things. But the most important of those 3 is the one that Mr. Diaz-Balart was just talking about, the border situation. 2021 was the highest number on record for illegal migrants entering the year. Highest year on record until 2022. And that was the highest year on record until this year. That's how bad this is. And here's the important point. It's not just conservatives. It's not just Republicans talking about securing the border. The mayor of New York said the migrant, quote, the migrant crisis will destroy New York City. Everyone in the country knows what needs to be done. This bill does it in a common sense way, reasonable cuts in spending to deal with the huge deficit we got, but most importantly, addresses the most pressing issue we have. The most pressing issue in the country today is the border situation. And everyone in the country knows it, it seems, except Democrats in the United States Congress. I urge a yes vote.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Florida reserves. The gentlewoman from Connecticut is recognized.
I would just take a second to let the gentleman from Ohio know that 232,000 people in Ohio will be without low-income energy assistance benefits. And further, there will be 5,500 teachers who will be pulled out of classrooms, and the families in both instances will suffer while the gentleman talks about issues that are not truly affecting what is happening in the everyday lives of the people that he represents. And with that, let me yield to 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee.
The gentlewoman from Texas is recognized for 2 minutes.
Let me take a moment to offer my deepest sympathy to the people of California, her family, and the people of this nation for the passing of Senator Feinstein. This is a serious moment in history. This is a serious moment for patriots and persons courageous enough to do the right thing. I started out this morning by saying it will be the American people that will suffer, but it'll be my neighbors in Houston and my fellow Texans. We have a solution, and I think it should be very clearly stated. What my friends on the other side of the aisle are arguing, they're arguing chaos and confusion. They're arguing no solution. They're shouting from the top of their lungs to be heard and to generate excitement and social media. But we have a very calm solution. The Senate has voted 77-19 to put forward a reasoned extension, keeping the funding as it is, making sure our military is being paid, not cutting off women and children from supplemental nutrition. These are infants we're talking about. And taking care of communities like the firefighters in the West who are suffering after fighting fires and other natural disasters. They have a CR. It will come here. It has a privileged status. That status will allow us to vote. The government will be open, and then the engagement on issues that are in disagreement or agreement could be worked. But if we continue this shrill talk and don't reasonably act courageously as patriots and to be able to stop the suffering of the American people, we'll have 50,000 pounds of cocaine because we won't have Customs and Border officers.
The gentlewoman is recognized for additional 30 seconds.
We'll have 110,000 of your children where parents are going to work will have no Head Start slots. 65,000 children will not have access to child care. 60,000 seniors will be robbed of nutrition programs. Then we'll have 2.3 million women and infant and children, as I said, without WIC. No educational dollars, fewer teachers, 4,000 fewer safety inspections, and we will be undermining law enforcement. So if anyone wants to be shrill, here's a solution. Bring the temperature down, pass the Senate CR, open the doors, and stop these draconian cuts because you're hurting the American people and my fellow Houstonians. I yield back.
Time has expired. The gentlewoman from Connecticut reserves. The gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll remind everyone what we're talking about today. This keeps the government open, it secures the border, and it, frankly, reduces wasteful spending. That's what we're dealing with here. It is a real pleasure to now yield to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy, 2 minutes.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized for 2 minutes.
I thank my friend from Florida. I rise in support of this legislation, strongly in support of this legislation. This is legislation that will make sure our troops are paid. It will make sure that our military can continue to do its job. It will make sure that our border is secured, and it will simply return funding to the federal bureaucracy to pre-COVID levels. That's what we're talking about here. That's what my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are so up in arms about, that we must have a bureaucracy bloated with massive expenditures in a post-COVID universe, or your life as you know it is going to end. When the Declaration of Independence was written, when our unalienable rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness were drafted, those rights did not emanate from this floor. That pursuit of happiness did not come from this floor or anywhere in this building, because this building didn't exist. It didn't come from Congress because Congress didn't exist. The fact is that no matter what happens heading into this weekend, whatever the result, there are 50 state governments that are continuing to operate. There are 3,000 county governments operating. There are 20,000 city and municipalities with governments operating, 12,000 independent school districts, because we have a federal system of government. And we are supposed to take care of ourselves and our families and our communities. We are not supposed to bankrupt our country and to devalue the dollar and to drive up inflation such that the American people can no longer afford to live. And that is what my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are doing with blank checks, with more borrowing, more taxing, more spending, destroying the future of this country. That stops now. We stand up on this side of the aisle for sanity and a secure border. I support this legislation, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back.
I reserve, Mr.
The
Speaker.
gentleman from Florida reserves. The gentlewoman from Connecticut is recognized.
I find it hard to believe that the gentleman from Texas.
If you're just now tuning into Live Now from Fox on your screen, we are live in Washington, D.C. As the House floor is convened, they're discussing several key items ranging from the potential government shutdown to even fentanyl and border security. That right box live in New York, we are following New York flooding. You can see cars stuck and other cars trying to maneuver around. And just popping up on our screen, the White House press secretary, Karine Jean-Pierre, she is giving the latest with the White House press briefing. We're going to take that now for you. Live, raw, and unfiltered.
Clear that we have no higher priority than securing the release of Evan, Paul Whelan, and all Americans wrongfully detained abroad. Once again, we call for Russia to immediately release Evan and also to release wrongfully detained U.S. citizen Paul Whelan. Our efforts to secure their release are ongoing, and we will not stop until they are home. I also want to take a minute to echo the President's sentiments on the legacy of Senator Dianne Feinstein. She was a history-making trailblazer who dedicated her life to the people of California for over half a century. From the city of San Francisco to the halls of Congress, Senator Feinstein turned her passion into purpose to benefit the lives of all Americans. As the president said, he had his own close relationship with the senator, forged over 15 years together in the Senate, and she was a cherished friend. And finally, before I do turn it over to our guests, I wanted to make one more thing very clear, which we have been doing as an administration from here for the past couple of days. Now, as you all know, extreme House Republicans are solely to blame for marching us toward a shutdown. That is what we're seeing right now. It is a basic fact, and one that many of you have already reported. I know how much you all love when I quote folks, so here we go. Politico wrote, and quote, Speaker Kevin McCarthy's choice to go back on the deal he made with President is about to plunge the federal government into chaos, end quote. Punchbowl says, and I quote, McCarthy is the only congressional principal no longer abiding by the agreement, end quote. Washington Post writes, quote, of course, Biden has played no role in bringing Congress to the brink of a shutdown, end quote. And it's not just what you all are reporting, it's also what Republicans are saying themselves. Leader McConnell said, and I quote, shutting down the government is a choice, and it's a choice that would make the crisis at our southern border even worse, end quote. Speaker McCarthy said, some individuals, quote, just want to burn the whole place down, end quote. Representative Garrett Graves said, the arsonists have lit their house on fire. Representative Matt Gaetz said, we will have a government shutdown, and we cannot blame Joe Biden. We cannot blame House Democrats. Representatives George Santos and Ralph Norman admitted and saying, shut it down. Those are their words. But no one can explain what House Republicans are shutting down the government over. It's a serious question, and they don't have a good answer for it. As Newt Gingrich said, and I quote, I frankly don't understand it. I think it's sort of nuts. There are times people vote yes one day, and then they come back and vote no the next day, and can't explain why they switched, end quote. So we're here today facing a possible shutdown.
If you're just now tuning into Live Now from Fox, White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre giving the latest White House press briefing. Off the top, she did acknowledge the passing of Senator Dianne Feinstein. She passed away this morning at the age of 90. I'm Jeanne Francine. The time 12:46 on the East Coast, 9:46 on the West Coast. We have to take a quick 2-minute commercial break. And when we come back, getting right back into your live events and top stories. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Dianne Feinstein. Staying on top of our top stories we are following here on Live Now, we do know that Senator Dianne Feinstein passing away at the age of 90. Joining me this morning is Mr. Torres, actually. They're on our screen, James Torres. Excuse me, James. Hello to you. You know that Dianne was actually the mayor of San Francisco, and you've actually been hearing from lawmakers in the area. What are they saying?
Yeah, Dianne, good afternoon to you. Good morning to us, too, here on the West Coast here. And Dianne Feinstein, Senator Feinstein was really board of supervisor at first, served as mayor, really served in a number of different roles, political roles, from the city to the state. And of course, now we know her as one of the longest serving members of Congress as well. Now, as you can imagine, we've heard from a number of different political figures here, not just in the Bay Area, not just in California, but nationwide. President Biden, Governor Gavin Newsom, all honoring the late senator's legacy. But there were three in particular that we took a look at here. And these three politicians, who you may be seeing on your screen now, they are each looking to, or rather were looking to, replace Senator Feinstein when she was set to complete her term in 2024, that Senate seat representing the state of California. Let's talk about what some of these representatives are saying at the moment, each really using much of the similar language, calling it a sad day for California and the nation. That's coming from Congresswoman Barbara Lee. Representative Adam Schiff saying the nation has truly lost a giant of the U.S. Senate, saying he lost a real friend and mentor. And then we're also hearing very similar words coming from Representative Katie Porter, calling Senator Feinstein a trailblazer for women in California politics. Each of those politicians, of course, on the Democratic side in Congress, but we're hearing and seeing these tributes come from both sides of the aisle here. We had some comments earlier this morning from Speaker of the House Kevin McCarthy, who talked about his time working from California, working very closely with the late senator.
I worked with the senator for quite some time, together on many different bills, but the one that I think stands out was our water legislation. It was historic. It was the first time in California history in more than 25 years that we were able to pass water. It was the WIN Act. And I remember the hours and the nights that we would have to work to try to work through, and the challenges. We come from different parties, we have different philosophies, but we put our state first.
There at the restaurant still, should we move to see all of this?
We know flags at the White House are now flying at half-mast this morning. President Biden making some remarks this morning, honoring her legacy, of course. When we heard from Governor Gavin Newsom here in California, he's saying as well that he, too, lost a friend and a mentor in Senator Feinstein, and that is just a handful of representatives, elected officials that we've heard from all morning long. We expect to see more of these tributes and more of these statements coming all throughout the day, Jenny.
James Torres there with Fox San Francisco. Thank you so much for that reporting. I know we just heard comments from the legislators and we saw those tweets. With her being the mayor out there, have you heard of any vigils or anything that'll be had in her honor?
Yeah, we just heard from San Francisco Mayor London Breed, who talked about how she, when she was a young girl, looking up to then Mayor Dianne Feinstein, having been performing in the band and performing for her at City Hall. So, of course, her roots tie very, very deep to not just the country, but of course to California and here in the San Francisco Bay Area as well. We did hear that they're going to have what sounds like some sort of a commemorative book signing. So on the 4th floor of our City Hall, they'll have a book there where they'll have some well wishes, some opportunity for some folks who grew up with Feinstein as one of their political leaders, just to kind of honor her legacy and speak to what she's done for the communities here.
All right, James Torres with Fox San Francisco, thank you so much for giving us that update here on Live Now from Fox.
Absolutely, thank you.
The time now 12:53 on the East Coast, 9:53 on the West Coast. Let's go to our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour, and when we come back, as you all know, getting right back into your live events and top stories. I'm Dianne Feinstein. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine. Let's head back out live, raw, and unfiltered to Washington, D.C. as we're getting the latest from this White House press briefing.
47 days. The point of a CR, we call them stopgaps. You keep stuff going. What did you do on September 30th as a government? You should keep doing that on October 1. This is not hard. It is not meant to come back and negotiate and redo things we just agreed to do 3 months ago. It is to keep the government open, to give congressional negotiators more time on long-term bills. This is not an exercise in reopening negotiations. We negotiated at the Speaker's request 3 months ago. My life is still recovering from it. I remember it very vividly. There are no negotiations left to have on a 47-day bill. The conversation that needs to happen is with the Speaker and the Republican conference, period.
Thank you, Dr. Young. Given that FEMA is already only prioritizing urgent and life and death operations, in the event of a shutdown, how long can even just those operations be sustained?
Look, it depends on, we're still in hurricane season. People think that it ends in August, September, so my answers will be assuming no more major disasters happen. Everything's off the table if something really truly catastrophic happens. But on due course, we think we can continue to do life and safety from FEMA. But you're right, FEMA is holding over 2,000 projects in abeyance because of their current fiscal situation. When did we tell Congress about this? In mid-August. It's now late September. We told them we cannot pay our disaster relief bills in mid-August. It's now late September, and they are now marching us towards a shutdown where those 2,000 projects just get longer and longer and longer. So if you are my home state of Louisiana, if you are Puerto Rico, if you are Texas, anyone who has had a major declaration in the past who are doing long-term recovery, we have to continue to hold to pay for those projects that are needed to continue to rebuild.
The life and death operations, though, they can continue.
They can continue, but I want you to know that statement applies if there are no more large events. You know, we will have a different answer if there is a catastrophic event that pushes FEMA past the point of having enough money to do life and safety. Right now, if there are no catastrophic events, we can continue to do life and safety.
But if there are, then that may not be possible.
I mean, that is always the answer. I've done FEMA budgets since I was a baby staffer on appropriations. All rules, all statements are out the windows when you have large events. They just skew the numbers needed so greatly.
Thank you. Dr. Young, do you have and I'm sorry if you mentioned this at the top, but do you have an estimate of how much does it cost when we have a shutdown and then we reopen the government again? An estimate of, per day or per week or however long it goes?
Yeah, we'll say, look, our analysis on a shutdown really is tied to how long it happens. But one can expect like a 0.1 to 0.2%, I think most economists agree, hit to GDP. The hope is, though, during a shutdown, if that happened, the economy would be able to pick that GDP loss up in the next quarter. So it may not be a permanent loss. But why risk our economy for a manufactured shutdown, all a problem within one conference in Congress? I say 0.1 and 2, and that doesn't sound big. 0.1% of our economy is $26 billion.
I wasn't clear. That's a hit to the economy, but is there an actual cost to, shutting down the government and then reopening again, like any kind of logistical admin costs?
So it will not cost anything that would be outside of our normal spend rate. Like the people in the office on not the 30th, because the 30th is a Saturday, on the 29th will do the work they need to do today. They'll be provided like 4 hours on their devices to send people and have out of office, send people last messages. But there tends not to be, we don't have to go close major infrastructure. There's not a large spike in spending in order to close down. What is really expensive is the hit to GDP, the inability of people to access services like WIC. And it's not just new people signing up for things like WIC. It is people who are on WIC currently. They cannot get access to the meals they would normally get. That is the real impact to the American people.
Fundamentally, we've been here. Oh, I'm sorry. She was looking at me, so I got excited.
Sorry.
I'll come back.
Don't let me get you in trouble.
I promise I'll come down.
Thanks, great. Thanks, Shalonda. So the Treasury Department now says the federal deficit is at $1.5 trillion. That's more than the CBO projected. The president's pushed the bipartisan infrastructure bill. He's pushed the Inflation Reduction Act, the American Rescue Plan. He signed into spending $5.8 trillion over the past 2 years. Spending is at the heart of this impasse. So does the president bear any responsibility for a shutdown?
Absolutely not. And by the way, the deal was to ensure that we had a fiscally responsible plan. I think the name of the bill was the Fiscal Responsibility Act that saved $1 trillion over a decade. And look, if House Republicans want to join us in the Fiscal Reduction Act, I'm happy to talk to them about the tax cuts they have pending in Ways and Means that add to the deficit. I'm also happy to talk to any Republican who voted for $2.5 trillion of tax cuts unpaid. So the problem I have is when people vote for that, bust the deficit on tax cuts for the wealthy, and then come and say we're doing too much for Head Start and child care and cancer research, because that's what we're talking about. They've taken the smallest amount of spending, do nothing about taxes for the rich, and they want to cut the smallest amount of spending. That's not serious fiscal conversation. Anybody in DC will tell you you cannot get on a better fiscal path by going after these domestic programs. They're the smallest portion of our budget. It ain't gonna happen. It's not serious. Even cutting it 30% doesn't put you on a better fiscal path. So let's just get real. It's not about that.
Spending and tax cuts. One more. So the House Speaker, Kevin McCarthy, says that he's not going to take a salary during the shutdown. Does the president plan to pause his salary also?
Look, I'm glad that the Speaker has made that statement. By the way, members of Congress have to get paid constitutionally, so maybe he'll put it in a sock drawer. I don't know, but they have to get paid during a shutdown. That's theater. That is theater. I will tell you, the guy who picks up the trash in my office won't get a paycheck. That's real. And that's what makes me angry.
Okay, Peter, thanks for your patience.
If I can ask you very briefly about, we've seen this show before where it goes down to the wire and then at the last minute something happens, or several days pass before anything happens. Can you just talk about fundamentally the impact, even if this were to be resolved, of playing this game where it goes the last minute before there's a short-term spending bill, how that sort of impacts the way our country runs? Because a lot of Americans see that and they know that that's not the way it can work in their own homes.
You're right, and you're right. I mean, we have time with the president say there's nothing inevitable in politics. We don't have to go down this road. House Republicans don't have to take us down this road. So you're right. There is always a chance that people can do the right thing and the government remain open or have a quick reopening.
But even getting to this place, there's already been a ton of money lost, right?
Not a ton of money lost. The confidence in government is what I worry about. People watching this, the dysfunction sowed, and I think there are a small amount of people who know that. You know, it's the carelessness by which people's like, oh, this shutdown is not much of government. Well, you tell people who live paycheck to paycheck that. I know it's not popular to defend federal workers. I know it's not, but a lot of them live paycheck to paycheck. They get repaid. What are they supposed to do in the meantime? What are they supposed to do? And then people can't get government services. You go sign up for WIC. You finally convince his mother it's the right thing to do because a lot of families are embarrassed about taking aid from the government. You finally convince this young mother to go do that. Not available. Confidence lost in government. It's one more knock on democratic institutions, and that worries me.
Good, Joey.
Yeah, as we get closer to a shutdown at the end of the week, does it remain the case that President Biden is unwilling to meet with House Speaker Kevin McCarthy as he's suggested he would like to do?
It's not an unwillingness. We've talked. We talked a lot. The president talked a lot to Speaker McCarthy. We got a deal. This is the easy part. The debt deal was 2.5 years. You know what we're talking about? 47 days to keep the government running, to give Congress time to work on full-year spending bills. This is not hard. This is just not hard. And by the way, every day I read some other reason why they can't vote on the Senate bill, the Senate bipartisan bill. It changes every day. So there's not an unwillingness. We've had this conversation. The Speaker wanted to set top lines. We set them. Now he needs to talk to whomever he needs to talk to in the Republican conference and live up to that deal.
What will be the engagement from President Biden to lawmakers, particularly as we get closer Saturday, tomorrow?
You're talking about a president who was a former senator for 36 years. He has close relationships on the Hill. He stays in dialogue with Congress. Clearly, there's going to be an uptick in that as we are led down this path by House Republicans, and that'll continue. The president is constantly updated on what is happening, but I'll tell you, we're at the 29th. We have until midnight tomorrow. What needs to happen is the one corner out of 5 who is having problems with their votes and their strategies need to find a path to meet the other four corners at the deal we all signed up for in early summer.
Okay, a couple more. Go ahead, Michael.
Thanks, Kareem. Director Young, can you talk a bit more about the impact a shutdown will have on the crisis at the southern border?
We asked for $4 billion to help deal with migration challenges at the border. You wouldn't know that to hear what Republicans talk about. If border is an issue for House Republicans, where's the dialogue on what the president asked for? To help with enforcement, to help with transportation costs, to help with detention capacity. I've done this a long time. This is just a new interesting time in our political atmosphere where we can't get Republicans to really engage us on more money to help control migration issues at the border. Almost no dialogue, no interest in taking on the president's request, no interest in dealing with the fentanyl issues that we asked for more money to deal with, to put more equipment, to find fentanyl coming through. So there's serious and there's not serious. This president asked for money to help deal with issues that hurt people. Disaster, Ukraine, and border. We appreciate the Senate meeting us to make sure Ukraine aid continues, disaster aid continues. But let's not forget, this president asked for money to deal with the situation at the border, and you're absolutely right, during a shutdown, not only do we not get the $4 billion we asked for to help, we're asking CBP agents, ICE agents, to go without pay. How is that helping?
Thank you, Director. I've been speaking to many mothers who rely on WIC for food for their babies, and they don't follow the ins and outs of politics and whether a shutdown would be the fault of Congress, the White House, the president. They just can't believe that this country's leaders would allow babies to go hungry. So what would you say to them?
I go back to my answer earlier. I worry about people's engagement and thought about their government. It worries me tremendously that people will show up on Wednesday or Thursday trying to decide whether they were going to even apply for this aid, because a lot of people don't trust, like their friends tell them to go get this, and they're like, oh, it's going to be difficult, a lot of paperwork. So it takes convincing for people to go seek this aid. And then to be told, never mind, government's closed, shut down. They don't follow the ins and outs. It's a pox on all of our houses. That's why 4 out of the 5 corners are trying not to go there. We're doing everything we can to plead, beg, shame House Republicans, do the right thing, don't have this happen. The cavalierness is what gets me. I've heard people say in the Republican House conference, oh, shutdown's not that bad. It's not like the debt ceiling. Well, you go tell people who cannot pay their daycare bill. You go tell people that. You go tell men and women in uniform that they don't get a paycheck when they show up to work every day. You go tell that mother that she cannot get formula after having had to be convinced to even give government a try. It's the cavalierness that really gets me. And you're right, it sets an expectation for how people deal with their government throughout their lives, and it's something we should work really hard to avoid.
And to follow on that, could you clarify the total number of workers that would go without pay next week, and how many of them would still be required to show up to work?
So in civilians, 1.5 million, about 800,000 of them would be accepted and have to show up to the office. As you know, depending on how long shutdowns go, people can be called back into work if their job and their duties start to fall into one of the categories that's accepted. So there would be changes in those numbers if a shutdown would continue.
And what about the breakdown for the military's 1.3 million active duty troops and the reservists plus DOD personnel?
Right, it's a little over $2 million, 2 million people who serve, who are all expected to show up to their duty stations.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Director. You said this shutdown could be a knock on democratic institutions. What about the international reputation of this country when it seems like the United States is going from one major fiscal crisis into another?
I think you just answered it. This country, we owe services to the American people. We talked a lot about one of those in WIC. We talked cancer research. But our diplomatic efforts, this president has worked harder than most to hold alliances together that represent democratic institutions, the Western Alliance, and ensure that the world knew America was back. I do believe we will continue to do most of our missions as best as possible. We will show up where needed. But it certainly makes that more difficult the longer and longer this goes on. But in a very short-term situation, I think we will remain in the same, with the same posture across the world. Now the question is how we're viewed. It is not the shining example we want to portray, that we continue to have fiscal crises, because other world leaders look at that. But I'm still hoping, I'm still remaining an optimist that we have a day and a half to work out in one corner what is needed to take the deal that is laid before them by the United States Senate. So there's still a chance.
Last one. Thank you, Director. Given that we've seen in prior shutdowns that some of these workers that have to go to work without pay, including in the travel.
If you're just now tuning into Live Now from Fox, we are live in Washington, D.C., getting a briefing on the latest of that looming government shutdown. In that bottom right box, you can see how it's affecting the New York Stock Exchange, the Dow right now in the red. And speaking of New York, that top right box, you can see flooding happening outside of LaGuardia Airport. We've been showing you images, and we also heard earlier at the top part of the 12 o'clock hour from the New York mayor and governor as they did issue that area as a state of emergency. I'm Dianne Feinstein. The time 1:14 on the East Coast, 10:14 on the West Coast. Let's go to our first 2-minute commercial break of the hour. When we come back, and right back into your live events and top stories. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine. We do have some breaking news coming through our studios right now. This does relate to the late Tupac Shakur. According to our content partners over at the Associated Press, Las Vegas police have arrested a man in that deadly 1996 drive-by shooting of Tupac Shakur, a long-awaited break-in for a case that has frustrated investigators and fascinated the public ever since the hip-hop icon was gunned down on the Las Vegas Strip 27 years ago. Dwayne Davis was arrested early this morning, although the exact charge or charges were not immediately clear, according to two officials with first-hand knowledge of the arrest. They were not authorized to speak publicly ahead of an expected indictment later today. Davis has been long known to investigators and has himself admitted in interviews and in his 2019 tell-all memoir titled Compton Street Legend that he was actually in the Cadillac where the gunfire erupted during that September 1996 drive-by shooting. Shakur was 25 when he was gunned down. This arrest comes 2 months after Las Vegas police raided his wife's home on July 17th in neighboring Henderson. Documents said police were looking for items that, quote, were concerning the murder of Tupac Shakur, end quote. Now, police reported collecting multiple computers, a cell phone and hard drive, a Vibe magazine that featured Shakur, several .40 caliber bullets, 2 tubs containing photographs, and a copy of Davis's 2019 tell-all memoir. In the book, Davis said he broke his silence over Tupac's killing in 2010 during a closed-door meeting with federal and local authorities. At the time, he was 46 and facing life in prison on drug charges when he agreed to speak with authorities. He has described himself as one of the last living witnesses to the shooting. Again, this is breaking news here on Live Now from Fox, as they have made an arrest in that Tupac Shakur murder. The person arrested, Dwayne Davis. Of course, we will continue to follow this and give you the very latest as it relates to this case. But right now, let's head back out live on Unfiltered to Washington, D.C. and continue the very latest with this White House press briefing when just before the break they were speaking about that looming government shutdown.
Democrats, the president, we're all on the same page. We're all on the same page here. And for some reason, extreme House Republicans refuse. They have refused to get on board here. And as it relates to the shutdown, should not be happening. This can be avoided. They can fix this if they choose. If they choose.
Thank you, Corinne. I hear what you're saying. And
about what?
About Republicans.
Yeah.
And that they have to fix this. It's their problem. It's not ours. And that's exactly what the White House said before the deal was struck about raising the debt ceiling. Mm-hmm. Initially, you guys weren't going to touch any kind of negotiation because you said it was solely up to House Republicans, up to Congress to raise the debt ceiling. But then the president did intervene to avoid the U.S. defaulting. So I'm just trying to understand at what point would the president intervene to avoid a shutdown?
So I understand your question as well. Here's the thing, and I think Director Young did a really good job laying this out. What we are talking about is a bill, a bipartisan bill that became law. That's what we're talking about, something that became law, that was agreed by the 5 sides, right? The House Republicans, even themselves, 2/3 of them voted for this. This is law. This is an agreement that was already made, that multiple conversations were had about this. This should be simple. This should be easy. And that's what we're talking about. We're talking about something that already existed not that long ago, that they all literally voted for in the House and in the Senate in a bipartisan way. Something that I've said before, that's what Americans want us to do here in Congress and in the White House, right? In the federal government, to get things done in a bipartisan way so that it helps American families. And what they're doing, they can fix it. There's no conversation that needs to be had because they literally can fix this. It is their chaos. They can fix this. And what they're putting at risk is our economy, our national security, as we just talked about the military personnel. It's we have been able, the president in the last 2 years have been able to get our economy back on track, right? We've talked about the 13.5 million jobs. We've talked about unemployment being under 4%. And what they're doing is incredibly irresponsible, and it is reckless. So that's the difference. When you're asking me, you don't quite understand or trying to figure out what we're talking about, we already made the deal. That's why we keep saying a deal is a deal. And it's not just, it's majority of Congress that agrees with us, right? When you think about what the Senate actually moved forward and kept their deal. When you think about 77 senators who are moving forward, who voted to move forward with their CR, they are keeping the deal. We're talking about a small fraction of Congress, and that's reckless. That's irresponsible, and that's why we're saying it is not it's not on us to fix. It's not on this president to fix. It is on Congress to fix, and it's not just us. I started a briefing listing out quotes from Republicans in Congress themselves. All right, I'm gonna keep on. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thanks, Corinne. On China, can you clarify if the administration is stepping up engagement with the goal towards a Biden-Xi meeting on the sidelines of APEC in November, including whether there are any plans for Vice Premier He Feng or Prime Minister Wang Yi to come visit in Washington or meet U.S. officials?
I don't have anything to lay out for you on any meetings or any potential meetings as it relates to the president and our president and President Xi. The president spoke about this very recently and his expectations to have a meeting. Don't have a location for you, don't have a timeline for you at this time. We're expecting, the president, as he said, is expected to do so. Just don't have anything to share. And once we do, we certainly will share that with you.
Can I just follow up on that? Just a few days ago, Wang Yi seems to suggest that the onus of creating the right environment for a Biden-Xi meeting lies in Washington, to promote cooperation, a summit that promotes cooperation rather than provoke confrontation. How would you respond to that?
We've been very clear. We're not looking to have confrontation with China. We're looking to have competition, and that's what the president has shown these last 2 years. The president spoke about this. He's looking forward to having that conversation with President Xi. I don't have anything to share with you at this time, and I'm just going to leave it there. Go ahead.
Thank you. Does the president plan to take up McCarthy's offer to meet, and does the White House see any value in that?
Look, I'm going to be very clear. The person that McCarthy, or the people that McCarthy needs to talk to, is his own caucus. That's who he needs to have a conversation with, not the president. The president had multiple conversations with Speaker McCarthy very early on to get this bipartisan deal that 2/3 of the House, Republicans House voted on. The conversation is not between the president and McCarthy. What I'm saying very clearly is the conversation needs to happen between Speaker McCarthy and his caucus. That's the fix. That's the chaos that we're seeing, and that's where he needs to focus on.
And how would you describe the president's relationship with Senator Feinstein in recent years? When was the last time they spoke to one another?
So I believe the president reached out back in August. They missed each other, and so the president had a conversation with her chief of staff. That is the last time that the president had reached out. The president spoke to this, very, I think, very deeply, right? And just moments ago when you all watched his remarks, and they were very close friends. They served together for over a decade, about 15 years in the Senate together, and he saw her as a close friend. They, one of the things that they worked on that is an issue right now across the country was assault ban weapons, right? That is something that they worked together on in 1994 and actually saved lives for those 10 years before it sunset in 2004, right? So there's been many things that they've been able to work on together. And so they find, and even as president as well. And so he sees her as a dear friend. It is a sad day certainly for us here, and also for her family, and clearly for the state of California. And I'll just leave it there. Okay, and Jay.
We just heard Director Young saying this is not hard, but Speaker McCarthy clearly is finding this difficult. Can you give us any sense of how President Biden sees the situation that Speaker McCarthy is in? Does he think that the Speaker is in a tough spot? Have you gotten the sense that, there's any sense of sort of sympathy towards Speaker McCarthy, or is it all pure exasperation?
Look, I'm not going to go into the president's feeling about the speaker or his situation currently as Speaker of the House. What I can speak to is what we've been saying all along, which is a deal was made. The president had, as you all know, and saw this happening when these conversations were going on in person and trying to get that bipartisan deal very early on in the summer. And what the president believes is that many Americans are going to be hurt by this. Many families are going to be hurt by this, by something that extreme House Republicans are barreling us down through, right? They're heading us down a road that is unfortunate, that is reckless. And that's what the president is concerned about. He's concerned about the American people. And this is something, again, they can fix this. They can.
Can you confirm when the two men last spoke?
I don't have a date or time, a timeline of when they last spoke. What I can say is that clearly the OMB director, Congressional or Office of Legislative Affairs has been in regular touch with congressional leaders on this for the past several weeks, several months. And I just don't have a conversation to confirm with the speaker.
And just in the coming days, in the event of a government shutdown, does the White House believe that the president has a responsibility to offer any words of reassurance to people in the country who will be affected, will be worried about the situation?
So look, I don't have any previews of any remarks that the president's going to make, but you can either tomorrow or any upcoming days. But of course, the president is always, when it comes to situations like this, you can expect to hear from him directly. In the days ahead, I just don't have a date to speak to at this time. And the president, here's the thing, the president's not going to stop working. He's going to continue to work, and he's not going to stop delivering for the American people. In the event of an extreme Republican shutdown, you're going to hear from the president. I just don't have anything to lay out on a specific date or time, but of course the American people are going to hear from him. Go ahead, Nandita.
Thank you. Just on the automaker strike, has the president spoken to automakers after he said he supports a 40% pay raise for UAW workers, or just even broadly after his visit to Michigan? We understand from sources that the chances of the deal in the near term have been complicated by the president's remarks about him supporting a 40% pay raise.
So just want to give some clarity. So first, the president's senior advisors, they've been in touch with all parties. I'll let you know if there's any conversations that the president has or to read out with the automakers more specifically as it relates to the 40%. Look, he believes they should get a significant raise. That's why the president can keep saying like a record profit should lead to record contract, right? He believes that the UAW workers should get a fair share for profits they help create. And so the president has been really, really clear about that. But as it relates to any negotiations and what they are asking for, he wants to make sure that he leaves that up to the UAW leadership. And ultimately, again, members should be able to receive a fair and just deal. And the president's going to be consistent about that. He has said that recently when he was in Michigan, when you saw him on an active picket line, he was very proud to be there in solidarity of the union workers. And so that is something that he has said throughout his career. He'll continue to be very clear about that.
So just on the automakers part, you said his team is constantly in touch. We've known that. Are there any specifics or conversations after his visit, specifically after those comments?
Well, they've been in regular touch. I don't have if they talk today or on Tuesday or Wednesday, but they have been, the senior advisors certainly have been in touch with all parties. They are not, I want to be clear, they're not part of the negotiations. They're not convening all sides. They are just there to offer any assistance that the parties might need. We've been always very clear. It's up to the UAW leadership. It's up to the union to have these, all parties involved to have these negotiation conversations. But again, we've just offered any helpful assistance that they might need.
Can I circle back, thank you, to a question that was asked, I think, of the OMB director, which is essentially if we could get a sense of what the White House will look like during the shutdown and who all folks can anticipate will be here, specifically from the press side, but broadly what the White House will look like.
So look, and not going to have much more to share than what the OMB director said. You know, many people are going to be furloughed. That's kind of unfortunately how this all works. The process that we are kind of dealt with here as we're dealing with this potential shutdown. But we will do our best, certainly, to continue communicating with all of you. We will have a press briefing during next week. Look, again, they're going to be furloughed, and some will be expected and continuing to work, as the director said, and that's going to be across the government. That's going to be the same case here at the White House, and that's just kind of the way it is. And we're going to continue to deliver for the American people, but it's not going to be as business as usual when you have a majority of folks furloughed, and that's kind of where we are, sadly, unfortunately, in this time. But as it relates to the press team, certainly we'll be holding press briefings, and we'll certainly have more to share if this is where we head down to, which is a shutdown.
Thank you, Karine. Just to follow to Aurelia's earlier question, that you say it's their problems, not ours. From the outside of the U.S., we see the government in more of a one thing. With the tension with China towards allies in the war in Ukraine, what can the president say to reassure leaders who are worried at this moment?
So, I think Jake Sullivan got this question a little bit when he was here last week. And I think the question came to him is, has he heard any concerns from any leadership? And he had said he wasn't aware of any conversations to that effect. What I can say is, when you have this type of this potential chaos and unpredictability, countries around the world are seeing from this Republican House. It's not something to be proud of. It's not. But what the president and our team have done for the past 2 years is rebuild those relationships with our partners and allies, and so at the same time trying to carry out the work of the American people. And that's something that you've seen the president do over the past 2 years, whether it's here at the White House or whether it's at a summit that he's attended. And you've seen the president build that confidence back into back into the world, right? The confidence that allies and partners had of the United States. And so that's important. We have rebuilt those relationships. We'll continue to do so. But obviously, when you see this type of chaos, chaos and potential recklessness, right, from House Republicans, it's nothing to be proud of. But we're going to continue to have those, doesn't stop us to continue those diplomatic conversations and continue to build those relationships.
Thank you. This time of week, we're usually talking about the week ahead. And I wonder how that's impacted by the government shutdown, if the president has any plans for next week. And I'm assuming that people who would facilitate his travel would be essential, but is that impacted at all by the shutdown talks?
So it's a really good question, Matt. This is something that we have been internally trying to figure that out, what it's going to look like if we have a extreme House Republican shutdown. That is something certainly we've been very focused on. Look, as I said, the president's going to be staying in D.C. You could be assured that the American people and you all are going to hear from him on a regular basis in the next upcoming days because he's going to continue to work for the American people. I can't speak to travel right now. Right now, we're going to focus on just the next couple of days and what that's going to look like. Again, he's going to stay here in D.C. We're going to continue to work for the American people. Yes, people are going to be furloughed. It's not going to be business as usual, but we're going to continue to do our best to work on behalf of the American people.
And then it also sounds like you guys don't view there being any need for a negotiation from the White House perspective. So in thinking about what is the work that he needs to do in your eyes? Is the work communicating to the American people about this, or is there any? I mean, is he going to be in touch with anybody on the Hill? I'm just trying to think through the weekend.
It's all good questions. Look, the president is going to say privately what he's been saying publicly, right? And he has spoken to this almost every day this week about the shutdown, about what Republicans in the House are doing. He's been very clear about this, right? He's talked about the economic impact. When he was doing the meeting with HBCU, board of advisors, his board of advisors, he talked about the impact on the Black community specifically. directly. He's talked about impacts just broadly with American families and Americans. So he has been very clear about this, and we are going to continue to be clear about this. And the reason why, just to go back to what I stated earlier to Weija, the reason why we're not negotiating is because we already did that. We did negotiate. The president spoke multiple times with congressional leadership on this. And there was a bipartisan piece of legislation that was agreed upon, that was passed, that was made into law. And so this is something that Congress, and this sits with, really, when we say House Republicans, it really sits with them. Because we saw what the Senate was able to do in a bipartisan way, which is keep their promise, move forward with the deal that we've made. And we know House Democrats are on board to keep the government open and keeping with the deal that was made. It's just this really small, extreme fraction in Congress. These extreme House Republicans that continue to hold this back because they want to push extreme policies that's going to hurt Americans. And so that's why we say that, because that is the fact, that is what's happening and being played out on the other side of Pennsylvania Avenue. And so, look, the president's going to continue doing the job. American people are going to hear from him over the next couple of days, and yes, he'll be in D.C. Go ahead.
Anticipating if there is a shutdown, the president has never come to the briefing room, and if it would facilitate and make it easier with staff furloughs for him to speak to us from here, we always invite the president to come to the briefing room.
We appreciate the invite.
The issue of debt ceiling played out in a similar way, where the position was it's their job to do it, and then when a critical hour came, the president engaged. If it goes to a shutdown, would he then view it as, okay, there's a new chapter to this in terms of resolving it, getting out of it, and would he feel like he needs to engage more at that point? Would that be a different mindset?
Weija asked me a similar question as you did, and we're going to be very clear about this, and don't want to get into hypotheticals from here, because we believe that this can be fixed. We believe that House Republicans can fix this. It is their job to fix this. So not going to get into too far down the road.
Would he see it as a different set of circumstances?
I just want to be careful, right? Because again, I don't want to get...
If you're just now tuning into Live Now from Fox, we are live on Unfiltered out there in Washington, D.C. as Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre is giving a briefing, the White House press briefing to be exact. Right now she's discussing that looming government shutdown as well as other key topics. I'm Dianne Feinstein. The time now 1:39 on the East Coast, 10:39 on the West Coast. Let's go to our third 2-minute commercial break of the hour. And when we come back, getting right back into your live events, top stories, and headlines. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine. Moments ago, we heard from the White House Press Secretary, Karine Jean-Pierre. She discussed that looming government shutdown. Joining us here on Live Now from Fox, we have Mark Hall, an attorney with Farah and Farah. Mark, hello. I don't know, good morning or good afternoon where you are. We're nationwide, but thank you so much for joining me here on Live Now from Fox.
Thank you. It's my pleasure.
Yes, so first thing, how did we even get to this point of this looming government shutdown?
Basically, a disagreement in funding the annual budget based on differences of opinions and the members of Congress on funding. The two sticking points mainly are funding for the Ukraine and also funding for efforts at the southern border to secure it. Those are the two main sticking points that Congress just can't seem to agree on right now to pass the annual budget.
Mark, so many things that this looming government shutdown could impact, and I know you and your team have been getting a lot of questions. Could this potential government shutdown impact Social Security?
Fortunately for Social Security recipients, it will not affect them. It's mandatory funding for Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid. They should go on uninterrupted as normal. Social Security is actually not part of the annual budget. It's funded from the Social Security Trust Fund. So people who are worried about their Social Security or their disability benefits can put their minds to rest that they should receive their benefits normally.
And if people do have questions about this, I'm sure they can contact your office. How do they go about doing that?
Absolutely. You can go to our website, farah.com, and there's a telephone number on there. You can call. You can ask for Mark Hall. I deal with Social Security disability, and I can answer any questions you have about that.
Mark, any possibility, because I know how many times we say nothing will be impacted and then something crazy happens and then it is. As far as Social Security, is there anything else that people need to be aware of about something that will be impacted as far as how you and your team could help over there at Farah and Farah?
With Social Security, they did an analysis in August, and 86% of their employees are deemed essential, and they will continue to work. But there will be about 14% of Social Security employees who will be furloughed and not be working. So it can slow down processes. It can slow down applications. Things that are currently being processed will continue, but it may be at a slower pace. But payments should come out as normal.
I don't know if many people are thinking if Social Security relates to unemployment, but there will be some that will be furloughed if this does happen. Any precautions that people should take on that front?
Actually, it's good to be proactive. If you have a claim with Social Security, go ahead and get your calls in there before there might be a shutdown this weekend. Maybe you can get an answer before that happens. The answers will continue to come. They'll just take a little longer.
All right, Mark Hall, attorney for Farah and Farah, thank you so much for that pertinent information. I know many people are on the edge of their seats trying to see, is this going to happen? Will this not happen? I mean, we are days and hours away from this looming government shutdown. Is there any other information you can share with the viewers as it relates to, the government shutdown as a whole?
Even if there's a shutdown, hopefully it'll be a very short one. They are working right now on some stopgap measures. Both sides of the aisle have floated some legislation to maybe fund temporarily for 4 to 6 weeks so that the government has funding to continue acting for the next 4 to 6 weeks before they can actually get the annual budget approved. They say they need more time. So hopefully they can at least agree on a stopgap measure so that the government doesn't shut down.
All right, Mark, thank you so much for giving us that information here on Live Now from Fox.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here.
All right, thank you so much. And speaking of that looming government shutdown, there on your screen, live out there with the New York Stock Exchange in New York City, you do see that it is already impacting the Dow. It started off the day in the green, now in the red, down about 145 points, now up to negative 147. But again, this is something that we are continuing to follow here on Live Now from Fox. And speaking of New York, I want to show you all another shot we are actually following here on Live Now. That's a live shot outside of LaGuardia Airport. The New York officials issuing a state of emergency out there as it does relate to the flooding that they have been experiencing. And you can see cars backed up there on the interstate. And earlier we actually had a shot outside of the Bronx where you could see cars were at a standstill because of this flooding. And also there were even some that stalled out. We had some tow trucks. I guess good news for the tow truck companies because they're making money money from it. But nevertheless, bad news for drivers who were stuck in that. A good reminder to let you know to turn around and don't drown. If you can't see the tires from the car in front of you, it's best not to drive through those flood waters. Right now, I want to bring you another live picture we are getting in our newsroom. This is out of Venice, Florida. We continue to follow the latest of the Take Care of Maya trial. The Kowalski family suing Johns Hopkins Children's out there because of alleged negligence. They say that they were wrongly accused of child abuse for, at the time, Maya Kowalski, who was 10 years old. And they say that that allegation and the separation from their child ultimately led to the suicide of Maya's mother. This going on live in Venice, Florida. Let's listen in live, raw and unfiltered.
And that obviously is our position in the case, and that because of this, there is a means under 803.23 to have that admitted.
Let me just remind you, we had a discussion about this the other day. You have not done the statutory prerequisite for child victim hearsay, and so that is not a basis I can consider at this point in time.
Yeah, so we're aware of it.
If you did it, then maybe we could talk about it. But with respect to pages 12 and 13, I mean, Ms. Quarles is right. A lot of this is just factual testimony. I mean, frankly, I think you're going to be able to get it from other witnesses anyway.
Likely, Your Honor. Yeah. This is more.
So let's look at 14 and 15.
Or less the predicate for the final questions. Yes, it's the same basis. And again, you would be the first court, if they appealed this, to have made law on this if it ever got that far, because we can't find anyone anywhere that's an appellate decision. Maybe the defense has, but that's as to the 804.2F. As to the 803.3, again, this is a statement of the present, and I made the predicate, state of mind of Beata Kowalski, and state of mind is more than simply statement of just.
Mr. Anderson, let me cut you off because I'm actually in your camp on pages 14 and 15. So let Ms. Crowell's, knowing that this text is materially different than the other texts. So I'll give you a chance to.
Thank you, Judge, because it's not state of mind. It's just her opinions about things that are going on. This is not this is her ranting, if you will, about what the doctors are doing, what the charges are, how good her lawyer is, whether or not Maya has a lawyer. These are factual things. This is not state of mind. This is not, I feel sick. This is, I think my lawyer's good. I wish I hired another one. Maya has an attorney. We hired an appellate attorney. These are factual statements about what they're doing. It's a conversation. It is not state of mind. I can't believe I worked so hard. I'm wasting all my money. This is not the typical state of mind type of comments, Judge, that the rule is meant to encompass. These are her telling her factual things about what's going on. That's not state of mind.
Well, I'm going to allow 14 and 15 under 90.803 paren 3, although the blue boxes on page 15 cannot come in, and the second, what can I do for Maya to get her care package? That would not qualify.
Awesome.
So are you able to redact it? And we need to make sure that.
If you're just now tuning into Live Now from Fox, I want to explain the boxes on your screen. We're live in Venice, Florida for day 6 of the Take Care of Maya trial. Witness testimony been underway since about 8:30 this morning, and a lot of this was emotional for Maya Kowalski. She's actually sitting in the courtroom. All of this happened to her around the age of 10, where she was separated from her family, where the hospital alleged she was undergoing child abuse, and unfortunately that led to her mother taking her own life. On the right side of your screen live in New York City, we are looking at flooding outside of LaGuardia Airport. We do know that New York officials have issued a state of emergency out there. And, you know, again, to remind the viewers out there, if you do live in that area, please do not drive through flooded waters. We have seen NYPD actually doing some rescues, but that actually takes them from other things that they could be responding to. And then that bottom right box, courtesy of KVVU, we do have breaking news coming into Live Now, courtesy of our partners at the Associated Press. That house you're actually looking at is the house of the suspect. Las Vegas police arresting a man in that deadly 1996 drive-by shooting of Tupac Shakur. We've learned that Dwayne Davis was arrested this morning, although the exact charge or charges were not immediately clear. But this is something we will continue to follow here on Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine. The time 1:52 on the East Coast, 10:52 on the West Coast. It's been my pleasure to be here with you, bringing you all of your live events, top stories, and headlines. We must go to our final 2-minute commercial break, but when we come back, my colleague Mike Page will be hosting for you, giving you all of your top stories and news that affects you. You're watching Live Now from Fox.
And we're back here for you on Live Now from Fox. We appreciate everyone continuing to join us here, all in real time right here. You can take a look here at the Dow. We are down 190 points there in the red right now, keeping an eye on all of the biggest moves, top stories, and of course, breaking news right here on Live Now from Fox, everyone. Hi, everyone. I'm Mike Page here. Thanks so much again for joining us here. As always, bringing you top stories and headlines all in the mix here. I do want to show you live look right now at a home in Las Vegas. This is where a suspect today in the Tupac murder, really the saga that has been going on since 1996, has been arrested. We are awaiting to hear more from the indictment that is expected to be released sometime today, as the suspect was taken into custody earlier this morning on suspicion of murder, according to 2 officials with firsthand knowledge there. Obviously, this is a story that really has plagued investigators for years, in the shooting death of rapper Tupac Shakur back in Las Vegas there. And for all of these years, the shooter was let free, just out on the streets, and could not ever get a suspect. And now that has all changed here. So we are going to be keeping an eye on that for you right here. Big news out of Las Vegas today. We are keeping an eye also on the weather, because New York and New York City just getting dumped on with rain the last 24 hours. Let's show you some of the video here. It's really amazing to see when you take a look here of just really critical infrastructure there impacted in New York, and life-threatening conditions, their officials said as well. This was the commute earlier today, as people just trying to get where they need to be to work in other places, but really impacted there. Well, keep an eye on that for you here on Live Now from Fox. Do want to also show you one of our other top stories that we are following here for you at the Capitol here, just on the verge of a government shutdown. Now, new reporting from Fox News Capitol reporter Chad Pergram saying that the House defeated McCarthy's bill to avoid a shutdown, 232 to 198. The House vote on the GOP and to bolster border security to avoid a shutdown was losing big time on the floor. The bill didn't have enough votes to get through, so now it's still back to the drawing board. And remember, at midnight tomorrow night, Eastern time, the government will go into a shutdown mode if that cannot be averted anytime before that. So we are definitely keeping an eye on that for you here on Live Now from Fox. We just heard from a White House briefing. We'll play that out a little bit later as well. I do want to go out to a live event here for you. That's what we're all about here on Live Now. We are awaiting remarks from National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan, going to be speaking at the Atlantic Festival. The festival is going on right now, speaking to policymakers and newsmakers on the current economic conditions as well as foreign policy. So let's listen to a little bit right here on Live Now from Fox.
What is wrong at the moment, and how do we fix it? Sure. So this crisis began under Donald Trump, and it got significantly worse under Joe Biden. And the difference between me and my other colleagues that are running for the Republican nominee is I have more time on the border than all of them combined. Actually, if you include Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. And then also I know that saying crazy things is not going to solve the problem. We're not going to invade Mexico, okay? We're not going to invade our largest trading partner. Yes, the bilateral relationship between the United States and Mexico is probably the worst it's been in a really long time, but that's still no reason for invasion. The one reason this has all started, because Donald Trump put out an edict to treat everybody coming into our country illegally as an asylum seeker. Asylum is something that's real and is needed and is important and is necessary. But applying for asylum, you'll be part of a protected class. Your government has to be persecuting you because you're part of that protected class, or the government is not protecting you from persecution from a third party because you're part of that protected class. Asylum. You don't apply for asylum because you want a better paying job. Yep. That's through legal immigration. And so this is what has been the pull that has had almost 6 million people come into our country illegally under President Biden. If you average $10,000, they spent $10,000 with a human smuggler per individual. That's $55 billion. Yep. To put that number in context, the entire U.S. intelligence budget is $60 billion. And if you, in even broader context, Starbucks, McDonald's, worldwide, yep, only like $55 billion. So what do? stop treating everybody as an asylum seeker. Only, like, State Department and our embassies overseas, they know where people are supposed to be and who are potentially being persecuted. They get special attention when it comes to asylum. And those that are coming in between our ports of entry, which is illegal, then they get deported. We should be treating human smugglers and the drug trafficking organizations as the terrorists they are. Border Patrol is selecting and gathering a lot of data on those smugglers. We should be working with our allies to dismantle that infrastructure. And this is another area where I disagree with my opponents. Foreign aid matters. And it's a fraction of the cost to address root causes overseas before the problem gets here.
Comes home.
And I'll wrap it up with this last point. And so that's how we solve this broader problem. And I'll end with this, Evan. Like, the thing that I learned from my time, overseas, America became an exceptional nation, not because of what we have taken, but because of what we have given. And when we remember, it's not only because we've given support and military support and economic aid, but we've given people an idea, right, that we are sovereign, not the governments, right? And so when we get back to that notion that we are at our best when we are helping, then we're going to make sure this experiment continues for another 247 years.
Okay. Congressman, what a great conversation. Congressman Will Hurd, thank you all, everybody.
All right, that was the former Congressman there, Will Hurd, speaking at the Atlantic Festival. And soon we will hear from Jake Sullivan, their National Security Advisor. So we are going to keep an eye on that for you right here on Live Now from Fox. Do want to continue on with more live coverage here and live feeds coming in. Breaking news as the House has just rejected Kevin McCarthy's bill that would have averted a shutdown. So they are back to the drawing board right now. Let's keep an eye on that and just listen to a little bit from congressmen and women speaking on the floor right now of the House.
Of our military, our law enforcement officers, our TSA agents, and air traffic controllers, all to come to work to protect our nation without a paycheck. The livelihoods of thousands of families in my district are being put at risk, as well as the benefits of millions more. Nutrition benefits, SBA loans, taxpayer assistance, and Social Security services. Mr. Speaker, I ask why, but I also ask when will this chamber get back to governing and get off this fantasy island of budgeting and actually govern? Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in remembrance of William Buck Crosby.
All right, we'll keep it a look here on the House floor. They're doing some remembrances right now, but when they get back to debate on the shutdown, we will bring it to you here on Live Now from Fox. Let's go back out to the Atlantic Festival. That is where we have National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan speaking now.
The way he kind of bestrides Washington, the military, the national security enterprise. And he obviously has extremely strong views about the state of American democracy, the threats to American democracy. And it's not surprising to me that he took the opportunity of his farewell to really drive a message home to the broader military and to the American people about the importance of the Constitution.
Could you assess the role that he played, briefly, the role that he played in the tumultuous year of 2020 in terms of upholding the Constitution and keeping the military to the best of his ability out of politics?
Well, I actually first engaged with Chairman Milley in that transition period between President Biden's election and when he took office, and really intensely between January 6th and January 20th. And it was Chairman Milley who really kind of took over the entire exercise of ensuring that the inauguration itself came off without interruption, disruption, attack. And so I got to see him up close and personal in the days that followed January 6th, and the extent to which he was almost like had a kind of burning sense in him that he was not going to let this happen again, that what happened on January 6th, he, Mark Milley, was personally going to ensure that on his watch, the Capitol was defended, the peaceful transfer of powers defended, the early days of the new presidency was defended. That's unusual, frankly, for a chairman of the Joint Chiefs to be in a position like that.
Right.
But that's where Chairman Milley was.
And this is an interesting question. You know, the worry, the anxiety, which is shared by people in that building over there, is that the military is supposed to carry out the role, you know, in the way that we are organized. Civilians give the orders, the military carries out the orders. Does it give you any discomfort at all that in that last period of the Trump presidency, the military, some top generals, had to take steps that they themselves were uncomfortable taking, or being involved in planning things that they shouldn't have been planning because of the instability of that time? I mean, you think about this a lot.
It's hard for me to answer that question with any sense of rigor, because honestly, I wasn't there. I wasn't in the room. I don't know exactly what went down or what Milley or others felt they had to do from the point of view of upholding their constitutional oath. But I will say this. Chairman Milley said today in his remarks that the Constitution is the North Star, that this is fundamentally not about an individual or political party or an ideology. It is about his oath of office. And I do believe that everything he has done throughout the time I have seen him in action has been in service to that. I would also say that he takes extremely seriously the basic job of chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. And that job is to provide the best military advice to the President of the United States, Secretary of Defense, and the National Security Council. And the times I remember best with Chairman Milley were not meetings in the Oval Office or in the Situation Room or the crises we went through, of which there have been many, but rather just the random phone calls he would make at night to me to what he called, quote, level bubbles. Just calling Jake, this is Mark, we want to level bubbles. And he'd have his tick list of things that worried him about the world and where he was trying to give advice based on the work his joint staff had done to me and ultimately to the president. And so I think he takes the role of safeguarding the Constitution extremely seriously. But we should not lose sight of the fact that this guy, day in and day out, was providing his best military advice to the president at a time of great change and transformation in the world and immense pressure and challenge to American foreign policy.
Right. I want to come to the Jake Sullivan tour of the world, the things that you're worried about. That usually takes 6 to 8 hours, but we're going to try to contract it into 21 minutes. But there's something very interesting, and it's sort of a Washington observation, but we're in Washington. Mark Milley stepping down as chairman means that this is the first time in your national security cabinet that you've had a change. Now, obviously, this is remarkable given how, you know, we had a new Secretary of Defense every 12 minutes in the Trump administration. But you have the same exact team you started with: Tony Blinken, Lloyd Austin, Janet Yellen, Mayorkas, and so on. And so, how have you and how has President Biden kept that group so stable? And B, just very interested, what is it like for the CQ Brown, the new Air Force general, coming in to this very, very seasoned group now?
We're going to haze him a lot as he comes in, for one thing. I haven't warned him of that yet. I think he can probably give as good as he gets. But it's actually something he and I talked about when he came by my office a few days ago as he was getting ready to get on board. As he was asking kind of the way someone coming into a new office environment or a new school asks, hey, kind of, what's the vibe? What's the deal?
Because who's the bully?
It is, exactly. Yeah. That's Tony Blinken, bully.
Tony Blinken.
Naturally. And the one who talks all the time is Lloyd Austin. And, you know,
clearly.
And on down the line. We really had to draw Mark Milley out to get him to say things. So. No, but it is true that there has been remarkable stability in the national security team, and that we have developed in a crucible of crises over 2.5 years, a sense of trust and a deep camaraderie. But of course, CQ Brown, while he hasn't been in the middle of that at the principals table, he's been a part of that broader effort as Chief of Staff of the Air Force. So he knows what he's walking into, both in terms of
All right, some of you are going to see a 2-minute break here. We are waiting right now for Democratic House leadership to be discussing the possibility of a government shutdown. Fox News' Chad Pergram now saying a government shutdown all but assured now after McCarthy's interim spending bill was defeated by his own party. So we are going to be listening to what Democrats have to say coming up here in just moments.
Really just been the national security advisor with either the head of the CIA or more recently the head of the director of national intelligence. I've tried to turn that into more of a almost like a mini principals committee meeting with the president, Secretary of Defense, the chairman. We recently had Secretary of Commerce in on export control issues. So there's a familiarity and a kind of feeling about this group that I think has enabled us over time to build a much stronger ability to serve the president well and hopefully serve the country well.
Right. Let's start with Ukraine. It feels like this is a moment of change. And part of the reason that feels that way is for things that are happening in this city, not on the eastern or southern fronts. And by that, I mean Ukraine has become an issue in the government shutdown issue. There are a larger and larger number of Republican representatives who don't want to fund this effort anymore. And I'm wondering if you could frame out how worried you are that Ukraine on the ground is not making the progress it needs to make in order to keep a pace with the American impatience calendar. Let's call it that.
Look, first of all, this is about the credibility of the United States of America. We have come in to stop Russian aggression in Ukraine, and walking away from that would be a hit to our credibility. It is, also a matter of national security for the United States, because it's not just about how much more territory Ukraine takes. It's also about making sure that Russia itself can't renew an offensive that takes further territory the other direction in Ukraine and ultimately places greater pressure on NATO, which history tells us drags the United States into a conflict. So for me, the notion that the United States would stop funding Ukraine at this pivotal moment goes against every national interest of our country. And I feel there is a bipartisan foundation to build on.
All right, everyone, we want to go out to the Capitol right now. House Democratic leadership speaking as the House just rejected the McCarthy bill to avert a shutdown. Let's listen here on Live Now.
An icon, a giant, a legendary lioness of the United States Senate, towering public figure. So thankful for her life and her legacy, all that she did to make life better for countless individuals in her beloved state of California, all across the country, and as someone who was involved as a force for good across the world. And it's my expectation that the House will participate, certainly House Democrats, in any appropriate commemorations of her life and her service that take place here within the Capitol and/or in California as well. Once again, extreme MAGA Republicans in the House have demonstrated their complete and utter inability to govern. We are in the middle of a Republican civil war that has been ongoing for months and now threatens a catastrophic government shutdown that will hurt everyday Americans, hurt children, hurt military men and women, hurt veterans, hurt seniors, hurt women, hurt families, hurt the economy. And there is absolutely no reason that we should be facing a government shutdown at this moment. There is a bipartisan continuing resolution making its way through the Senate that would ensure the government doesn't shut down, that funding is available to meet the needs of the American people, that is free of any partisan, poison pill, ideological amendments, and that provides support for everyday Americans who've been hit hard by extreme weather events and for the Ukrainian war effort that is important to freedom and democracy and truth across the world. The Senate bipartisan continuing resolution will emerge in that institution in the next few days and be sent over to the House of Representatives. The only way forward is for House Republicans to put the bipartisan continuing resolution that emerges from the Senate on the House floor for an up or down vote. And if House Republicans were to do that, we can avoid a catastrophic, extreme MAGA Republican government shutdown. It's not that complicated. And all we're asking House Republicans to do is to keep their word and adhere to the agreement that they themselves reached, voted for, and negotiated in May, connected to their threat to default on America's debt. Why are we in this situation where extreme MAGA Republicans seem determined to shut the government down? It's because the Republicans and the right-wing ideologues and the extremists in the House of Representatives want to cut Social Security, slash public school funding, and criminalize abortion care. That is their ransom demand. And if everybody else in the House and in the Senate and within the Biden administration declines to pay it, they've basically made clear we're shutting the government down. And people will be hurt. And it's irresponsible, but it's in their DNA. House Democrats met earlier today, and we are unified in the position that we support the continuing resolution that is working its way through the Senate and prepared, ready, willing, and able to vote for it the moment it crosses over to our side of the Capitol. We just need House Republicans to do the right thing by the American people and put the bipartisan continuing resolution on the floor of the House of Representatives for an up or down vote. What is the alternative? They tried a partisan continuing resolution and they failed. And there is no way out of their Republican civil war. The only path forward is to partner with House Democrats in a bipartisan way, and we're prepared to do just that. It's now my honor to yield to our distinguished whip, Catherine Clark.
Thank you so much, Mr. Leader. And I want to join in taking a moment to honor and remember Senator Feinstein. And just wanted to add to her incredible legacy is also one as a role model to women. The first woman mayor of San Francisco, part of the 1992 Year of the Woman, and someone who has really smashed ceilings, broken ground for those of us who get to follow and stand on her shoulders. And what a contrast to that legacy of service to what we're witnessing in the House today. Another wasted day on voting on an extreme right-wing bill with zero chance of becoming law. Another day of fighting among the MAGA Republicans. Another day wasted talking about deficits while failing to take up the bipartisan agreement we already entered into that would reduce the deficit by $1.5 trillion. So now, weeks after political theater, we are one day from a disastrous Republican government shutdown. So let's take a moment to talk about the people who are truly at the center of this story. It's not Speaker McCarthy, it's not Marjorie Taylor Greene, it's not Matt Gaetz, it's the service members who will work without a paycheck. It's the firefighters who will be furloughed. It's the early educators who will have to leave their classroom. It's the moms and parents who will be left scrambling for childcare. The MAGA shutdown comes down to this. House Republicans have chosen extremism over everyday people. They've chosen abortion bans over baby formula. They've chosen teacher layoffs over the well-being of our students. They've chosen cuts to Social Security, cuts to Head Start, cuts to the VA over a commitment to our continued economic recovery. The House has been hijacked by extremists obsessed with making life harder and more expensive for working people. It does not have to be this way. This impending disaster can still be averted if just a handful of Republicans would stop listening to Donald Trump, if just a few members would honor their oath of office and say enough is enough. It's not too late to work for our country and not against it. It's not too late to come back from the edge. It is not too late to pass a bipartisan continuing resolution and enact the agreement we reached and voted on back in May. But if House Republicans choose to inflict this needless pain, this needless chaos, if they choose to force a shutdown, I can tell you this: the American people know who's at fault, and they are not going to forget that this was brought to us by extremists in the House GOP. And with that, it is my pleasure to yield to our caucus chair, Pete Aguilar.
Thank you, Whip Clark. I appreciate your words about our senior senator as well, and to the leader who echoes the sentiments of the Democratic caucus. I joined members of the California delegation and Senator Schumer and Leader McConnell on the Senate floor this morning. Some of the senators made tributes to Senator Feinstein, and it struck me that my senator, Alex Padilla, also recounted how Senator Feinstein was one of his first bosses in politics. And to the opportunity to get to serve alongside her. She was one of my earliest supporters, quite honestly, in California politics. And the fact that she would help out a young guy from the Inland Empire, from outside of LA, outside of San Francisco, and support me in what was a crowded primary meant a lot to me. And she talked a lot about holding up young leaders, men and women, to succeed and to follow in her footsteps. Earlier today, or just a few hours ago, the Democratic caucus met, and Leader Jeffries and Whip Clark are doing an amazing job in keeping our caucus together, talking about lowering costs, creating good-paying jobs, and building safer communities. Every step of the way, House Democrats have put people over politics. And it's been impacted by extreme MAGA Republicans who continue to have the shutdown on their minds. That is their focus. That is who they are and what they believe. And as Whip Clark said, this is about women and children who will go without food assistance, service members who will have to work without pay, law enforcement officers and Border Patrol agents being sent a clear message that they are not a priority for House Republicans. The people are losing faith in their government because they look at our own nation's capital and they see the Republican extremism and the chaos that has driven the other side. It doesn't have to be like this. In fact, this was all completely avoidable, as Whip Clark mentioned. There's a simple and common sense solution that the leader articulated. There's a bipartisan path. House Republicans can work with House Democrats, Senate Democrats, and Senate Republicans to do what's right on behalf of the American people. We can live up to the agreements and the discussions that we have had to work together. That is the only path out, is to have a bipartisan solution. Republicans need to work with us to end this MAGA madness. It's our only path forward. Leader Jeffries.
Thank you, Chairman Aguilar. Questions?
I think that one of the most likely outcomes of putting the Senate bipartisan CR on the floor is that potentially any of these 20 members that just voted against it could oust Speaker McCarthy from his job. Have y'all had conversations within your caucus about saving the Speaker? I know that one member of yours referenced that, Whip Clark, you talked about the fact that there would need to be concessions. What would those look like? I mean, what are your conversations around that?
We met for about an hour and 15 minutes today. The subject did not come up, and I don't expect that it will come up because our focus right now is making sure we avoid a catastrophic shutdown that will have real, adverse, painful consequences on the American people, including making sure that children and women and infants receive food necessary, life-sustaining food necessary. That will be taken away from them. Service members will be forced to work without pay. You've got small businesses unable to receive loans necessary to continue their entrepreneurship. The consequences are endless. So, quite honestly, our focus right now is on doing everything that we can to avoid this extreme MAGA Republican shutdown. And to the extent that there will be efforts subsequent to any resolution of this as part of the ongoing Republican Civil War, we'll cross that bridge when we get to it.
Has there been any back-channel talk with Kevin McCarthy and Republicans about what to do? Because obviously we get to this point. Anything, any conversations? I know you talked to the Problem Solvers Caucus a few days ago about their plan, but is there anything out there that's not obvious to us right now that you can share that says, okay, there might be a pathway out of this cul-de-sac?
There is only one path out of the reckless Republican effort to shut down the government, which is to take the bipartisan continuing resolution that is working its way through the United States Senate, and when it arrives at the House, put it on the floor for an up or down vote, and everyone in this town knows the bill will pass. And when it does, we can avoid the extreme MAGA Republican shutdown.
But to be clear, no back-channel talks, nothing saying Kevin McCarthy said I have to get through this vote and then we can come back and talk. And
everything that
like that
I've said publicly, I've communicated privately to Speaker McCarthy. Anyone else? Okay. We'll get beyond the front row in a moment. Yeah, thanks.
I know you said we'll cross bridges when we come to it, but we're pretty much right there at the shutdown, and I know you're waiting for the Senate to bring its bill over. Did the subject of a discharge petition come up in the caucus? And is that your current thing that you would put we know that McCarthy has said he will not bring up that bill. So are you thinking of doing that, that would be the discharge petition?
Yeah, all procedural options are on the table, and that includes a discharge petition, and we'll see where we land as early as this weekend.
Sir, you're talking about asking Republicans to keep their word. What makes you think you can still trust Speaker McCarthy after these past few weeks, after the way the appropriations process has gone?
Well, House Democrats are aligned with Senate Democrats. I don't want to let Pete and Catherine weigh in on this one. House Democrats are aligned with Senate Democrats. The two of us are aligned with Senate Republicans. All of us are aligned with President Biden in sticking to the spending agreement that was reached in May as part of the resolution of the GOP manufactured default crisis. All four of those political entities, House Democrats, Senate Republicans, Senate Democrats, the Biden administration, we're all aligned. The extreme MAGA Republicans are the only ones who are on an island right now, and they can't even get their act together amongst themselves because they're in the middle of a civil war. And one group wants to be more extreme than the other group. And so even their effort to pass a continuing resolution amongst themselves failed spectacularly. So what's the only option? The only option is for House Republicans to partner with House Democrats, as well as our colleagues in the Senate who are all aligned with each other, to move a bipartisan continuing resolution to the floor so we can avoid this catastrophic shutdown. That's the most obvious approach, and it is the only way forward.
Yeah, when we talk about trust, there is not much trust. What we had, if we go back to just 4 short months ago, was a manufactured default crisis, holding our economy as we are beginning to recover from this pandemic, putting the pieces with the Biden administration in place so that everyone has opportunity in this economy and we can drive down costs. They put out a bill in the end of April that was as bad as the CR we just saw them vote on today. And the picture, they are willing to take everything, whether it is Social Security and Medicare, a national abortion ban, removing teachers out of the classroom, to pursue this extreme agenda. And we met them with this manufactured crisis and said, we want to put the American people first. And so we're going to come to an agreement that Speaker McCarthy negotiated with the President of the United States. 314 votes in the House of Representatives. The ink was not dry when Speaker McCarthy again said to the American people, I don't choose you, I choose Marjorie Taylor Greene and the extreme part of my conference. So the answer is right in front of the House GOP. And it is why, as the leader said, they are isolated now in this, because everyone else understands we have to stick with that agreement. The blueprint for moving forward, which was a compromise, is right there for the taking. And it is only Speaker McCarthy who is refusing to lead his caucus in that direction.
I completely agree. And what I would say is, what I've said from this podium before during that process as a member of the Appropriations Committee is what I said today. This was completely avoidable. We had an agreement. We could have worked through it. And instead, Speaker McCarthy chose to listen to the most extreme voices in his conference. And as a result, to your question, Nick, I think that there are huge concerns whether even if he agreed to something, it could be believed. And so I think for us and our members, it's going to take, a group of Republicans in order to, come to the table and have an agreement. And to Lisa's question, we don't lack legislative vehicles in order to solve this crisis. What we lack are real legislators on the Republican side who are willing to stand up to Marjorie Taylor Greene and the extreme voices in their conference to actually solve this problem and to prevent cuts that hurt our kids in their classroom, that take food away from families that need it. That's what we are talking about. That's what we are fighting for. And those are the real struggles that we have under this dome.
Last weekend, there was House Republicans, notably Congressman Milley, Congressman Lawler, who said that if this didn't work, if Republicans couldn't push through something, that they would come and they would consider a discharge petition would be an option for them. Have there been any entreaties to them, talking to them, and where are they right now? Have you spoken to them?
That's a great question. These so-called moderate members of the Republican conference have been missing in action. All talk, no action. Because there is a vehicle that is in front of us right now to come together with the Democratic members of the House to avoid a catastrophic government shutdown. There are a variety of different procedural vehicles that are available to us, including a discharge petition, one of which that is live, and that all we would need are 6 Republicans to partner with us, and we can move legislation to the floor that would end this GOP government shutdown and this national nightmare for the American people. But all we've seen from the very beginning of this Congress are so-called moderate members doing their best to project reasonableness, but every opportunity they've been given to partner in a bipartisan way, they run to the extremes. Hopefully that will change in the next day or so up against a government shutdown that will hurt people in New York and all across the country. But I'm not holding my breath.
Thank you, Mr. Leader. You've spoken about the impact of the shutdown to the conversations that you all are having with your teams that you're advising your members on now that guidance has come out? And can you just speak to the morale and how your teams are doing, how House Democratic staff is doing right on the brink of a shutdown?
Well, we're very thankful for our staff. They are hardworking, they're dedicated, they're committed, and they are in the roles that they serve in for all of the right reasons. And our staff members understand that this is a moment of great challenge and crisis, and that we're working to get through it for the people that we all collectively are privileged to serve. And it's my expectation that their morale will continue to be high, because staffers on the Hill are not in this role for self-aggrandizement. They're in this role for selfless reasons to help out everyday Americans and make their life better. And in the caucus meeting that we had earlier today, the top Democrat on the House Administration Committee, Joe Morelli, did talk through a lot of the logistical dynamics of a possible shutdown. Hopefully we'll avoid that shutdown, but we're going to continue to be there for our staff in every way possible. Billy?
When's the last time you talked to the Speaker about this impasse, and what did you guys say? What did you say to him?
I've said to him privately everything that I've said publicly, which is the only path forward is to put the bipartisan continuing resolution that is coming out of the Senate shortly on the floor of the House for an up or down vote, because that is the only way forward. I talked to him late last night. I expect to talk to him at some point in the next hour or so.
Do you think that lawmakers should take a salary if there is a government shutdown?
I think every individual member is going to have to make that decision on their own.
Last time, the reason you got the debt ceiling bill on the floor is Democrats were willing to vote for the rule, which normally don't do. If they bring up a rule again and Republicans won't vote for it, the Democrats commit to vote for the rule to bring a bipartisan bill to the floor.
I mean, we're ready, willing, and able to vote substantively on legislation that would avoid a catastrophic default. In terms of the procedural mechanisms that may be available to us, we'll have to cross that bridge when we get to it. Let me yield to Catherine.
Yeah, I will say about that that's another example of this isn't a typical partisan fight. This is the extreme MAGA Republicans versus the American people. And we have shown time and again, we're going to fight for them. Those are the voices that we are bringing to this situation, to this debate. And it's not about bailing out our colleagues. It's about making sure we are doing right by families at home.
Pete, last questions?
Can we ask you about the flooding in New York City before you get here, please?
Okay, well, I'll leave it.
I have a non-shutdown question for Congressman Aguilar. The last committee that you served on in such a public capacity was the January 6th committee. Yesterday we did the first impeachment inquiry from your Republican colleagues. Thoughts on how that went?
I think you folks have written about exactly how that went. What the public saw was an absolute nightmare. The fact that Republicans continue to proceed without facts and their own witnesses are saying that they don't have any evidence to proceed just says a lot. We appreciate and lift up Ranking Member Raskin, obviously part of the connective tissue between that process and that committee and this one. We trust that he and the committee members who did an amazing job asking questions of witnesses, looking to get to the truth, but clearly poking holes in this argument. And there is no there. They have no evidence linking Vice President Biden, President Biden to any high crime or misdemeanor or any issue at all. And so I think that's I think the American public sees the split screen of what we did and how methodical we were in answering questions and in working through the material, and they see this Republican chaos for what it is, and that very much mirrors where we are on the shutdown, the manufactured shutdown crisis too.
We said from the very beginning of this Congress that we will work together to find common ground with the other side of the aisle whenever and wherever possible, but also fight against their extremism whenever necessary. And unfortunately, my Republican colleagues have refused to find ways to partner together far too often and instead continue to double and triple down on their extremism. Yesterday was a big example of the charade of the illegitimate impeachment inquiry that they've launched. 2 days before government shutdown, they hold a hearing where their own witnesses testify that there's nothing in the record to suggest that President Biden committed an impeachable offense. Their own witnesses. So this is another example of Republicans governing in fantasy land, bowing down to the extremists in their party and being distracted from taking care of business for everyday Americans. We should be focused on dealing with building a healthy economy. We should be focused on solving problems for everyday Americans. We should be focused on quality of life issues. We should be focused on public safety. We should be focused on making sure that our children receive a high quality public education. But the extreme MAGA Republicans are focused on trying to drive their conspiracy theories and their right-wing ideology down the throats of the American people, and it's a shame.
Can I ask you about this kind of end of days flooding we're having in New York City and all the risk to life and limb there, please?
Well, we certainly are monitoring the situation carefully, and the governor and the mayor, the congressional delegation are prepared to mobilize all available resources. One, to make sure that that there's no loss of life, that we address the risks that still appear to exist in New York City, and that we continue to find ways to deal with the climate crisis that is afflicting the nation and the world, because if we fail to do so, these extreme weather events will continue and intensify, and that's not good for anyone. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much.
All right, so House Democrats speaking there just moments after the GOP rejecting their own Speaker of the House, Kevin McCarthy, bill that would have averted the shutdown. You're taking a look here at the Dow right now, stock sinking on that news of a possibility that it gets even clear of a government shutdown that could be on the horizon. All right, everyone, we are, we got a lot of live events here lined up for this afternoon. That's the way we like to have it for you. This is a show that brings in as many different live feeds from around the country and across the world as well, and we try to bring it to you all in real time. That's why it's Live Now. We try to bring it all in real time here for you. Want to give you a kind of a look here of what we have coming up in the next hour. This is the California GOP conference. That is where we are going to hear from the former President Donald Trump, expected to speak in the next hour. We will bring you his remarks. We also have live looks here on the Senate floor as well as the House floor as they continue to talk about the possibility of a government shutdown. So we are going to keep an eye on all of that here for you. We're also keeping an eye on the weather on the East Coast. Rainy day. Take a live look right here. New York City there. You can't even really see the Empire State Building at all right now because of all the rain that is in the city right now. So we're keeping an eye on it all here for you on Live Now from Fox. Ooh, I just got another video in here of a shot. So we are awaiting to see if House Republicans will be speaking anytime soon. If that happens, we got you covered here, right here on Live Now from Fox. But we are going to take our final break here of this hour. Stay right here with us. More to come on Live Now from Fox, everyone. And just like that, everyone, we are back here for you on Live Now from Fox, showing you the Dow here, stocks sinking on the news of a possible government shutdown as it continues to loom right now. I'm your host, Mike Page. Always great to be here with you. We want to take you out to the House floor right now. That is where Congress right now is debating and continuing to try to make some sort of deal on funding to avert this shutdown. Let's listen here on Live Now from Fox.
Country. So we end up having the fights that are going on right now over that 14 cents. And look, there's waste, there's fraud, there's things in there we need to fix, but it's a fraction of the budget, and it's all on borrowed money, which adds the additional stress of there is a morality of squeezing everything we can out of it.
Well, David, and you and I, because we sit beside each other every day and we keep, I'm honestly, these are things that keep me up at night. In another month, my wife and I will be celebrating our 50th anniversary. I don't know what she was thinking of. All I did was ask. She said yes, and then for half a century we've been going at this. But so we have 10 grandchildren, 10 grandchildren. And I'm constantly asked by people, how can you be so responsible when it comes to spending our tax dollar? I said, well, we don't want to be irresponsible. David and I sit there, and I got to tell you, sitting beside him is hard because he has so much going on in his head at one time. It's like a calculator, and I keep going back just to the basic. The 14 cents, David.
So in other words, you're telling people the truth, I drive you nuts.
Social services, natural resources, science, space, and technology, and other programs. We are down to the very 14 cents of a dollar. And this is a dollar that you paid, by the way. This is out of your taxes.
Well, they're paying the interest on it now.
Oh, well, the interest is $663 billion
and
on what we owe.
$800 billion next year.
Yes, and it keeps growing, and it keeps growing, and it keeps growing. No responsible person would ever sit back and work this model. The greatest country, the greatest nation the world's ever known, the wealthiest nation the world's ever known, has been totally irresponsible in the way she has spent her money. And it wasn't done by her. This incredible group of people that sit down here, and remember I said this to begin with, I don't believe anybody should serve in public office until they've been in the private sector. I myself have been in situations on the 6th of the month and the 21st of the month where I made sure every person that worked at the dealership got paid. There were many times I did not pay myself because I didn't have enough money to do it. And the point I think we keep trying to make is that when are we going to wake up to what is going on? This is a titanic moment for our country. And the reason I say that is because the Titanic went full speed ahead into an iceberg. And what did the captain of the Titanic see? Just a small part of the iceberg was hidden up. They didn't see what was hidden. My friends, right now, the hidden part of what it is that we're spending, and I would just ask you to please think with us as we go through this. Reduce it down to where it makes sense and understand what is happening right now on the floor of this Congress. We represent you. We do not represent ourselves alone. We represent you. So, David, if we talk about this, and this is where we are, and I would just think that at some point we would sit back and we would say, I cannot watch this and allow this to happen to hardworking American taxpayers.
And I think in some ways you just described why the fussing over the budget documents is going on. Look, we put together a fairly some interesting slides here. We've never presented before. We took these from a researcher at Manhattan and a couple other places. And then we did joint economic, some of my economists, we did some math here. We set this for 2033. So we actually had a year that's 10 budget years from now. We did not put in the fact that the Social Security Trust Fund is gone and there's $616 billion that needs to somehow be recapitalized. That's actually not in this deficit number. We also rolled the number, so we baseline, for anyone that's really geeky out there, we ran this to the standard debt to GDP number, because there's a new update on what debt will be in 9 years from now. That's now $3.1 trillion. If interest rates stay as high as they're spiking right now, it could be as high as 3.7, but we're going to use the $2.5 trillion. And the reason this board exists is we took, and I have a bunch of slides here we're going to walk through, but I need to set up the pitch first. If we took every tax that our Democrat colleagues talk about in the Ways and Means Committee and did what they call a revenue maximizing rate. There's a rate that you can charge that the economists and this is the economic modeling, where you maximize the tax collections before it rolls over and people change their behavior and the tax collections go down. So we actually added up, maximize estate taxes, maximize income taxes, maximize corporate taxes, maximize capital gains taxes. So we maximized everything. And then we also then came back and said, all right, here's the maximum number taxing the rich. This is the top 2%. If you make $400,000 or higher, you're part of the top 2% of income earners in America. You got to understand that. And then we also did, if you did the economic effect, what they call the dynamic score, which is always the real number we get. So here's our $2.5 trillion borrowing. If you did the full max on Democrats and got every dime, you get about $700 billion. And if you actually do the real number, where the dynamic score, it comes in about $450 billion. So you've just maximized all taxes. It gets you a fraction of the talking points. And my reason we're all going through these boards, how do I say this politely without sounding like a jerk? Our brothers and sisters on the other side, they may actually believe these numbers, but they're not real. And how do you make public policy that saves this country when half your brothers and sisters here say, no, we just tax people over 400,000, we'll be fine. And you show the slide, and it's nowhere near that. The unwillingness to deal with the reality of the math. And this is one you and I have talked about a couple times, where if you basically look at our history, so go back to 1950, because actually what's fascinating is from 1950 till recently, you actually have history where sometimes we've had really, really high marginal tax rates, 90% for the top income earners. And then, after tax reform, lower, but you took away a bunch of the deduction. You took half of society and removed them from the tax rolls. They don't pay income taxes. But we actually built lots of charts that sort of show during times of high tax rates, you get pretty much the same part of the size of the economy in taxes. Low marginal tax rates, you get the same part of the economy in taxes. There's this concept of it always goes back to the mean. So the way you get more tax receipts to government is a growth in economy. That's the magic. That's how you get more tax receipts, is growth. But when we have really high marginal rates, the chart after chart after chart just shows you get the mean. When you've had very low, you get the mean, but it's a bigger pie because the economy starts growing again. And you show this to our Democrat brothers and sisters, and they'll often say, yeah, I've seen that, but my voters don't like that. Because it doesn't satiate the feeling of punishing.
So when we've talked about this, because we have time when we're in meetings to talk about this, but I want you all to try and just bear with me a little bit. And I know that at some point you say, I don't know if I like this dog and pony show. In my district, PA 16, the average income for a family of four, mom, dad, 2 children, is $54,000. Now, and this is because this is where it really starts to make sense. Federal revenues this year would be the highest we've ever got. They're projected to be $5 trillion. That's a lot of money. I mean, it's almost incomprehensible. Now, what we're projected to spend is $6.9 trillion. You say, well, okay, well, that's not that far apart. It's only $1.9 trillion. Here's what it means. And please, I really, this is where it starts to sink in. That means a family that I represent in Western Pennsylvania, earning about $50,000 a year, is spending $69,000 a year. So you see what we're getting to? You see where it is? Because when you reduce the numbers down, first of all, the high numbers are just so high, it's unimaginable. It's also unimaginable that we can ever pay the debt down. But I will just say this to you. If we continue on the path we are going, if we disregard the basic math that stands there. And the way we do it, and most of us, I can tell you, most of the time when I pay monthly bills, it is at our kitchen table, and I open my checkbook, and I start doing the addition, subtract, 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 subtract. And I'm just trying to understand how we can be so reckless. None of you would do this because you have too much respect for your children and grandchildren's future, and you also have too much respect for yourselves. Nobody would consciously do this. That's the problem. And that's the problem. One of my favorite movies, and I think this is what I just want to make a point with.
You're not going to do movie reviews.
But the movie that I really love is called A Few Good Men. So have you seen this movie?
Yes.
Jack Nicholson's in it, and he's being cross-examined in a trial, a military trial. And they keep asking him questions, and at the end he becomes so frustrated, he says, "You can't handle the truth." In our lives, the people who raised us, our moms, our dads, our grandparents, would never have done to us what we are happening right now, and we're doing to our own grandchildren. We have to handle the truth. We have to face the truth. And David, this path that we're on, and this mission that we're on, and this idea that somehow we have to get the message out to our hardworking American taxpayers. Our future is being destroyed because of irresponsible spending. Now, just to be sure on this, your Social Security will never be touched. Medicare, Medicaid is not going to be touched. And the banks are never going to forgive us the interest on our loans, okay? That's the reality of it. So when you understand it that way, it becomes, oh my gosh, what are we going to do? And so, my friend, as we sit there and try to figure out what is it that we can do to save the future for our children, and I looked at pictures yesterday with your two children and say, oh my God, what are we doing to these kids? What are we doing to them?
Look, Mike, you and I have, in some ways, we are the yin and yang of districts. I have a very highly educated district, a fairly prosperous district. I'm Scottsdale, Phoenix. I'm blessed to have grown up there. And I have to accept, you know, the economic experience of a lot of my people are going to be very different than yours. But we're all in the same boat. And so back to trying to help people understand the reality. I do need to amend something you're saying, though. And we used to talk here that this debt is an existential risk to our grandkids. I'm sorry. It's a risk to your retirement. There's the reality of math. If you're retiring anytime now in the near future, you got to understand we're heading towards the time where we're going to have to turn the printing presses on. Yeah. And when we turn those printing presses on, we wipe out your savings. We wipe out besides the misery we create for the devaluing of the dollar, devaluing of every bit of your savings, making it so your kids can never afford high interest rates out to the future. But it's not a crash. It's actually an extension of potentially decades of misery. And folks don't think this way. And look, I keep coming back to trying to make the tax collection argument. So why this is so important, here's the 1950s, where we had a 90.5% tax on the top income earners. So, and a little deep secret, actually the tax code today is more progressive than it was back then because they had the lower middle class pay income taxes back then. Today they're off the tax rolls. But back then we used to get 7.2% of the economy came in income taxes, even though we had a 90%. You go over all the years there's been tax reform. So today, 2020, let's do that year, we functionally had a mean tax of 37%, not 90% as that high part of the marginal tax rate, okay? But we're getting 9.2% of the economy. Okay, most people have no idea what I'm talking about when I say, but here's the economy. Here's a really high marginal tax rate. We have a history of this, and repeatedly you're only getting about 7% of the economy in taxes. We lowered the marginal tax rate for these top brackets, and now we're getting over 9%. We get dramatically more because the economy got bigger. And you show this to our brothers and sisters on the left, and they'll often say, yeah, I know it, but it doesn't feel like I'm punishing people. And the amazing irony, do you know the highest income Americans vote for Democrats, not Republicans? It's the bizarreness. Here you are in your district. Yeah, how many billionaires do you think you have in your district?
I don't think there's many. Listen, the people I represent, they're either in ag or they're in the fields.
Yeah.
They're in the mines, they're in the mills, they're on the rails. They are blue-collar people who are living an incredibly strong life because those families, and you all know this up there, the nuclear family, the mom and dad raising children, is the key to our success going forward. And in education based on the very foundations of what we know is true and is accurate and has been proven over the ages. The gift that America gave all its citizens was the gift of education. But sometimes you look at it and say, and honestly, you and I can talk all day. I want you all to understand, and I wish the gallery was full. I really wish the gallery was full. This is a message. It's not a message of anger. It's a message of hope. We have got to change our spending. We just cannot sustain this irresponsible trajectory.
Look, there's a path where this works. And I want to double down on something. I want to make it perfectly clear. We're not defending rich people. We're not defending poor people. We're not defending the middle class. We're just trying to tell the truth. This is how it works.
Yeah.
That this is about a society that prospers. Prosperity is moral. And we first need to shut down the excuses for not actually doing anything, saying, oh, don't worry, we'll just take those 400,000 and take, fine. Okay, do it, fine. Democrats, do it. You had all sorts of chances to do it before this session, but they knew the math was a fraud. But it's great talking points because they can get on MSNBC or CNN and say, just do this and we'll be fine. And it's not true. And there doesn't seem to be a reporter in this city who owns a calculator.
They won't touch it.
And look, this is one you and I have actually touched on. It was what happens when you have really high capital gains rates or really low capital gains rates. It turns out when you've raised capital gains rates really high, like some of our Democrat proposals, you actually get less revenues. And we have charts of this going back to 54. When we started to play with some of those rates. So this is why, back to that concept, I'm going to show some numbers here when we get ready to close, that if everything was at revenue maximizing, whether it be capital gains, whether it be estate, whether it be income, even corporate, you take a look and you're only going to get about 1.5% of the economy of additional revenues, additional receipts. This year, we're borrowing 9% of the entire economy, just this year. And there's why the elegance of really good pro-growth tax policy, and then doing some of the things I've been on this floor dozens of times, you and I have talked about for a couple of years now. There's things you could do to crash the price of healthcare, the adoption of technology, the taking on something that's very uncomfortable, take on obesity, take on diabetes, take on the things that are both killing our brothers and sisters. Remember, the last 4 years, life expectancy in America has gone down. In a decade, next decade, we have more deaths than births in America. How do you help people understand it's beyond just those of us who are math and budget geeks? The morality is what you talk about. That's why I was asking you to come share this time with me. I need someone like you who's able to talk to people's hearts, because sometimes I don't think I do it well. I sound like an accountant on steroids. The morality of opportunity, the morality of prosperity, the morality of our brothers and sisters, and I don't care if you're on one of my tribal communities, your rural communities, an urban community, take a look at the statistics of our brothers and sisters who are dying of diabetes and other diseases when we actually can have incredible impact of having them be healthy. How do you get this body to see sometimes great math is also great morality?
Yeah. So I would just pose this for those of you that have been watching this. Are we making sense? If we're making sense, could you please raise your hand? I mean, does this make sense to you about what we're talking about or what we're doing with your dollars? No, it doesn't make sense. We can't have the interaction. The only thing I can tell you is...
You're not allowed to actually see them react to you.
Yeah, okay,
Because Sergeant
but
Arms is going to come
this is their
taser you.
house. We just happen to represent them. This is your house. You know that. Everything that goes on in this house is being done by people who are voted in to represent you, not represent themselves, but represent you. And so that's why if it's not making sense, we need to know, because I've got to tell you, it makes no sense to me at all of what we're doing. Not only to our future, but to our present. And if we can't grasp what's happening right now, and that's why I talk about the kitchen table economics, if I can reduce this down to a $1 bill, that I would hand you a $1 bill and say, oh, by the way, that first 73 cents, give back to me. Now, you can keep the 27 cents, but then I'm going to take another 13 cents out of it. So you really get down there, it's so small of what it is that we can control. And in your own lives, you know, if you have a mortgage payment come due, if you have a car payment come due, if you have health care costs come due, you can't walk away from that. And at some time or other, a lender's going to say to you, you know what, we'd love to help you, but we can't. The math doesn't work. It's not good for you. So, David, because when we talked about this the other day, the real challenge is to make...
All right, we are listening on the House side, all live right here for you on Live Now from Fox, as they continue to try to figure out a way to avert a shutdown, talking about the economics of it all. We are going to take a 2-minute break. You can see we are awaiting a Donald Trump remarks out in California at the California GOP event. We'll continue to track it right here for you on Live Now from Fox. Back to you right here on Live Now from Fox as we continue to listen live on the House floor as we are continuing to track the latest there. As about an hour ago, House rejected the McCarthy bill that would have averted a shutdown, and still a shutdown looms as they need to get a deal in place by midnight tomorrow night, or the government will fall into a shutdown.
Rich and said, you're the top 2% income owners. This is functionally anyone over 400,000. We're going to put a tax rate that maximizes receipts before the calculations say revenues would roll over. And, you know, for some of those, you know, that's like, you know, adding another 10 points on top of it. And then you actually tax some other parts of a state. You actually put a bunch of money into enforcement. So you do all the things. These are all the Democrat proposals added up. And you're picking up another couple points, or another half a point of GDP or so. I have a board where I add it all. Then we added in maximizing corporate taxes. Well, it looks like we can get up to about another 0.8% of GDP if you maximize taxes, because we have a little problem in the United States. You go up to like the 28% corporate tax rate, the next increment, you see a bleed saying, well, screw it. We're just going to recharter the headquarters in Ireland, those things. So you hit this point where you start to roll over, and this is in the liberal models, conservative models, the people that just do models, and you walk through everything from the corporate tax hikes that Biden's been promoting, even the new international tax that Secretary Yellen's been pushing. You do the some additional corporate savings by IRS enforcement mechanism. Add that all up. What do you get from that? Then you go in and actually add in, we call it investment taxes. We're going to raise capital gains up to like 39.6%, which we know at that point you sort of hit a wall and you actually get less money in the taxes. You actually do other types. You close all the loopholes. You actually remove the ability to roll over certain assets, the 1031 exchanges, the like for like in kind. You take those all away. You basically take and say, we've done everything to start to maximize income taxes from the rich. Okay, that's a lot of money. But you actually take a look, and I'm sorry, but we had very little time. We took these directly from the report. You can get up to, if you do what they call static, no economic effects, that's about 2% of the economy in new taxes. Then when you do the actual, okay, people stop working, it changes investment, people basically hunker down. So the economic models, you actually get about 1.1 to 2%, so a mean of 1.5. Okay, that's a lot of money. 1.5% of the economy in new taxes. Yay! But did I mention we're borrowing 9% of the economy just this year? So the utopian tax everything of that $400,000 and up. You've maximized every single tax. We're borrowing 9% of the economy just this year, and every tax proposal gets you another 1.5. Does anyone see a little problem? We're living in this fantasy world. And look, God knows I love my charts. and it's I sometimes feel guilty for all. But this one's actually really important for particularly if you're one of my progressive left acquaintances and you care about income inequality and progressivity and all those things. Today's income tax code is the most progressive in U.S. history. That top percent of income earners now pay more of the federal income tax than any time in U.S. history. And this is after our tax reform that Mr. Kelly and I worked on. And yet, I promise you, today, tomorrow, someone will come to that microphone. Well, the Republicans give away to rich people, except we're taxing them more as a percentage of the tax collections, because we remove so many of our brothers and sisters, the 50% of folks in the economic term, lower quartiles, don't pay income taxes now. And there's the problem. It grew the economy right up to the time of the pandemic. Then we started spending money like crazy on corporate subsidies, Democrat proposals. It's fascinating. They accuse us of liking big business, yet they're the ones giving hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars out as subsidies to corporate America. And at the same time, our tax receipts are falling when they're doing it. It's the weirdest economy you've ever seen. It basically shows modern monetary policy, their Keynesian economics have fallen flat in their face. Last board, even when you start to do the adjustments for, they call income inequality, you normalize those.
Just want to make sure.
we have a more progressive tax system today than we've ever had before. And when a member of Congress looks at you in the eyes and says, well, we're just going to tax people over $400,000, that solves the problem. I showed you the boards. It doesn't come close to solving the problem on saving Social Security in 9 years. It's only 1.5% of GDP when we're borrowing 9%. Is there anyone, Mike, I mean, you've been here longer than I have. Do we have anyone we work with that owns a calculator that's willing to save this country? I'll let you do the close.
Well, and thank you for the chance to work with you and for all our friends in the gallery. This is called the People's House because it is truly your house. Anybody that's here was elected. They just didn't walk in and sit down. They take an oath of office to do things in your best interest. And so what we've been trying to go through, and then we look at all the different charts, all of you probably have a $1 bill somewhere in your wallet or your purse. I want you to imagine, take this $1 bill, and this is what you actually can control when it comes to the spending. And so when I hear this thing about, well, you just have to cut spending, you just have to cut spending, I said, that's fine. Could you please give me a roadmap of what you want us to cut? And that's not accepted because that's not what's being fed to you. So I've just got to tell you, listen, we're here because of you. We're here for you. I thought the dollar bill was the easiest way to show it because we're all used to that. As I told you, I have 10 grandchildren. This is, maybe you can all relate to this. When our kids were growing up, they liked to go skiing. And in the wintertime, because I'm from Pennsylvania, they came to me one time and said, Dad, can we go skiing? I said, no, I don't have the money to go this weekend. And they said, sure you do. And they went under the bed and they picked out my checkbook that has 3 checks to a page. And my son said, here, you have all kind of money. I said, well, you have to put the money in before you can write the check to take it out. That was a concept that a child didn't understand. And unfortunately, there's too many children representing you here right now that don't understand what is taking place in every American home and with every one of our hardworking American taxpayers. We're here for you. I don't care if you're Republican, Democrat, Libertarian, or just say, I just wish you keep people we stay the heck out of our lives. We're here. We're representing you. I would ask you, please, communicate with the people who represent you to let them know that you're concerned about the way the country is going in the future, not only for our grandchildren and for our children, but also for us. So, with David, I just think that I hope we got through, and if we didn't, please contact us. We are here every day for you. For you. There's no other reason for us to be here other than for you. So I want to thank you.
The gentleman from the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, the gentleman from the great state of Arizona, your time has expired. Reminder members are not to, or refrain from referencing occupants in the gallery. Speaker's announcement policy of January 9th, 2023. The chair recognizes a gentleman from Tennessee for 30 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Put that down just a minute. Folks to know that I won't be as eloquent as my friends, but dadgummit, I won't be as long either. So y'all will be able to get out of here if you're waiting for a break. And if you need to get up and go, you go. You're not hurting my feelings one bit. Mr. Speaker, I am absolutely disgusted the way our government spends money and where it puts its priorities. We spent over $114 billion on Ukraine. But don't get me wrong, Putin is a thug, and I wish the Lord would take him out. But Russia's GDP is somewhere between that of France and Canada. We've given Afghan refugees over $2,200 a month, and we only sent the Maui residents one single $700 payment when they lost everything. Illegal aliens cost the Texas taxpayers, have cost them somewhere around $850 million. And folks, we're over $33 trillion in debt. Fitch, which is a rating agency, recently downgraded the United States credit rating because of the general government deficit, which it anticipates will be 6.3% of gross domestic product in 2023, when it was only 3.7% in 2022. That's a huge jump for 1 year, and folks, that is double.
All right, we have been continuing to show you the live coverage out on Capitol Hill on the House side here as they continue to talk about the possibility of a government shutdown. The hours continuing to creep by there. So we'll keep an eye on all of it for you here on Live Now from Fox. We also have just moments away the former President Donald Trump speaking in California. The podium is set for him, so we'll be taking you there in just moments as well. But I want to show you some of our latest Live Now from Fox radar here. And you can just see the strong system on the East Coast. It has brought the rain and, of course, now heavy flooding out on the East Coast. We were showing you there portions of New York City earlier today, but let's go out right now to New Jersey. That's where we find right now Fox Weather's Katie Byrne. She is in the midst of it right now. Katie, this has just been a moment here the last 24 hours, just getting slammed.
You know, it really is something. It has been a very busy day for people who live in the Northeast, just a really messy morning commute, and it's about to be a really messy evening commute as well. Here in Hoboken, we are starting to see the water recede a little bit. You know, it was shin deep earlier. It's still pretty deep, but it's really only started receding in the last hour or so, and we are hours away from this morning's high tide. That happened around 9 o'clock this morning, and the water has kind of stuck around and slowly receded ever since then. We've been talking to a lot of commuters here in Hoboken because we're right by the train station. So some people have been telling us that it is just impossible to get around Hoboken by car. People have decided to either just walk or bike to wherever they have to go. Just met this one man, Ronnie. He was telling me he was able to make it into Hoboken for work today, but now the concern is, will he be able to go home later?
Can't get into Hoboken at all. You had to park in Newport to get into Hoboken to get to work. It's a snafu.
Yeah, and we're expecting those conditions to remain problematic later on today. We know when you look at New York City, places like Brooklyn and Queens, they got the worst of the flooding today. We're still seeing numerous amount of major roads and highways that are underwater still, delays like you wouldn't believe, and we're still a couple hours away from rush hour. So I think a lot of people are concerned now that they're in for a very long drive home. On top of that, in the last hour, we've gotten updates in New York State about some of the hillier terrains, places like Westchester. There have been water rescues. People have had to abandon their cars after they've gotten stuck. Also in Nassau County, more of the same. Also in Westchester, a hillier terrain, we've seen reports of mud landslides. So just a whole slew of things we're dealing with in the Northeast today, and it's not over yet. We're getting a bit of a lull in the rain, but we are expecting more rain to be coming down right when people will be heading home from work later.
Yeah, the timing there, not right at all there. The only thing I could think of, Katie, silver lining is this is happening on a Friday. Can you imagine if all this was starting on Monday and you're thinking, wait, I got to start the week like this?
Oh. Well, then maybe people could have gotten the day off, right? Or a remote day, work from home day. Now people still have to just be stuck in it at some point and then go into the weekend feeling like they lost part of their Friday night, just stuck in traffic.
Yeah, so true. Well, Katie Byrne, you always have a great attitude. Thanks so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. We always appreciate it, and try to stay dry out there. I know that's going to be hard as it comes into the afternoon. Katie, thanks so much. We always appreciate it. And Fox Weather always doing a great job giving us the latest updates. And for continued coverage, go to Fox Weather. Download free now, foxweather.com. It's in the app stores and at your favorite ones, and download it today. They do a great job. All right, everyone, we are going to take a 2-minute break. We are on former President Donald Trump watch coming soon in California.